Assalamu alaikum from the beautiful city of Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, where we'll kick off the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Mid-Season Cup 2024 with the wildcard stage. And hello everyone, welcome. My name is Good Boy LaFell, and I'm with Bad Boy Mergo, as you can tell from the hair.
I don't know if my hair is considered bad boy.
No, you're just bad.
I'm just bad?
You're just bad.
Well, you're just good then, bro.
I'm good boy. Look at my hair. The hair is the crown for a dude.
It is. It truly is the crown. And for you guys right now, we'll technically be able to crown the winners of Group A just today with 6 amazing best of ones.
Yeah, honestly, this wildcard stage is going to be interesting. We got 2 groups where, again, we'll be showing you guys the format to really catch up, just in case if you guys have no idea what's going on for today, tomorrow, and the day after. Because after 3 days, we'll be looking at which team will actually be joining the top 16 teams in MSC.
Well, you know what? Let's start with predictions here, LaFell, because we're going to be doing Group A,
Oh,
6
simple,
matches.
simple,
All right, simple.
Group A, Group B is going to be Homeboys.
Homeboys is not in Group A, bro.
Homeboys is in Group B, I understand. But they're so good, they're going to Group A and then beat the rest.
We've been casting for a long time now. I think you should know the pattern when we predict teams. You know, it usually doesn't go well.
Oh.
And you just had to jinx Homeboys twice. But hey,
I had to talk to myself for that one.
yeah, it's okay.
I didn't know which cough button is mine.
Me neither, you know, but it's okay, LaFell. Sometimes you let that happen. It's okay. As long as
It's okay?
Yeah, keep it down, bro. It's okay.
Okay, it's
like,
okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Maybe because you double jinxed, it's neutral now.
Okay, you know what? Here's the thing. For the next 3 days, right? For the next 3 days, we'll determine which team will go to the top 16 teams. You guys want to see how the wild card will pan out? Let's watch this video.
Welcome, Warriors, to the grandest stage of them all, the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. Here, legends are made and champions rise from the ashes of battle. Last year, we witnessed the meteoric rise of Fnatic Onyx from Indonesia as they claimed the MSC 2023 championship. Their impeccable strategy and relentless drive crowned them champions, but the story didn't end there. At the M5 Championship, Fnatic Onyx faced their toughest challenge yet, clashing with the mighty Falcons AP Bren from the Philippines. In an epic showdown, Falcons AP Bren emerged victorious with a nail-biting 4-3 victory, etching their name in history once again. Now, the question on everyone's mind, can Fnatic Onyx defend their MSC champion title? Or will the M5 champions, Falcons AP Bren, continue their reign of dominance? This year, the stakes are higher than ever as teams from around the world converge in Riyadh for a chance at glory. 3 weeks, 3 stages, 1 ultimate champion. Let's dive into the battlegrounds. First stage, the wildcard stage. 8 teams, 2 groups, 1 shot at glory. In this high-stakes round robin, every match is a best of 1, where victory and defeat hang by a thread. The top team from each group will face off in an epic best-of-5 decider match. The winner moves on, the loser goes home. Simple, brutal, legendary. Stage 2, the group stage. 16 teams, 4 groups, battle-hardened and ready for war. This is where champions are forged. Each team faces off in a series of 2 matches. It's a marathon, not a sprint, where every point counts. If a tie breaks out, a sudden death best of 1 will decide their fate. The top 2 teams of each group advance to the playoffs. Lastly, the knockout stage. 8 teams, single elimination, no second chances. The quarterfinals and semifinals are grueling best-of-5 matches, testing every ounce of skill and strategy. And the grand finale, a legendary best-of-7 showdown where only the strongest will claim the crown. As the dust settles and the final moments draw near, the stakes have never been higher. Teams from every corner of the globe will battle fiercely in Riyadh, each one driven by the dream of glory. Southeast Asia's dominance is challenged as teams from other regions rise, ready to upset the balance and seize glory for themselves. The stage is set. The Warriors are ready. Who will emerge victorious? Welcome to the Mid-Season Cup 2024 of Esports World Cup in Riyadh, where legends are born and history is made.
Simple, brutal, legendary. Shoutouts to Nice. We got to talk about wildcard. Again, 2 groups, 4 teams. Only one from Group A, one from Group B, and then afterwards they're going to be playing a best of 5, where again, only one team will make it through and join the MSC.
That's the simple part, right? The format, very, very simple to keep up with. It's a round robin straight into playoffs, and then we'll have the first team, or the only team rather, that would qualify to the main stage. But man, the brutal part comes into that best of 1. Technically, even the main stage format is brutal, Lafel.
Yeah.
It's going to be, in a knockout stage, a single elimination bracket. So here, best of 1. Later on, single elimination bracket. And even in the groups, we're going to see 2 teams get eliminated from each group.
Dude, here's the thing, like, the mental of the team is going to get tested because
For sure.
I heard that KBG are not good with that. Like, the moment they lose, they start going on a downward spiral. I hope, and the one that is actually bringing them up is Tracy and Saksa. So we got to talk about Group A, Xeno Zenith, Keep Best Gaming, Anthony 7, S2G Esports, and for Group B, it's going to be IHC Esports, Train to Kill, Homeboys, Group Force. Now let's ask a simple question. Which group is the tougher one, and why is it Group B?
You know, I think the question, why is it Group B? It's one of the questions of all time here.
One of the questions of all
If
time.
you take a look at the group itself, IHC, Train to Kill, Homeboys, Brute Force, the 3 teams with IHC, Homeboys, and Brute Force, I would say they're the top 3 teams that a lot of people are coming in in their heads, you know, with their expectations. Train to Kill, though, a lot of people in the community as well have just been talking about how great they were at team fights, and especially considering now in the meta, it is favoring those team-fighted teams, those damage output teams. TTK could be a solid dark horse, too.
And now we got to talk about today's schedule. It's going to be starting with KBG going up against S2G. Afterwards, it's going to be NCT7 going up against Zen, and S2G will be going up against Zen. But that's not all the matches that we have today. Those are only the first 3. Because afterwards, we will have 3 more matches. A total of 6 matches today, where we'll see everything from Group A. E7 going up against KBG, Zen going up against KBG, and then ending the day, it's going to be S2G going up against E7.
And again, all these matches will be played with a best of 1. So it's going to be quite crazy. We're going to see the results of the group instantly on day number 1. And then later, day number 2, we'll get to see Group B unfold as well. And then final day, it's done for the playoffs.
Dude, with that kind of... I need energy. I need Rockstar, man.
You know why?
Yeah.
Because you're a rock star.
You're a rock star. Yeah, I need more energy. I need more energy.
Chug,
and
man.
I got that energy. We got to talk about the first team, right? Because I got to say, KBG, sweethearts. Because the last time I met them, it was during wildcard for the previous M series. And they say they apologized because they wanted to be in the top of groups. And they're actually apologizing like they couldn't reach their goal. And they're like, no, this time during the MSC wildcard, they'll bring it. But I gotta say, man, even Group A is gonna be tough for KBG.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's going to be very, very tough for KBG. Group A, I think S2G and E7 are coming in as the tournament favorites, or as the Group A favorites. Meanwhile, we have Xeno Zenith, who improved their lineup as well, but I think we'll stick to KBG for a bit, because in their lineup, they have 2 players that played in the M5 wildcard, but everybody else, it's a bit different.
Yeah, and now we gotta talk about Keep Best Gaming, where coming in from China again, they have a lot, I don't know how to say it, but they have been traveling, they've been screaming outside of China, making sure that they have more experience going up against Southeast Asia teams. And we do have to see Keep Best Gaming. How have they developed after their own run in their own region?
With improvements to the lineup, KBG, it almost looked like in the Chinese qualifiers that they might not even be able to make it to the playoff stage.
Yeah.
According to a lot of analysts there, you know, they were kind of shaky all the way from the start, but then with some solid reinforcements, especially Saksa joining them in the jungle, a team that actually was able to take that wildcard victory back in M5 for a different team. It was SMG back in the day. So he's going to bring that veterancy, that experience to KBG, and hopefully this time KBG can do it.
I would say KBG have the right idea, because looking at how they draft, they're going to prioritize the goal later, and then after that, they're going to focus on how to strengthen their mid-trio, where we saw many different teams using the same formula, where making sure your mid-trio is as strong as possible so that you can contest for the turtles, and then ending up with a very good team fight. So we really have to see whether their strategy of strengthening the mid-trio is going to work out or not. Now we got to talk about S2G as well, where looking at the team, there's promise, right? But there's also, I would say, redemption for them because people are up and down on them based on their previous performances. So they got to perform in wildcard so that people are on their side again.
I think for S2G, it's a bit harsh to say, but we're always going to have to, you know, refer to them as second place in their region. Yeah. We're always going to have to try to compare
where the difference is
to
far
Firefox,
apart.
and the difference is quite different, right? For Firefox, we have seen them be all-around solid from the early game to the late game. Before S2G, it's a bit different. They want to play towards the mid to late, especially to Sigibum. As long as Sigibum gets those, you know, hyper carry heroes, I think the best reference for me as an Indonesian will be Araki Hoshi.
Yeah.
They play pretty similarly to Araki Hoshi. They play with a 4-1 strategy where they have 4 members to protect that one member, and that member is Sigibum. So it's all about getting the hyper carry into the late stage. But honestly, in a best of 1, they might go and try to utilize that strategy, that one-dimensional strategy, to throw it over to the enemy team as a curveball. Because we have seen them go with assassins in the jungle as well.
One thing that we do gotta say is that Lunar as well as Kazue, they've been to MSC before in Cambodia, where, again, not the best of runs with Firefly's impunity, but again, they had the experience. Perhaps it will help them out in this match going up against Keep Best Gaming, where I kind of feel like Keep Best Gaming, they have a lot to prove because they don't play the server that we're playing for quite a while, so they gotta adjust very, very fast.
Yeah, especially now looking at the meta, right? It'll be definitely very, very, very interesting, especially with the new events.
Yeah, honestly, looking at the new events, go to your game because the MSC event preview is already starting. Make sure you guys get as much coins as you can because I already got my Valentina skin, and I'm not kidding. Yeah, you can
Bro,
get it.
Just got out.
No, just
got released.
Do you want to look at my phone? Do you want to look at my account? I got the Valentina skin.
I believe you, but
okay.
Like, how many games did you play?
Oh, I just bought it.
Oh. Well, you know, sometimes it do be like that. For everybody else, though, you guys can go and play, grind out that battle pass, and also the Battle Within, the Soul Vessel skin series cinematic trailer is out. You guys can go and check it out because, man, those skins look real, real good. Those effects, just clean.
Yeah, and the reason why I got it early because there's a 20% discount.
Only on the first draw?
Okay, you know what? I'll show you my account because then it'll be easier to explain. But either ways, after this, one of the things that we do have to talk about is how the teams are going to differ in the way that they drop. Because before this, again, Keep Best Gaming, they like to pick out their gold laner early. In fact, looking back into the stats, that their gold laner as well as their mid has the least amount of hero pool. So they got to make sure that they got their heroes locked in first before it's taken away from the enemy. But here's the thing. The patch has changed. They have practiced with a lot in heroes. Maybe the priorities have shifted.
That's the big problem here I see, right? A lot of gold laners have been prioritized, getting them hyper carries towards the end, especially for S2G, like we mentioned earlier. But, man, later on, I wonder how it's going to be.
Yeah, again, so let's talk about the patch, Miracle, because I feel like for both of us, we have a rough, like, we agree that it's more on team fights now rather than playing the macro lore dance. It's like, not saying the lore dance is 100% dead, but it's definitely very, very risky where even if you get the lord, you run the risk of being completely wiped out. But now we got to talk about the lineup coming in from Keep Best Gaming, CU, Saksa, LMU, Wawawa, as well as Tracy.
All right, so it is CU and LMU, the two faces we know based on the M5 wildcard, they were able to play there as well. But unfortunately, they weren't able to get a win in their first ever World Championship. And I think that's why the pressure now is a bit bigger. Expectations, there's going to be a lot more of that for KVG. First year for China, everybody's looking at them as a new region. They're like, all right, first year, they're not really going to be a threat. Most people counted them out instantly. And yeah, with their performances, that's what it looked like. But now, it's time for them to shine.
Yeah, but again, the first match going up against SDG is going to be very difficult for them because they got to increase the tempo somehow. Either increase the tempo or slow it down. Because going up against S2G, where going up against Sigibum has the potential to carry the entire team, you got options. Either you want to shut him down early or shut down the mid trio, but we got to introduce the team. It's Lunar, Kazue, Begin, Sigibum, as well as Karo.
And this is what's interesting about S2G, because we were talking about how they rely heavily on these, hyper carries. They want to get Sigibum from the mid game to the late game, so early game is more of trading, mirroring.
Yeah.
But as we all know, with the current patch, you do get a lot of value snowballing from the start of the game. So will Sigibum get his hands on a snowballing hero like a Roger, like a Gareth in the gold lane, or will we see Kazoo take control of the game in the jungle with the assassins that we have seen before? Not so much, but we have seen it.
Yeah, because again, Sky Piercer has been adjusted, but I personally believe that Sky Piercer is still a very strong item. The question is, do the teams want to put it on the gold laner or the jungler? Because again, if your jungler is the damage dealer, say a Link, say a Julian, say a Hayabusa, then might as well go for a Sky Piercer and just have your marksman to be the one handling the objectives. But if your marksman is going to be the one to carry the entire game, might as well get a tanky jungler. But we got to talk about a few things here. Zucian is a new hero, but will not be draftable in MSC 2024. So if you guys are wondering why neither teams are picking it up, it's not legal just yet. Sky Piercer as well. It has been lowered from 6% now to 4%, but after getting 8 kills, the maximum stacks is still the same of 12%. So I feel like the lethality is still good. It's just that the early game has been nerfed a bit, Mirko.
Yeah, so you do get the snowball still. It's still an amazing item if you go for an assassin early game and you want to look for that mid-game power spike, but it is a bit tougher to get that snowball because usually 6%, it may look insignificant, right? It's a 2% nerf, but it's still quite massive, especially for a lot of the assassins who've been able to really abuse that. I call it the SPAs, the Sky Pierce abusers, bro. The spas.
Warcry is good as well.
Oh,
Warcry.
unlike Temporal Rain.
Okay, look, I feel like Temporal Rain has its place, but based on our experience, Warcry is amazing in the side lanes, like the gold lane, the EXP lane. It makes it so that you guys actually win the lane, and some heroes actually proc it very, very easily. By the way, you guys see on screen, Beacon of Spirits, Zucian is going to be available on the 20th of June, so make sure you guys grab it. It's just not going to be available for MSC, but other next tournaments, it's going to be there. It's going to be legal. Going back, Warcry, amazing.
Yeah, Warcry is amazing. I think we've been able to see a lot of different heroes play utilizing the Warcry, right? Even in lane. If you're a lane bully, I think it actually helps. Roger Yuzong. I mean, even in the jungle, technically, for the Lings, you know, these assassins, maybe not the burst type of assassins, but heroes like the Ling definitely get a lot of value with it. As long as you want to go for the longer team fights, it's kind of like a mini in a different version from War Axe, you know?
In case you guys don't know, Warcry, after getting 3 stacks for 6 seconds, your entire damage, everything else, is going to be enhanced by 8%. And when I mean everything, it's like Yuzong, the shot residue, the one that you're pulling from the enemy, even that gets increased by 8%.
So exactly, right? Now that we have the 8% increase in damage, I've seen a lot of people try to combo it together with Focusing Mark. So you put the Focusing Mark on the person, you already get the additional percent of damage, plus the 8% again, and it creates, especially for Assassins, a great way to pick off your opponents.
This is going to be a best of 1, so we're going to give more time for the teams to draft. So we're going for a short break, but after this, it's going to be straight into the draft. The drafting phase where KBG is going to be first pick, S2G will be second pick. It looks like KBG, very interesting here. They banned the chip, which is fine. We've seen that before, but they're banning out the Freya as well. And S2G, they ban out the Harv as well as Louis. This Freya ban is very interesting.
I mean, we have been seeing a whole lot of Freya, especially in my ranked games, right? Freya is an insta-ban in the first
In
phase.
Malaysia, we say Orang Gila.
Orang Gila, or Meta Chiki, right?
Meta Chiki, yeah.
We've been hearing a lot of the Meta Chikis, but if you guys don't know, Chiki's like a, so it's like a
catch and
cheesy, it's a kind of cheesy draft.
You catch and kill, yeah.
You catch a kill. And for the Freya, it's really good in the gold lane now, especially with the changes in the items, the fact that you can go for different ways as well to play it with different emblem sets, but they will go for the Chimp and the Mathilda. I have a question though. Loyi, Chimp, we've been seeing kind of a decrease in popularity from these two heroes, especially the Loyi with the diversion nerf, but we're still seeing it here with the Roger still being the first pick prio. I think, by the way, whenever Roger's up for grabs, that is going to be first pick.
I feel like Loyi is still respect because even though the diversion has been nerfed, but the fact that you have this surprise element where you can catch your opponents off guard and then you win a team fight. And as we talked about, team fights are crucial right now, right? So even though the difference is 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute, but it causes a lot of problems for the enemy where they just don't know where the engage is coming from. And now we got to go back into the draft where KBG picking up the Roger. Incredible flexibility, can go in jungle, can go in the goat lane, and prime hero for a Sky Piercer, right? So it's a good spa user.
Yeah.
Now S2G picking up the Charizla as well as the Fireman's. I feel like the Charizla is a little bit early because there are heroes that can handle the Charizla very well, but the Fireman's, amazing pick, especially going up against SPAs, the Sky Piercer abusers.
Yeah, you get the additional health bar, and I think the Faramis has been super prio. But now that we're talking a little bit about the jungle having, you know, a lot of power now on these assassins, on the snowball picks, we still get to see the Fredrin. So at least for KBG, they don't want to rely on the assassins or the damage dealers in the jungle, unless they somehow try to flex this Fredrin into the XP, which I hate, by the way.
I know you hate it.
Don't ever do that, all right? Don't ever go for Fredrin XP.
I'll do it just because you don't like it.
Okay. You know what? I also don't like. Well, actually, I do like the Charizla. I wanted to go, you know, in the opposite way. Because the Charizla. Okay, so here there's a big positive and a big negative to the Charizla pick, I would say, in this meta at least, right? Because with the jungle getting a lot more diversity, we're seeing a lot more crazy picks. The XP has suffered. Now we're only seeing Charizla, Yuzong for the most part. Those are the matchups that we see. But for everywhere else, it does seem like it is still a lot of there's still a lot of diversity. For Sigibum, by the way, it's still the Moskov. We saw a little bit of the nerfs coming into the Moskov, and it's still a mid to late game hero. You do need a lot of resources to get going. And as we all know, this early game centric playstyle, this early to mid snowball is super prio.
We gotta talk about KBG has been training 13 to 14 hours a day on the international servers 13? To make sure that they get enough practice going up against all these teams. Now, I got to talk about the first 3 picks for both teams. KBG, they like to play this mid trio, so that kind of makes me feel like this EDM is going to be mid. So they have actually quite good crowd control here coming in from the Fredrin as well as the EDM. The EDM, once the Primal Wrath is activated, is going to have more damage, although I feel like LMU should pick up something that has damage. But going up against Paramis, before this, traditionally, we see a pickup like Eve to go up against this Paramis pick. But again, don't know whether LMU will pick up the Eve or he will go for something a little bit more damage, something like the Farsa or... Okay, the Valentina has been banned. The Valentina is the perfect pick. But yeah, has been banned out, which, by the way, Arla and Valentina has been banned by S2G. And then KBG banning out the Akai as well as the Minotaur.
Yeah, good Minotaur ban. I'm not too sure about the Akai, though. Technically for S2G, they have been utilizing that, but knowing the changes in the jungle, the Akai has really fallen off hard, and I think it has to do with that clear. The clear speed just isn't as good, and you can't really go for these trades or, you know, the Lord Dances either with the Akai. It's more of just a pure disengage tool for S2G that I don't know if they're even going to be able to utilize now. Minotaur ban as well. I think that's just really good respect coming in towards Karo. Actually, towards Karo, because the way that he's been able to utilize the Minotaur is purely with the disengage style. It seems that's going to be Karo on the Cho, though. So a different style already, not the reactive protect Sigibum kind of style.
I mean, like, here's the thing. We talk about tempo. We talk about the changes, where personally for me, I actually favor lineups that have more damage. And the changes on the Cho, now that his passive lowers or shreds your armor, actually makes the Cho a lot stronger when it comes to the early game, when it comes to the damage. So if they pick up, say, an assassin, then it's going to be a pretty good combination. And looks like the Eve will be picked up by LMU, where the Eve has been buffed, having more damage and can deal with the Moskov quite well, at least early to mid. And now KBG locks it up with the X-Boy to deal with the Charizla.
Speaking of damage output, man, KBG, they have 4 people who can deal damage. We're talking about the Fredrin here.
I'd argue 5.
Yeah, technically 5 with the Fredrin. But, you know, oh, by the way, Fredrin, interestingly enough, I have seen him go for Temporal Rain.
I've seen it as well. I don't know how to feel about it, though.
Do you know how it procs?
Okay, how does it proc?
So it procs, you would expect with the Appraiser's Wrath, but it doesn't. Oh, for the Fredrin, it's with the taunt, because you learn your ult together with your taunt when you get level 4. So you use the taunt, you get the Temporal Rain instantly.
So all the nerfs on the ult, now it's just like, you know what, it's not a nerf anymore.
Technically, it gets cancelled out by the Temporal Rain, but we do see a normal pick, at least in this meta, with the Nolan. And by the way, Nolan, I would say at this point, is kind of a counter to the Fredrin. Not in the normal way of the skirmishes, because skirmishes you can still catch Nolan, but in terms of farm.
Look at this, look at this. Imagine a Cho goes inside the jungle, just prevent the Fredrin from moving around the map a lot, and then Nolan just takes all of his farm, right? Maybe the Nolan can skip the first turtle, but by the second turtle, he will have a 2 or 3 level advantage, and then after that it's just snowball city, right? In this game, S2G has a way that they can be aggressive, or they can just play the macro game, slowing down Frederick enough, and then give Nolan such a big lead that all of their team fights is going to be in their favor.
Well, we are going to be taking a look at the draft again earlier there.
Yeah, and now we're jumping into the first game of the wild card stage. It's going to be KBG going up against S2G.
An interesting skirmish already at the start of the game. I'm definitely going to be putting my eyes onto the emblems first here. And this is going to be the war cry, by the way, for Sigibum. And for the other side, LMU Impure Rage. We've been seeing a whole lot more Impure Rage nowadays, by the way. And it does seem like it's kind of a swap here. So it's actually Saksa on the Nolan. What are your thoughts on this? You've seen Saksa before, back when he was in SMG.
So I feel like Saksa is using the tankier junglers just because it's the meta, right? You kind of have to adapt to it. But Saksa is still pretty good on those assassins. And we look here, Tracy is trying to slow down S2G and try to actually make it so that Saksa is able to farm up much faster going up against Frederick. And now, Karo is low, and LMU goes in. He wants Karo.
No, flickers forward. Saksa's still going to be able to steal away that green camp, and it'll be a little bit of an early invade for KBG, getting them in the lead and utilizing that clear speed of the Nolan. Even in the bottom lane, Wawa actually winning out against Sigibum here, and that's not really a good look for the Roger. This is a winning matchup for the Roger, and it does seem like for KBG, they want to continue with this pace. Already invading again, trying to go for the steal, and I think he did get it. Gets a two-man Jeet Kune Do, and with that range, the additional speed, Saksa jumps into the back line, doesn't have the fracture, but will be able to chase Begin straight up first blood in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, and now this is where Keep Best Gaming are gonna start the snowball. Sigibum, I feel like he's having a hard time trying to proc the war cry. Like, he has full proc there, but he's not going for the trade.
Okay, getting the pulled back, and KBG continue again as 2 kills on the board up against the Group A favorites.
America, we talked about it. The more we say about one team, the opposite will happen. And we're seeing a showcase here. Keep Best Gaming having 2 kills over S2G, and now they have Prio on the turtle. Looks like they're going to get it for free. So now in terms of the goal lead, they're going to snowball a lot. And I got to talk about the Impure Rage on this Paramis. It's amazing for a lineup of S2G because now it deals on max HP. So the more HP that you have, the more damage that LMU will deal. So going up against a draft with an Edith, with a Fredrin, as well as an X-Born, his damage might even be higher than Wawa.
Certainly, man, but you already see that Tracy is being an absolute menace. Karo still hasn't hit level 4.
Oh my goodness.
In the second minute of the game here is already first hurdle done, and I really wonder why he hasn't been able to hit level 4 yet. Kazoo is doing a big job. Tracy goes over to Jeet Kune Do, gets canceled down with the onward there. Not able to get the Way of the Dragon fully on Karo, but Saksa wants to go in, has a fracture. Karo flickers out to safety. And KBG will be able to be comfortably in the lead in the first 2 minutes. Kazoo with a little bit of a steal there.
You know what's uncomfortable here is that seeing a tank jungler getting bullied inside of his own jungle. We don't see this a lot, and that's why we usually see the tank junglers being the prio, because you want to make sure that you have a good time farming up, and even if you lose farm, it's completely fine. Sigibum, as of this point, looks like he's having trouble, but LMU already used it all.
On the way, the Dragon straight into the fracture. Saksa to be able to pick up 1 kill. Now his Pure Destruction doesn't connect, but Kazoo's still going to be caught now as the passive keeps on going. Fraser's Wrath connects into LMU, and Kazoo's able to get out. Now Tracy going for the chase, underdetermined, looking for the last kill onto him, but it will just be Tracy traded in. A bit of overextension. It's just a roamer traded in for 2 members, as some of these skirmishes in lane are actually looking all good for KBG.
Yeah, looking very good, in fact, for KBG. Now, in terms of goal difference, it's 11.6 for KBG, 9.7 for S2G Esports. Now, the thing is, S2G, they still have a way to come back into this game. Let Lunar have 2 items. He has War Axe, so it looks like he's skipping the boots. After this, perhaps he's going for the Immortality. After the Immortality, he can start going for the more aggressive fights. And then maybe they can do something about it, because for now, S2G is losing all the lanes, but they're rushing this turtle.
try to get it now with the Fredrin. Traces goes to the Zukundo, gets out with the Shunfu as well. Now Karo has the final round, but that's going to be penalty zone, locking him down with his way. The Dragon actually brings them back all the way to damage for destruction as well. And that's going to be a steal for Saksa. Begin getting knocked up, and now straight into the collapse of KBG. 7-1. That's a good Shadow Stampede to bring Kazoo out of the turret as KBG continue this straight into the mid lane, giving Wawa all of the hits as Tracy zones him in the back.
I like the tempo that Keep Best Gaming is playing. They're picking on the pace, making sure that they're moving around the map very, very fast and slowing down S2G at the same time. I gotta say, this strategy is working very well because of Tracy. The fact that Tracy slows down the mid-tree of S2G, giving so much space for Saksa as well as NMU to move around. Like, he might not be the overall MVP, but for setting all of this up, Tracy's the MVP, man.
Sure, all the way from the start, setting up that steal on the green camp for Saksa, enabling him to be able to just farm and path up so well. He's 2 levels up on the Fredrin. Should just be down to 1 now as the 2 picks up the green camp again. And Sigibum is really struggling to get that snowball.
LMU now as well having the glowing wand, so the healing coming in from S2G is not really going to be there. Tracy at this point, he can go for the pickoffs because Saksa has a lot of damage and Saksa now has the Sky Piercer. So if we think that the early game is good, it's going to be much better. Hunter Strike, Sky Piercer, that's a lot of damage.
It does seem like now the Purple Wolf is going to be invaded. Karo already down to a quarter of his HP. Wants to give it a regen back to half. As KBG continue this, poking out to the purple buff, goes for the steal, but Kazoo will be able to time that red tree a bit better than Saksa to recover. But it's still a 5,000 gold lead almost for KBG as they continue to scale up. And that's what's scary here. The Moscow, he can get to that late point very, very soon.
Here's the thing. I kind of feel like S2G, they need to move as a team very, very fast. If they can get a kill onto Saksa, Saksa is 5-0-2, so he has the shutdown goal. If you're able to shut down Saksa, your entire team, this goal difference of 5,000 can be lowered to 2,000, or, you know, worst case scenario, 3,000. And at that point, there's still a big fighting chance. So for this turtle, I feel like for S2G, instead of focusing on the turtle, try to get Saksa. If you get the shutdown goal, it's big. Keep Best Gaming can get the turtle, doesn't matter. Kill Saksa. That's objective number 1.
Okay, but in the bottom lane, we can definitely see already Wawa dealing a whole lot of damage. Frog Armor taken out, forcing the last Insanity before the team fight even starts. And Tracy finds a way to Dragon, brings Begin back to the team. See you doing a good job at zoning them. KBG, good destruction up top.
It hits,
and he goes for it. Now with the Spirit of Misery as well, forcing the Purify out of Sigibum. Won't be able to go for the turret, and Wawa continues this chase. Has another Abyss Walker, but he decides not to overextend. A free turtle over to KBG, and Kazoo is going to be able to secure that now. Saksa puts on some damage. Karo as well in the mid lane, forced back, and that's going to be a free tier 1 to KBG.
This is not good because S2G, the way that they draft, they have the export to go up against the Charizla. They got the Roger first pick. 100% they wanted to win the lanes. The fact that they did not win the lanes is very tough.
Purple buff given. Begin, still able to steal it away, but look at the damage just from the Ghost Burst. Oh, Karo goes for Earth Shatter now, gets knocked up. No.
Oh, even Kazoo gets cancelled.
Dash away from that onward, or rather from that Zukundo with the onward. And LMU continues this with the Stampede. That glowing wand, man. Let's talk a little bit about that, right? The new changes to the glowing wand, you kind of have that NOD effect as well.
Now you got the life bane, so that the healing, the sustain coming in from S2G is going to get cut in half. The shields is going to get cut in half. And you still have the glowing wand passive where you're burning your opponents for their current HP. So even you're trying to recall, it's going to be very, very difficult. And now looking at the items here, 3 items for Saksa, a lot of on-hit damage. And looking at the Moscow, he's just a few hundred gold away from the Demon Hunter Sword. And now he's completed his Demon Hunter Sword. So in terms of power spike,
yikes.
Keep Best Gaming has hit it. So now they can do whatever they want because they are at an end game point.
Okay, Tracy walks up again, just trying to zone them away. Lunar's doing a lot of damage. By the way, Wawa, the fact that he hasn't hit the DHS before, and it kind of looked like he did already.
Oh, yeah.
Dealing so much damage. Lunar is so far behind the XP lane. Down, onward. Oh, not able to connect there. Not even able to go for the Earth Shadow. Gets pinned down to the wall by the Spear of Misery, and LMU just bursts him down with a Ghost Burster. Say goodbye to the Faraga armor. 2 Spirit Destruction. I don't think he wants to take it though, just wants to go for the turret in the bottom lane. That's another tier 2 with Karo dead right as the Lord's gonna spawn in the game.
You know what's the difference maker here for Wawa? Is that he has the Inspire, man. Usually in tournament play, we see the Flickers, we see the Purifies. Wawa understands that he has to go big or he's gonna go home. So he goes for the Inspire. And I feel like the Inspire is the reason why he's been winning the lane. And in the team fight, even without the Demon Hunter sword, you see a lot of damage. And he's very generous at proccing the Inspire whenever a fight looks like it's going to break out. He will use it just to zone people away.
I think now, for Siggy Boom, the fact that, you know, he's down, he only has a Windtalker and a Sky Piercer. Not even the Endless Battle just yet. Meanwhile, the scaling hero, Wawa, on that Moskov. Hold up, LMU. Walks up the Stampede. Tracy's doing a good job. He's getting out of these taunts, Earthshatter, DCC with the Shun Fu. And you know, we've had a talk off stream about how good the Cho is.
Yeah.
As XP or as damage dealer, but now as a roamer, it seems, is it Prio, Lapel?
I feel like it's only Prio because Cho is one of those heroes you can't make a mistake on. So if you're really, like, if you have 300 games on a Cho, yeah, Prio, definitely.
Okay, so these turrets, that splash gonna be they're going to be able to get rid of it before the Lord even spawns in, by the way, or actually charges in. So KBG have a very, very good road. Wawa going to go for the Spear of Misery onto Siggy Boom, forcing him back once again. They're going to go for the siege now. That's going to be a good Earth Shatter and an onward combo. LMU forcing pop into Netherrealm, but look at the base turret. Taking very low in the back. Oh, it's a fracture for Saksa as the penalty zone knocks them down. A Spear of Destruction now pinning them down into the wall, but it's going to be a good taunt there, and it will take Wawa down. Kazoo, that damage just chunking him down, but he's still able to survive. Once you're one up top, taken down. They're going to go for mid lane as well, but now Siggy Boom wants to go for chase, has the Lycan Pounds, gets kicked back by Tracy. An amazing disengage as they pick a base turret off. Lord Blast Insanity into 1v3 with the Farago Armor. Tracy's still able to Jeet Kundo out of it. That additional range.
Dude, the extra 20% range, it helped out a lot. Tracy was able to survive with the Jeet Kundo, and I gotta say for Keep Best Gaming, good news, bad news. Bad news, yes, Wawa got taken down. The good news is that he did not have any kills. So even though he was taken down, he didn't transfer any shutdown gold. So now we see the goal difference. There is not much goal difference that S2G was able to get back because now it's still around 8,000, 9,000 gold lead for Keep Best Gaming. So it's still them controlling the entire map. So if Wawa had 3 kills, perhaps they would have swung for S2G. But the fact that he had 0 kills, not much has changed.
Interesting. Trying to walk up here, Kazoo, doing a good job of turning them and holding them off, but it's 10-3, a 9,000 gold lead in the first 11 minutes of the game as they just play it so disciplinedly at this point. They're just freezing up the waves.
Looking at the items, Saksa is already full build. He even has a rose gold meter to make sure that he doesn't make a mistake. Perhaps he's going to sell it off for an immortality in case things go wrong. Looking at the items for Roger, he has 3 items as well. He has the Sky Piercer. The only thing is that he does not have any stacks, and this is where we see the Sky Piercer's nerf actually being a big factor from 6% now to 4%. Is going to be more difficult for SVG to drop down Keep Best Gaming for the lethality to proc. So, yeah, Siggy Boom with 0 kills is going to be rough.
And they can't even walk up, not here. KBG pick up a free Enhanced Lord in the 12th minute of the game. 0 turtles, 0 lords, 0 turrets, no objectives whatsoever for STG.
Let me just say, Mirko, your vlog asking every single caster what their opinion is, it's gonna do well. I feel like it's gonna do well.
It's gonna be very,
it's gonna be very commentated.
I think so, you know, like, especially now considering Siggy Boom in the 12th minute has finally gone the Milfic Roar. It looks tough for them to pull off this defense. They do have a Yeve, by the way, so let's see how they go at it on the siege. Tracy walking up again onto Kazoo, who's still able to go and disengage for a bit, but that's 2 tier 3s taken out, 2 base turrets taken out. KBG gonna go again. Tracy, oh my god! That's the way the Dragon, bringing him back with the flicker. Spirit Destruction into the backline as well as he decides to go for it. No, just go straight for the base. And KBG win out game number 1.
KBG, man, coming up. Like I said, from the previous wildcard, they're like, you know what, we want to be #1 in the group. This time, they're going to prove it. But we got to talk about S2G as well, where I kind of feel like Carl was not able to start things up. And I kind of feel like that's one of the big factors where they didn't shine. Because as an EDIV, we will see like flicker, earth shatters, and everything. But none of that happened. Keep Best Gaming, they started the game well by the Cho, slowing down the rotations coming in from S2G. And then having your side lanes win up their laning phase, the gold lane as well as the EXP. That just accelerates your lead. Tracy in this game, is absolutely amazing. This is the kind of draft that we want to see for a best-of-1 game where just use your best heroes and then just show what you got.
It's phenomenal, man. We were talking about how the improvements could be seen already all the way from the start. We didn't expect them to be able to dominate one of the Group A favorites, the Group A favorites, S2G. Most casters, analysts, and even the viewers back online have been talking about how S2G are just going to dominate this group. And hey, first game and we already have a different result to that.
Dude, let me just say, Homeboy is going to be number 4 in Group B.
Yeah, you better change those predictions now, man, because whatever we say to be number 1, it just seems like there's a bit of caster curse going on. Not even just the Mir curse and the LaFell curse.
I already told you. Like, if only this was already doing live, you guys, I so want to prove them what we've been talking about behind the scenes. We've been hyping up the teams.
Don't worry. I mean, it'll be uploaded really, really soon, right? But with that game, LaFell, what can we take in for S2G and for KBG?
Expect the unexpected.
Expect the unexpected.
Expect the unexpected.
Got us a nice Trex.
Did you expect that?
Somehow I kind of did.
You know what?
But the viewers didn't, right?
You guys did it.
Because I'm already ready to expect the unexpected. They, only now they get the chance
I was ready to see KBG won, and they did. Now they're my boys.
That's a bit of a switch up, ladies and gentlemen. And he did not say that beforehand.
I said that 100%.
But it did feel
There
like
is no proof that I did not say that.
There will be proof, just not right now. You guys can't find it right now, but don't worry. Later on, you'll be able to find it. Anyways, LaFell, S2G, KBG. It also feels like KBG were playing in S2G's way that we were talking about, right? They want to go for a hyper carry hero that scales off in the mid too late for Sigiboom. But it turns out it wasn't him. It was Wawa, actually, who did that exactly. And he was able to snowball on the late game pick. So that mid to late game pick with the Moskov being nerfed, it didn't even feel like the Moskov was nerfed. It looked like he was buffed.
Here's the thing. The Nolan last pick, though.
The Nolan last pick.
That Nolan last pick, though. Like, I feel like after the Nolan pick, they were like, great. Fantastic. We got to deal with the Cho and the Nolan.
The double carry setup. And honestly, the Faramis counts as a carry as well in this game especially.
With the Impure Rage, it doesn't... The more HP you have, well, boo-hoo for you, more damage.
The Ghost Bursters with the Glowing Wand as well. The effect just stacking up over that DOT while you burst out. And the fact that for S2G, they kept on clumping up. We were talking about how S2G want to clump up, want to protect that one member, Sigiboom usually in these skirmishes. But against the Faramis, we were talking about how the Eve even could be a good pick to counter the Faramis. It looked like the Faramis was a counter to the Eve, how they were playing it.
You know what? We got to talk about the upcoming match as well. It's going to be E7 going up against Zen, where I'm going to do both teams a favor.
All right.
Not going to say who's going to win. Are you going to do the same?
I'm going to do the same. You know, after game number 1, I think everybody...
Before this, I would say E7. Before this.
Before this.
I would say E7.
So does that mean E7 will have a similar fate to S2G?
No, because I decline to say who's going to win. I also decline to say who's going to lose. So you guys don't know. Expect the unexpected. Shout out to Nice.
Shout out to Nice and Trex. They were talking about that, and we were able to get that exactly in just game number 1.
Dude, that was...
Dude, our, scale of power.
Dude, you know what?
Of strength.
Power skills doesn't mean anything. Right now on your screen, you're looking at Entity 7, where, again, we're jumping instantly to the next best of 1. Entity 7 going up against Zen. This is going to be, again, brutal, simple. Brutal and legendary. Where we have best of 1s going straight. The teams got to be fast on their feet, man.
Oh, they certainly do. I think game number 1 was proof that right now it's all about the early to mid game. It's not about how you scale in mid to late. Even with a hero like the Moskov, it's not how we're used to seeing the Moskov, right? For the Moskov, usually you expect the Moskov to actually go and clear up, go and farm, wait till those 3-item power spikes. But because you have a Spear of Destruction, it technically already makes you an early to mid hero, depending on how your team plays it. Because in the first turtle, if you do already have level 4, you can participate with your global ultimate with that Spear of Destruction. And that's what we saw. As long as he's participating in these skirmishes, he'll be able to get some gold, extra gold with the kills and assists that he picks up.
And now we're looking at Xeno Zenith as well, where, again, looking at the play of our previous match, again, I got to talk about the new changes. It is going to be that tempo. And we got a lot of familiar names on Xeno Zenith, Gnart as well as Zippy. And, okay, bear with me. Hey.
Well, I love Hehe. You know,
I
he's been in
love
the game
Hehe.
for so long. I think for Hehe, Joga, and Nart, they've been in the scene for so
Yeah.
long, man. I think they represented Vietnam already in 2021 MSC. That was the first time I saw them. They were representing CyberX at the time. And the fact that they are still here and these 3 members are still also representing their country in a lot of different international tournaments, it's really cool. But they have reinforcements this time around. They got Zipix and Shocker as well. And these 2 imports have really given them, this team, a whole lot of a new level.
I feel like imports in general always opens up more doors, right? Where you have one playstyle, you have one identity, but then bringing a different flavor, a different kind of salt, right? It's a different flavoring that really enhances the palate. Oh, hungry. But either ways, I feel like looking at the first game, the players are adapting very well to the patch. Oh, you nerfed the Moskov. We'll just put in a Inspire. It's going to be more dangerous, mind you. It's going to be more dangerous. But again, if you see the opposing side and you feel not threatened at all, it's like, you have an Edith, sure, but you're not going to catch me. Inspire all the way.
If you can space out properly in these skirmishes, and especially if you already have an early to mid-game composition for the rest of the team, it just creates such a safe environment for the Moskov, and you can just go for the Inspire instead of the Purify and the Flicker that we are kind of used to now, or actually used to before. Not now, because maybe the Inspire is just the better option to go for now.
You want to hear an interesting fact?
Sure.
Okay, let's go for this. Looks like Shaka is the leader and Big Bro, even though he's the shortest in the team. He's also the motivator of the team. He's the one that tells the team, let's go!
I actually met him in the hotel,
Oh,
right?
you
So
did?
yeah, for Shocker and Zipix. I met them, and yeah, they're really cool. For Shocker, it definitely seems like him and Zipix, they get that synergy going, man. And if they both get that synergy, both get that snowball as well from the start, it'll be very, very scary for Entity 7. Because even based on the track record for Entity 7, that's what they've been able to play for. The early to mid, going for these team fights, forcing these skirmishes out of their teams. But this time, they want to do it.
Let's talk about Entity 7. We got Marquejo, Hide on Bush, Chan, Fury, as well as Erwin, where, fun fact for Erwin, back then he had to beg permission from parents to travel to tournaments. But now, his parents acknowledge his passion. Look at the hard work that Erwin had to do as the roamer of the team for the parents to be like, you know what? Chase after your dreams. Chase your passion.
Yeah, I think I remember, you know, for Erwin especially, the fact that he was able to perform at such a high level. I think it was M4, you know, back then. With a different banner, obviously. It was SA11, if you remember, Lafel. And Erwin,
Oh, yeah.
he loves to go for these initiator picks, man. He's an initiator. That's his style. He wants to go for the Kufras, the Groks even, the big moment heroes.
Here's the
got
thing.
a lot of those heroes
I
there.
heard that he can use the Arlet very well as well. So the Arlet, like, again, we are more towards more damage. So if he brings that up, it's going to be pretty insane. But now we got to talk about Xeno Zenith. Hey, Joe, Shocker, Zipex, as well as Gnard is going to be the team. And again, a lot of familiar faces here where I still remember Zipex being a very good hyper carry for the team. And Gnard as well, I would say he's a pretty good initiator.
It really is. I feel like for him being an initiator, it's amazing, but you guys are probably asking the same question that, you know, I was asking at the start. For Zippy and Shocker, the fact that, you know, these 2 members speak English, there's a Burmese import in Zippy, and it's a Filipino import in Shocker. How do they communicate with the team? And it seems Joe is the one that actually becomes the middleman here. He'll be the one to translate and to just go through the strategies with the coach as well.
That was the first question for you for today?
That was the first question I had, well, when I met them, you know, at the lobby.
Because my first question for today was like, where's the toilet?
I mean,
We had different...
I also asked that question today, technically, but that wasn't my first question. My first
Right.
question was,
Where's the coffee?
when will S2G qualify? You know, because I was expecting them to just stomp everyone.
You know what? Rockstar.
It's time for Rockstar.
Time for Rockstar. So going for this game, I want more damage. Is that what you want to?
I don't know, man, because like game number
Fight
one,
rooms! Fight rooms!
S2G
Yeah.
had more damage. They had more damage in their kit. You were talking about how they
No.
have 5 members that can
No,
deal damage.
KBG had more damage. They got the Cho, they got the Nolan.
Do you really consider Cho a damage healer though? Like over
I
the
do.
Edith?
I
feel
do.
like the Edith still does more damage as a roamer.
No,
Maybe
no,
it was
no,
XP
no,
would be
no,
different.
No. You listen to me, boy.
Okay.
All right?
I'm gonna
His
listen to you.
passive now doesn't need level 4. Edith needs level 4.
That's true. All right, so level 1 to 3, you deal a little bit more damage, right? But then once you get the Primal Wrath, it should be a lot easier for you to deal damage, especially around the neutral objectives.
Damage is subjective.
Damage is subjective. Cho is subjective.
Maybe emotional damage hurts you more.
So you're telling me that the invades that they were able to do onto the enemy team, onto SGG, that was emotional damage?
Okay, let's test this.
Okay.
Are you more hurt that if I invade your jungle, or if I say you're ugly?
Invade jungle.
Okay, there we go.
There you go, yeah.
Now we know which hurts you more. Sky Piercer nerf, still a game changer. Personally for me, if you have a better early game, Sky Piercer is a big changer. If you're putting the, let's for example, you put a Sky Piercer on in a time, not gonna work.
Yeah.
Not gonna work.
I've seen so many players, by the way, just build Sky Piercer. When it was released, everybody was just going Sky Piercer.
5-man Sky Piercer.
Even on Claude, on the time. It's like, bro, when you deal DPS, right, when you take a while to deal damage as well, maybe that's not the best item. Especially now with the 2% nerfs. Listen, if you're burst, if you do good in the early game, you get the Sky Piercer.
If you're Brody, yes.
Yes.
Nathan, Claude,
no.
Maybe if you're like I don't know, like you have a very good early game.
Yeah,
and then
I mean,
your fourth or fifth item, like after your first 3,
I guess
it's gonna be good. By the way, MSC 2024 events preview is now. Grab the MSC Pass until July 16 and enjoy a 20% discount. This unlocks all new Valentina Dark Nexus skin and MSC coins you can use to get returning MSC. Like if you guys missed any of the previous skins, you guys can get it now. And we Mobile Legends fans, we gotta get all the skins.
Yeah, especially you guys back at home, all right? I just really want to tell you guys, you know, especially the ones who've been utilizing the MSC guest coins to go and vote. How are you feeling now after game
Don't ask us. Cautionary tale, don't ask us who's going to win. Actually, no.
Ask us. Exactly. I was about to say.
Go for the opposite one.
Go and ask us and go for the opposite one, right? Because game 1, S2G versus KBG, what was our prediction?
S2G.
S2G. Game 2, what's our prediction now to help them with the MSC guest coins?
Entity 7.
Entity 7. So,
if we have a 100% lose prediction,
then we got a lot of MSC guest coins. The MSC guest coins stacking up together with Mirko and LaFell will continue, but we'll see how Entity 7 go up against Xeno Zenith first, though. Because for Xeno Zenith and Entity 7, though Entity 7, they've had more experience technically for... I don't even know if I want to say that. No. Technically, Xeno Zenith have more experience. They've been in international events for the longest time. And for Entity 7, some of the members are new.
At this point, don't say anything.
Yeah.
We're going for a break. For the draft.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by Triple Formula technology. to eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease. Gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
And we're back. And again, it's going to be the draft between E7 going up against Zen, where, again, quick reminder, this is going to be a best of ones. They gotta give their best draft and their very best gameplay. You guys can see on screen now. Both teams are getting ready. And you're back here with me, LaFell, as well as Mirko.
They got one shot, man. And we did see that in game number 1, best of 1 as well. KBG were able to take the dub very, very dominantly. It was a convincing win. What was it, like 12 minutes? I think it was 13 minutes after taking that enhanced sword as well. But so far, game 1, 13 minutes. Game 2, will it also be a one-sided affair? Will one team have so much more dominance in the early game, so much more farm? Also, by the way, can we agree now that technically for the Assassins, they're just way better than the utility junglers that we're known
I feel like
for?
Skypiercer is meant for them, and we got to talk about the price. It's 1,500. Do you know the price of the boots? It's 700.
700. What boots?
That's the average price of a boot. Like it depends.
Yeah, it
Warrior
depends.
boots is I believe like 720, and then the tough boots like 740 or something like that. But
It's 700-ish, yeah.
average is 700.
Okay.
You could actually buy 2 boots, or you could just buy straight up Skypiercer. It gives you adaptive damage and it gives you movement speed. So I feel like just to make it optimum, build the Skypiercer first item, have a very aggressive roamer that can set things up, give the kills over to your jungler, and then you can snowball. So to answer your question, we're going to see a quick game if an assassin is involved. If both are using utility junglers, then I feel like it's going to be a bit of a longer game, at most like 17 minutes.
Okay, so at least here, when we take a look at Xeno Zenith, they are a team that actually are known to play it a little bit fast. But it's a bit different, though. When we're talking about how fast Xeno Zenith play, it's been fast, but through the gold lane, through the mid lane, rather than the jungle.
Got it.
I'm really wondering now if they still want to go for those assassin junglers, or do they stick with the plan that made them qualify to the wild card? Do they go for the utility junglers and bank on maybe a Harith or Roger? It didn't work too well in game number 1 for Siggy Boom, but that Roger also wasn't bullying the Moscow.
Exactly. So I feel like if they get the Roger, play around the Roger, because the Roger is still a very strong threat. Even though it has been nerfed in terms of the damage to between his human form as well as his Lycan form, it has been nerfed. But again, if you get the Roger, play around your gold lane. Or they could just switch things up. Like, again, they had like a few weeks to practice. Maybe they just realized that if they want to go aggressive, maybe not a Roger, maybe something like a Brody, right? Maybe someone with a little bit more burst damage, so that the jungler just set things up, and then it'll be all good. Because I feel like we personally have not seen the full potential of every single draft for now. Like, I still remember Benny QD showed up on his Beatrix. Dude, it's amazing. Benny QD on that Beatrix, mind
Skypiercer as well?
No.
No Skypiercer.
Skypiercer, yes, but 4th item. So
Fourth
BOD
item.
first, Malefic Roar, Hunt Strike.
So it's all about understanding the situation, right?
Yeah.
If you get that snowball going from the start, even on heroes like the Beatrix, you want to go for the Skypiercer, but a bit late. Not the first item, unless technically you want to try to risk it all the way from the start, get that snowball. If you have a great matchup, maybe you could do that. But I agree, even for the Brody, you know, right as the Skypiercer dropped, I instantly went into the Brody. I played the Brody, spammed it, and it was great. But in pro play, the fact is, I think the big problem for a lot of these pro players and why they're not going for the Beatrix as much, the Brody as well, is because at this point in the gold lane, you want to go for marksmen who can actually flex their battle spells. If you're forced onto one, like the Beatrix Brody on just Flicker, it's kind of hard to go for that lane because there's going to be a lot of ganks into that lane.
Yeah, so I really feel like you should pre-plan your draft to know what kind of gold laner that you're going to pick up, and then you decide your jungler. For example, we had a rule. It's not a clear rule, but basically it's like, if you're going to play a Claude, don't pick up the assassin jungler. Like, for example, you don't pick a Ling and a Claude at the same time.
Yeah.
Because the Ling needs farm, the Claude needs farm. It's going to be very confusing for your roamer as well as your mid laner to figure out, do we funnel the jungler or we funnel the gold laner, right? So you usually be like, okay, one scaling jungler, one marksman that can save himself, right?
But technically, that's what we saw for KBG. They went for the Moskov, needs farm, needs resources, Nolan as well. So I think it also really depends on how you want to go.
I personally say Nolan doesn't need a farm.
Nolan doesn't need the farm?
He doesn't.
Just want to go for skirmishes?
No, I feel like what Nolan has to do is to out-farm you. Meaning, like, he goes for the farm, but not, like, hyper-farming. You know,
Not in the lane, just in the jungle.
He
and
just
invade.
needs level 6 when you're level 4. That's Nolan's win condition. That's personally for me, because at that point, his damage is going to be scaling like crazy, and then getting the Sky Piercer. After Sky Piercer, all the other items are just trying to burst you down even faster than before. So personally for me, like, we can have our differences, but I feel like Nolan is about outfarming your opponents in the early game in the first turtle and the second turtle, and after that, do whatever you want.
Yeah, I completely agree about the Nolan win condition being that you have to get a lead in the start, right? I think for most assassins, you want to get that lead as well. But honestly, it feels like in that game, especially in the early phase, you know, the Nolan, I agree. He goes for the invade rather than going for his own farm a lot of times, and he's able to get the space because of that roamer. So you have to go for a weak side in the gold lane a bit more. But sometimes, right, especially in the early game, you want to get, not the Claude, I think, you know, because the Moskov, he can get gold in different ways. We also mentioned that with the Spear of Destruction, not just purely on farm, you can go and participate in the team fights. So the Claude, the Natan, those hyper carries that are relatively more, you know, stationed in that one lane, yeah, it does feel like it's a bit tough. It's a good weak side still.
Definitely.
You can still do damage, and if you do get to the late game, maybe you can be the secondary carry. But it's all about the trio mid, I feel now, yeah?
Yeah, I feel like the roamer as well, because here's the thing. Wishing Lantern is a good item going up against tank junglers, but I haven't seen a lot of pro teams using the Wishing Lantern. Like, we hear from players saying, oh, it's a good item. We haven't seen it being built just yet, right?
Yeah.
Right? Now, the thing is, I kind of feel like with how things have been shaping up, I feel like roamers with more damage or able to start a fight easier is going to be the prio.
Yeah,
so something like the Cho has more damage, Grok has more damage, Arlet has more damage, Edith at level 4 has a lot of damage. I feel like these are going to be prio. If you're good on picks like, say, a Kufra, where you can set things up, then perhaps that could be prio as well.
Yeah, I think it definitely favors the proactive roamers over the reactive roamers. Like, even the Minotaurs now, you can still make it work, don't get me wrong, but it's just a bit harder to make work.
It's almost like they have to start first and then you do the second.
Exactly, especially because usually when we see the Minotaurs, all this, you know, for the reactive roamers, they're really good because you're already on the neutral objective. You want to play with the Lord Dance and you want to force them to jump into you. Not the Lord Dance, it's a bit harder to do. We haven't really seen that, by the way. We've seen 2 uncontested Lords in game number 1. I would really love to see the damage that the Lord can produce, because from the games that I've casted with the patch, these utility junglers, these tanky boys, these beefy boys are getting shredded down by even the first Lord.
Let's just say one thing, right? Let's just say one thing, that the Lord is worth it, right? The Lord is worth it. But going for the Lord has its risk, where I kind of feel like if the opposing side is still... Okay, I have a general rule. If you want the Lord, burst him as fast as you can. You have a 10-second window, because after 10 seconds, it's going to be true damage. That physical penetration is going to be 100% true damage, right? So if you have enough damage to burst the Lord in under 10 seconds, go for it. If it takes you longer, say your jungler wants to hold it, and then everyone else is going to spread out, your jungler is going to take way too much damage, and then you lose a very crucial component of your draft. So I feel like for teams, if they see a situation, the opposing side is top lane, the Lord is bottom lane, we can burst this Lord in 8 seconds, go for it. If it takes longer, just wait.
It's all about committing now, right?
Yeah,
Making a decisive decision. It's all about being decisive at this point of the game with this meta as well. If you can burst it, you go burst it. If you can't, you're going to be punished for it. And that's why we're seeing so many different utility junglers still try to go for the Lord Dance, but ultimately get shredded down to a quarter of its HP, and it actually just gives the advantage that you had over to your opponents. It doesn't even matter with the lead. Like, if you have a 2,000, 5,000 gold lead, it's, like you said, true damage after the first few seconds, and if you can't handle that, it'll be a comeback, I would say, mechanic that the enemy team could use to take the team fight.
Like, here's the thing. Say Abaxia. In the previous patch, the Abaxia alone can hold on the Lord, right? all good. But now it's like the Baxia and the healer. So I feel like that's the big change, where if you want to do the Lord Dance, you need someone to top off your jungler. To the point where, personally for me, if anyone, absolutely anyone, this might sound crazy, if anyone is supposed to hold on to the Lord, is the marksman. If the marksman has sufficient lifesteal, let the marksman do it. If your EXP has the good lifesteal, let your EXP do it. If your jungler has, say, an Angela, a Minotaur, a Rafaela that can heal the jungler, sure, let your jungler do it. But that's my personal opinion.
Yeah, it's all about the sustain, I think, right? That's a situational
The Lord Dance
thing
is
about it.
subjective.
The Lord Dance is subjective, as it is for everything, it seems, that we've been talking about today. Everything's subjective, especially the Lord Dance. But I don't know, man. I think, I mean, it really depends on the marksman having the sustain. Because if the marksman doesn't have the sustain, you're putting yourself in a very, very tough spot, in a spot where you're very vulnerable. But it seems we're already getting ready.
Yep, now we're jumping into the draft. Zenith is going to be first pick. Entity 7 is going to be the second pick. Looks like the Edith is going to be the first ban here. Understanding that it's going to be a very strong roamer / EXP laner, so they're going to take it away. The chip has been banned. Personally, looking at like all of the games, I feel like Chip, Louis, as well as Harif is going to be a second pick kind of ban. So the first pick has a bit of an advantage here.
Okay. We're already seeing a little bit of a difference here when it comes to the bans. Zenith actually taking out the Edith and the Angela very, very early on. And this is what we're actually a bit more accustomed to, I feel, right? For the red side to be the ones to ban out these prio picks like the Chip, maybe still even the Luo Yi. Even, honestly, for me, though, the Luo Yi, I don't think it's as prio. I think it's prio like still for like lower tier games, but top tier, I feel it's very, very easy to punish the Luo Yi. Because back then, at least, with the cooldown being so short, you can actually just spam the diversion over and over again. Yeah, you can go for a lot of these creative angles, and you can also feint. You could use it to open up the map. You could get it. You could get vision with it. But obviously, you can just send one member a few times. Now, you're kind of forced to think about it as a big ult. It has a big ult cooldown, which it should have, by the way. I like
it should. I agree.
But it just makes it much more readable. Once you use it and you don't get what you want with it, you get punished for it.
Okay, I see it now. Zenith, they ban out the Valentina. So they're asking Entity 7, which do you want to ban? Do you want to ban the Faramis or the Louis? Because Zenith, they're going to take either or. And I kind of feel like they want to first pick the Faramis here. Like banning out the Edith, banning out the Angela, as well as the Valentina. I feel like they want more sustain. So I feel like the Faramis might be the first pick. And if the Faramis gets banned, they might just pick up the Louis.
Definitely. With the Valentina ban, it definitely makes sense that they want to go for something like the Faramis here for their first pick. And again, it's all about getting that mid lane also a little bit ahead for Zenith. For E7, though, Hide Bush really loves to go for the jungle, for the assassins as well. So getting the Faramis, we've actually had to talk about this even before, I think it was M5, where we're talking about the Faramis. On paper, it should counter these assassins like the Hayabusa, maybe perhaps like the Nolan, but in execution, in practice, it's a bit different. If you're able to bait out the Nether Realm before the fight even starts, it makes the Faramis technically useless.
Yeah, so let Zenith pick up the Faramis, and then you yourself pick up like the Hayabusa, where the Hayabusa's farming speed now is about the same as the Nolan, so it's very, very fast. But it looks like, no, they're actually going to go for the Roger, but are they betting, are they like letting Entity 7 pick up the Faramis? And then they're going to counter with, say, like a Yuzong or a Lapu Lapu. Or maybe they want to show that they can actually counter the Faramis with the Hayabusa.
All right, so the Roger is just that prio at this point, right? It's so flexible with the Roger. You can go in the jungle, you can go in the gold lane. I have a quick question for you. You like jungle Roger more or gold jungle?
I feel like with Sky Piercer, I kind of prefer him in the jungle, just so that he can join more fights.
Yeah, I have to agree, man. I personally like him more in the jungle. You're more active around the map early on, and you do get going much earlier compared to the gold lane, where you're kind of forced to farm, but Luo Yi being left open will mean that E7 will be able to take it together with the Minotaur. We were just talking about how Erwin is a initiator, likes to go for these initiators. Technically, with the Luo Yi, does that make him an initiator with the flanks? If he does get a creative angle, he could be an initiator with this Minotaur.
Honestly, with these first two pickups here, it identifies to me that they want to go for a tankier jungler, perhaps something like a Baxia. Because, again, with a healer, you can actually do the Lord Dance. Again, it's not as good as previous patches, but it's definitely doable. And Zenith, they pick up the Ling as well as the Terizla. Without the Angela, this Ling is going to be a little bit riskier But again, still going to be pretty good. But looks like NTT7, they're going to lock down the Moscow. So we will be seeing a Roger against Moscow again.
Another Roger versus Moskov in lane. Theoretically, it should be a win for the Roger, man. Early game, especially considering, you know, early on we did see the Warcry. All right, another question, Lafell. Do you like the Warcry on gold lane Roger, on jungle Roger, or both?
I feel like both, because I feel like Roger has a lot of ways to actually stack up the War Axe, because even with basic attacks, he can trigger the War Axe, and then afterwards change into the wolf form, having extra 8% more damage, and then you just do a big burst just that way.
Okay, it's going to be the Tigreal ban here coming in from E7, respecting Xeno Zenith and how they can actually lock some of these members down. So far with the Terizla, together with the Ling and the Roger, it's all about trying to dive, force them into the skirmish, and pin them down in the skirmish for the Assassin to deal damage, for that Roger to deal damage, and already you need to get rid of the Masha. When you have a Roger, Masha is automatically one of the biggest threats to you, because unlike, you know, usual marksman, you can't go for the Wind of Nature. Well, you can, but, you know, the duration isn't as long, and you do get punished a lot easier by the Masha. So I think that's a very, very good ban coming out. Good Grok ban as well here.
Yeah.
Together with the Tigs, we're talking about those picks.
After I saw the Grok ban, I'm like, you know what? That's a very good ban, because having that a pickup with the Ling, with the Roger, he can influence so much of the game, so that's a very good ban. The Barat's ban as well. Looks like Xeno Zenith, they're thinking this is gonna be a tankier jungler. The Fredrin is still up. The Boxia is still up. If they do want to go for an assassin, I guess it's fine.
But what is it going to be if it's an assassin? Hayabusa?
Hayabusa.
All right, the Hayabusa.
Because Hayabusa with Sky Piercer, say he has a 3-kill advantage, even the Terizla is going to feel a lot of pain.
Yeah, and like we were talking about off stream as well, now that the Hayabusa has gotten a few of those changes, you can now use the Shadow Kill on neutral objectives.
Oh, yeah.
You're untargetable, but you can still retry. And that's a big thing here for anyone who goes sort of Hayabusa. But they decide to go for the Esmeralda first. There's no rush in the jungle. They already see the Ling on the enemy side. So Esmeralda pickup up against the Ling, Terizla, and the Roger.
Do you want to know a crazy fact about Hayabusa?
Sure.
He can use the Petrify while he's ulting. So it's like the Benedetta ult. So the people that he's hitting, he can Petrify all of them. So you can get a 3-man Petrify with the Ogi Shadow Kill.
That's an interesting fact, right?
You know, crazy fun facts with Lafell and Mirko.
Crazy fun facts for you guys, ladies and gentlemen, back at home. Maybe you might want to go to play, you know, some of these heroes like the Hayabusa in the gold lane, because back in the day, it was actually playing in the gold lane.
Chiku is a pioneer. He was just too early for his time.
It was too early.
It was too early.
He just had to wait for those changes on the Shadow Kill, and maybe now he would have made it to MSC, right? But okay, let's go back to the Ruby pick and the Vixana. Xeno Zenith with the Ruby and the Vixana pick. Now, I think it's all about overloading E7 with CC. Again, this is the same strategy. A lot of damage, a lot of CC to lock them down and pin them down for the Ling and the Roger to execute.
My only fear is that this Esmeralda could be a potential problem for Xeno Zenith. I'm just worried that the damage coming in from them is... Because even though Esmeralda has been nerfed, it's like a has been nerfed, it's a proactive nerf, because with the Thunderbelt changes, with the new Clock of Destiny, the Esmeralda actually pops off, and now the Dire off. So again, we're looking at lineups where both teams, they're just asking the question, who has more damage?
It seems that's the name of the game, man, from game one as well.
More damage?
That's what we saw, and we were talking about how damage output wins you games. All right, so quick question here, E7 versus Xeno Zenith based on the draft. Who has more damage?
You know what? That's for the comments down below. You guys can let us know. These guys are experts, Mirko. Let me tell you, man. If you want to look for advice, go to the comment section. That's where you find the best advice.
Oh man, you know, this is we were agreeing a whole lot, Lafell. This is the first time I'll have to disagree. I'm sorry, man. But I've seen even my own live chat. They're not even, you know, normal sometimes. But it's okay for you guys. You can also just voice your opinion. You know, it might be wrong. It may be
being
wrong.
right and wrong is subjective.
Exactly.
Mirko.
That's what I was saying. Expect
the unexpected.
It's as easy as that. And right now, the drafts are they expected? Are they unexpected? The Dairoth wasn't.
They are unexpected, but expect the unexpected. We're jumping into this game, and we're starting with a pause. And there we go. Expect the unexpected.
Expect the unexpected. We go into the game, you know, we got that camera and zooming in all of the moments. LaFell shouting.
The producer.
The producer.
The producer understands.
Understands.
Expect the unexpected.
Exactly.
Pause. You don't see that coming.
You don't see that coming. None of you guys saw that coming,
Skibbity.
man. What?
Skibbity.
Did you just say skibbity?
See, you didn't expect that.
I really did not expect that.
Yeah.
Not coming from you, man. You know, like that's a.
I'm Gen Z. No, I'm not.
If Gen Z means like Z as in old, you know, the
Okay.
last letter in the alphabet.
Oh wow, you're going there.
Yeah, yeah.
Dude, I'm not that old. Okay, I'm only like 45.
Wait, you're 45?
Don't act surprised.
What? You have 5 years to live, or what?
Oh, dude. LaFell and Miracle, ladies and gentlemen.
L&M.
We're good
ML.
friends. We're ML.
ML.
We're ML.
Yeah.
We made that joke before, like years ago.
Yeah, I
when we
remember
were
it.
younger.
I was younger.
You were younger.
I was too young, you know?
were- yeah.
Speaking of young, these players are also just still really, really young. The fact that,
Really?
that Nart, Joga, and Hehe, they've been representing Vietnam. They've been representing their region for so long, and they're still like really, really young. It's cool, man. It's really cool to see these players.
You're cool.
You're cool too, LaFell,
Oh, thank
you know?
you.
You
You
know
guys
what? It's
watching at
actually-
home, you're cool.
It's cool, but it's also hot here in Saudi Arabia. It's amazing. We get the mix of both. So if you feel like you're too cool, you can
Go
step outside.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And then
if
once
you
you're
feel-
outside, you feel too hot, come back in.
come back in.
Dude, you know what? I love it here.
Me too, man.
Honestly, everyone has been very accommodating.
Yeah, even the players. I think we've been talking to a lot of the players, and every
We
single
got
one
cake.
of them. We got cake just earlier, and it was from Zito Zenit's coach.
No, it was from Homeboys.
It was from
Homeboys gave us cake.
Happy birthday, wasn't it for?
It's for their coach, Coach Jeff.
Oh, yeah, Coach Jeff. Shout out, Coach Jeff.
Shout out Coach Jeff. Shout out Homeboys for giving us cake. We're having the time of our lives here.
Yeah, every single player is actually enjoying their time here in Riyadh. It's been amazing, and I guess we could see from the games as well. KBG, especially. It doesn't seem like they've been enjoying a lot of the food. I haven't seen them not because it's not good.
Yeah, it's
but because
good.
they've been practicing 13 to 14 hours, and we definitely got to see that, bro. Like, what? The
Dude.
different level entirely that
Hard
they were.
work pays off.
Not always.
Dude, don't be like that.
I mean,
You
like,
gotta be a motivator. You gotta be a positive person.
all right.
Okay.
Hard work is relative. It's subjective, LaFell.
That's true.
yeah.
That's true. I've seen people working for 10 hours and they get nothing done.
That's what I expected from the 13 hours of KBG. I'm not gonna lie.
Dude.
Like when that popped up, I was like, oh man, they're up against S2G, but maybe I helped them in a way.
No, you did not.
I counted
No,
them
you
off.
did not. No.
No, we can't take credit for this.
No, we
No.
legit can't. I want to. Believe me, I want
You
to.
did. You were like, oh yeah, KBG. I've always been supporting
No,
them.
listen
you know?
to what I've been saying.
All right.
I know we want to, but
Okay.
you can't. So now the we is not usable. Only I.
Only you.
Only I. Not you, me.
Sometimes it's great to have 2 L's in your name, you know, because 2 L's make a W.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I have two
And
L's
an
in my
M
name.
can also make a W, you know, if you just
Yeah,
flip
just turn it
around.
around.
Yeah, turn it around. Oh, that's why.
Anything can be a W.
Not anything.
An O can be a W if you're creative. If you say you can't, then you're not creative. Shots fired.
I'm trying to figure out how creative I can be to turn an O to a W.
Easy, man. Just grab some scissors and some paper and some string, but more importantly, a pen. So you just grab the paper and then just write a W, and then that's it.
That's, yeah. I don't know how that changes the O to a W, just with the pen.
Just tell people it's an O, and then when they say that's not an O, and then you're like, it's subjective.
That's perfect right there.
The alphabet is subjective.
The world can be whatever LaFell thinks.
The world can be your oyster, but if you're allergic to seafood, it can be your popcorn. Expect the unexpected. Look, guys. Okay, listen.
getting overwhelmed by the
when we're
unexpected
having
right
a pause, when we're having a pause, the conversation goes a lot of different directions.
Yeah, it's
okay?
an English podcast at this point, right? With
Yeah,
the
it's
pause,
a
we're just
podcast.
waiting for the game. But I think we can go back to the Entity 7 and, you know,
Yeah, we
Zito
can talk about
Zenit
draft.
topics. When it comes to the draft and also when it comes to their play style here, I'm really interested to see how, well, it does seem like we're actually going to have to, like,
We
remake?
might have to redraft here, but either ways, here's the thing. I got a question for you because even I'm not sure, right? For Ling, is it a good first item for a Sky Piercer, right? Think about it, because the Ling kind of needs the Berserker Fury. If you want, you can go for... I've seen some people go for the Endless Battle first, which I kind of feel like may not be optimal.
I've seen people go Haas Claws first. Even.
Yeah, Haasclaw first, which I kind of don't feel... I feel like
Yeah.
you just need more damage. Just build Berserker Fury, so it becomes the question,
I agree with that.
right? Sky Piercer or Berserker Fury or even Houseclaw as the first item for a Ling? I feel like that's a big question that I feel like asking different Ling players, they will give you different answers.
Yeah, definitely, right? Because if you ask Annabelle, he even goes for a different one. If you ask Kyrie too, because Kyrie wants to...
I've seen it first item Immortality on the Ling. I feel like it's incorrect.
Yeah, I think it is incorrect,
At
right?
that
Like,
point, I don't think it's objective.
maybe it is subjective. Maybe he thinks the Ling is an export. Like you said, the world can be whatever you want it to be. It could be an oyster, popcorn, whatever you said earlier.
The Ling can spit out fire.
Okay, that's... If you make your own game, if you're a developer, you make your own game, yes, maybe you can make the Ling spit fire, but not in our... Unless they get a skin, which makes the Ling spit out
blades
fire.
are on fire. Oh, that's cool. The blades are on fire.
Yeah, at this point, right? There's a lot of different items, that you can go for first, the templates
First
for
item,
the
yeah.
Ling. But I think I can agree with you where I personally go for the Berserker's Fury and then maybe the Sky Piercer there. So you already have a little bit of damage, a little bit of crit as well in your itemization. But I've seen most Lings, I think this is something that most Lings can agree with as well, is the fact that they don't go for boots first item. They actually go just for the boots to get the retro.
Yeah.
And then they go for their full build, or maybe just 3 items or 2 items first before they complete the boots.
Yeah, because Ling doesn't walk.
He flies. Unless
Jumps.
he jumps, unless you don't get your purple buff. Then, even then, you can, with the changes to the energy,
No, you don't. You don't
you're
have
not as bad as you were before.
to. You just have to be patient.
You just have to be patient.
Just sit on the wall. Think about everything that life has ever done to you, and then, like how a Ling should be, move forward.
You just move forward.
Don't think about the past. Just keep moving. Just keep strutting. Just keep jumping. And speaking of jumping, we can see the phone of the players. They're starting to redraft. So it's either
The Esmeralda pick.
no, it's either the hero picks or like emblems. Like they don't want to set
Emblems,
something
right.
different. But either ways, we want to make sure that the players have the best experience because again, it's a best of one. One mistake is fatal. So if everyone's good, then we're jumping into the game. All of our marshals are going to make sure that the players are having a good time. Again, we just don't know. It's going to be exactly the same draft, or we'll be seeing some changes here.
Absolutely. And for you guys, just like LaFell said, you guys have to be patient, just like a Ling without a purple buff. Be
And a Fanny.
patient. And a
Fanny.
Fanny. A Fanny, a Ling, most of the assassins, without the purple buff. Just be patient, wait for the time, because obviously we want to give these players all the time in the world to troubleshoot their problems. And, fair play is our #1 priority here. So we're going to give them the time to do so with the pause and with the changes here. But it does seem like, at least I feel the drafts will be still the same. I think it might be an emblem issue because I'm not a big fan of the Esmeralda pick, though, I'll be honest with you.
I feel like it takes a while. Okay, here's
It
the
takes a
thing.
while, and you don't technically counter anyone. Usually we see an Angela Mathilda maybe, or Harith Angela, and you pick the Esmeralda because you get a lot of value.
No, you know the crazy thing? To be fair, this is the previous patch, not the current one. I tried Esmeralda going up against Harith, did not have a good time. Like, no matter what, the Harith will out-damage me. So it makes to the point where I tried defense build going up against Harith, I do not win. I try a full damage build going up against the Harith, I do not win. Maybe the Harith I went up against is an insane Harith where no matter what I do, I'll just lose. But who knows? Because I'm not the best Esmeralda player. I can admit to that. I'm a roamer. I'm not an EXP laner.
Yeah, I don't think that was a skill issue. I think for the most part, that's been the case. Even in Indonesia, MPL ID, I think Ultra Ego tried to go for the Esmeralda to beat the Harith in lane. Obviously, this was before the whole Esmeralda
I feel laning
change.
is fine, but team fights, yeah, it's a big difference.
Yeah, but that's why we've been seeing Esmeralda, I think, pop up more in the jungle in some regions. And in the jungle, you do get level 4 really, really quick. Your farm is actually deceivingly very fast. So you expect Esmeralda to not clear as fast. I've seen the Esmeralda actually clear even faster than Nolan sometimes.
Oh, wow.
I
Now
think
that's
if
a big deal.
Yeah, exactly. That's a big deal. And once you get that level 4, you go into these lanes, you get that snowball. And especially for the Esmeralda, it's kind of weird where in the early game, you're really, really strong. But you fall off in the mid game, and then you pick yourself back up in the late game.
That's
It's
true.
one of those heroes where usually we see a snowball, and it's early, mid, late, all the way. Or mid to late, depending on, your power spikes. But Esmeralda, she has a bit of that dip. Because that dip comes in usually with the anti-regen items. And that's why now I really don't like the Esmeralda because it's so easy for you to go for that anti-regen item. The glowing wand for most mages now is a prio item. You usually
True.
get that first. If you don't go for that, maybe you can go for a defensive one like with blood wings.
Blood
but
wings, yeah.
the fact that you can get that so early, it already helps your team, to deal with the Esmeralda.
And now we're jumping straight into the second game of the day. It's going to be E7 going up against Zed. Where again, this is going to be a best of one. And we'll see which team is going to win it out. And we're going for another pause. Expect the unexpected.
Expect the unexpected.
You guys thought you guys thought it was just one pause? Nah, fam.
Nah.
Expect the unexpected.
Welcome. Is this welcome to the English podcast again? Welcome to ML podcast.
Welcome to the ML podcast.
Yeah, for both Mobile Legends and Miracle LFL.
And now we're going to talk about Thunderbelt, where in theory is good. Stacking up your defense and then increasing your damage.
That's the same thing, bro. Like, we were talking about the SPA, the Sky Piercer abusers. We saw so many of that at the start of the game. I saw so many Thunderbelt abusers as well. And at some point, it's like, bro, it doesn't work on every tank hero.
No, okay, here's the thing. I feel like on certain EXPs, it could do well. Like, say, Esmeralda, you can basically attack a lot going up against anyone. But the question is, do you actually scale up enough? Because we see contents where the stack is like 9999, and it's like, of course it's gonna look good, but that's against a bot. Against a real game, like, how much is the average stat that you can get? Like 100 stacks, 200 stacks, maybe even just 70, right? Maybe you never even hit 100 in a normal game.
Especially considering now the games are played at such a fast pace. So that early game, if you do get that snowballing all the way from the start, if you do end games, you will be able to get a lot of stacks. But unless you maybe, blunder a bit and make it go to the late game. But even then, I think it's just really, really tough for some of these teams to go from mid to late. Because the fact that now you can technically force the Lord, and it forces you to also respond to it. I don't know. How do you feel the Lord dance? Or not the Lord dance, rather. Now, there's really no Lord dance. It's more of a Lord step.
I feel like what I would do is I see if the opponent is close enough to the Lord, I'll leash the Lord for, say, 3 seconds. 3 seconds, 4 seconds. I'll move towards the enemy team, and then I'll just dash away. I try to let them get aggro of the Lord, essentially. And then let the Lord, even if the Lord hits once after 5 seconds where the physical penetration is 50% or 60%, it's going to deal a lot of damage.
Yeah, so it's all about giving the Lord over to your opponents. I mean, like, at the start of the Lord, right? Now, obviously not all the time, but
honestly, at this point,
whoever commits to the Lord, they find themselves at a disadvantage. Even when you're ahead, technically, because you go for the fight, and if you get chunked up, especially your frontliner, or even your assassins.
I feel like the neutral Lord, the Lord below 12 minutes.
It's still okay?
It's fine. Okay, let's say I leash the Lord, say a full 10 seconds. The opposing side comes in, I let them get the Lord aggro, because every single hit of the Lord is true damage. Let them take true damage, true damage, true damage. I let my mage poke them down while they're taking the Lord. Allow them to retreat the Lord, and then after that, they're so low, you go in for the wipeout. It's a lot of 3D chess going on, but
it's a lot of fainting.
I feel like a lot of teams, they're experimenting. Like, is the Lord worth giving over if we get the wipeout? Early game, before 12 minutes, it's debatable whether it's better to get the Lord or better to get a wipeout. At 18 minutes, no debate. Wipeout is 100% more worth it than a Lord take.
Yeah, I think we have to agree on that, right? Because the Lord advantage would technically be for you, even if the enemy team gets that Lord. Maybe it'll all change when you get the 3 Lords spawning in 3 different lanes that we're seeing in the advanced server.
Dude.
That would be crazy.
That would be worth dying for.
Then that would literally be worth dying for. We've seen so many games. Well, actually, not so many. We've seen a few games where the Lord is ultimately able to end the game because the team goes for the team fight and they win ultimately, but the Lord just crashes into the base. And you can see, by the way, this is a hand of an MLBB Pro player with all that powder. You just gotta be fast with it, bro.
I'm not that fast with powder.
What? It like makes it so much smoother.
Maybe I used the wrong one?
Yeah.
Welcome to the podcast where we talk about insightful things.
Yeah. Some players use gloves, finger gloves.
Oh, yeah, they do. I don't know, I'm a roamer. I don't have to do... I feel like if I play something like a Cho, then I gotta go for the powder.
Exactly.
I gotta go for the powder.
So like the Yowies, the Keyboys out there.
The Zorn, the Yums.
The Zorn, the Yums.
What
I
else?
noticed you only mentioned Malaysian players here.
No, you mentioned the Indonesian.
I mentioned Yowie. Oh, technically he is a player. I feel like that's
you
true.
got your bias. I got my bias.
That's true. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Oh man. All right. So
nowadays, every player is an Indonesian player. You guys just claim everything.
Oh yeah, man. I mean,
I've gotten used to it.
But Yaoi is
People might-
Indonesian.
the
Like,
thing
he
is,
can
people-
speak fluent Indonesian now.
People never say I'm Indonesian.
Yeah.
Yeah, people don't say that. Do people say you're Indonesian?
Yeah.
People do say that.
Yeah, because I come from Indonesia, right? So I think
Are
that-
you sure though? Coming from Indonesia is subjective.
I get that. Yeah.
You got to check your papers.
All my papers it says I'm Indonesian.
Oh, your papers say you're
Yeah, yeah.
Indonesian?
I'm
Then
not
maybe you are. Then
assuming.
maybe you are.
Maybe I am Indonesian, right? I mean, we're figuring out so many things during the pause, right? We're figuring out the problems. We're figuring out where we're coming from.
You know what? Here's the thing. Let me say one thing, Mirko. If I ever had to go through a long pause, I'm happy that I got through it with you.
Say, man, it would be really tough, you know, if we were just talking about like theories all the time, and we're like,
Yeah,
oh yeah,
yeah,
well,
yeah,
this
yeah.
item. But I mean, like we've spoken enough of the items, right? Maybe we can ask them to participate.
Maybe we can talk about the future, right? Now this is a podcast idea. You were talking about the three lords.
Yeah.
What if Wonton just makes 2 turtles? One on top, one on bottom. And then the teams have
Same
to decide.
effects.
Same effects.
So it's like-
Everything's the same, but you have 2 turtles, and it's like, wait, which one do we get?
Which one do we get? And
Or
one of it just gives you nothing. So
Yeah,
you might,
yeah.
you might
No, no,
choose the wrong one.
one, yeah, exactly. One gives you absolutely nothing, and one actually gives you effect.
Oh my god. That,
Imagine what kind of meta that will be.
you know what? That's actually a great idea for Moonton, maybe for an April Fool's event. You know, something of the sorts,
exactly.
right? They could just make a game mode where
Yeah.
there are 2 lords, 2 turtles, and
Ap-
you have to guess which one's the right one.
April Fools, you get the Lord? No. The opponents get the Lord. So when you kill it, the enemy gets it.
So it's like, no, you get it. No,
And you're like, wait, why the Lord is on that side? And then the Lord has a clown face or something. I don't know.
and then he just does no damage. It charges to its death. So you get expect the
No,
unexpected.
he hits and then it heals. Oh, dude.
Oh.
Oh, dude.
But then that
Healing
would
the
be
turrets?
helpful to the enemy team, though. Like, wait, actually, it'll be helpful to you technically because it spawns on the other side. All right, I get it now.
Right? It heals your turrets. Nah, that's a bad idea because it will
is.
prolong the game.
Well, you know, it could be an April Fool's event.
It's
right?
just
It's
one
a fun
day.
little
How
event.
bad can one day be? I've seen people after one bad day they change. The Batman doesn't. He doesn't change. He sticks to his guns. Wait, no, Batman doesn't have guns. But you know what I
Depends
mean.
which version.
Oh yeah, depends which version.
Uh-huh.
The dad version, he has it.
Yeah, Mr. Thomas.
Mr. Thomas Wayne.
Mr. Thomas Wayne. All right, let's get back into the game now because it seems like more of the players, they've at least gotten back into the draft. I'm very, very sorry, ladies and gentlemen, to everybody watching. Please be patient. Just like a Ling, Fanny, all the assassins without purple buff, be patient because
Be like a Natan.
good things come to those who wait. That's what I
Waiting.
always tell my assassin jungler when he doesn't get purple buff, but he just tilts and surrenders. And that's why I don't play with him anymore. Shout outs to Farhan.
Shout
No, I'm
out
joking.
to Farhan.
I still play with him.
You know, Farhan's great.
Yeah, I just tell him to go gold. I go jungle, you know. so he doesn't tell me.
He's nice to his parents, probably.
Yeah. Wait, how do you know? Do you know the guy?
Of course, it's Farhan, man.
I mean, to be fair,
Who
right?
doesn't know Farhan?
I can't throw him under the bus. I can't just say no, he doesn't. He keeps, I don't know. So I just gotta agree with whatever you say. All the compliments here.
Let's just compliment everyone. Yeah, let's
You
have
guys
a
are great.
rockstar.
Everybody watching at home, you guys are amazing. Thank you so much for being patient with us. We are still trying to troubleshoot the problem now for this game to start again. But yes, we are trying our best to start the match.
You guys are amazing, by the way. And I saw the players' phones. They're going for a redraft again. But again, it's completely fine. It's a best of 1. What do you expect? If this is a best of 3, maybe they're like, it's fine. Let's just go with it. Oh, looking at the draft, it's the same. It's the same.
Okay, so I believe it
Even
might
the
be an
order is the same.
emblem issue then, yeah?
Yeah.
So
Maybe they wanted the Warcry, but it became Temporal Rain.
Oh, that would really be bad, man. Like if I go for Warcry and I get Temporal Rain, is it just am I a Temporal Rain hater, bro? I'm
You
a
are.
TRH. I'm a Temporal Rain hater.
I feel like
Maybe on the Angela,
We just
like-
haven't figured. Don't think about the Angela. Think about, let's say
Hanzo,
a Cho.
a Cho.
He Jeet Kundo's in,
Then you get
Shunpo's, kicks, and then he gets out. Or he gets in.
Yeah, but it's still really good if you go concussive, right? You get so much value out of the concussive. You get that wave clear, and I think
Yeah.
that's, by the way, why the Cho is so meta, right now. At least, well, when it comes to the damage, the range that you get with the Jikundo, and also the kick, that's still the same, it's really good. But the fact that you have so much prio in your mid lane, it's kind of like the same thing with Grok. Why Grok and Cho? they do so well is because you get mid-prio almost instantly. Right as you get to lane, you clear it out, and then you get so many ways to actually enter the enemy jungle.
I feel like it's just because there's so many good options now. I would argue Impure Rage is quite premium. And we're jumping into the game.
Oh,
match 2 between Entity 7 and Zenith.
It's confirmed, I think.
It's confirmed!
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. We're into match number 2 in the Land of Dawn. Okay, hide on bush. So it seems, all right, yeah, everything's the same. No changes whatsoever. It's Marquinhos on the Esmeralda, but it's a quantum charge. Everyone goes into the front, can doing some damage now with the dispersion and the rotation, forcing Shocker to flicker out to safety. An early win for Entity 7.
That's a very big early win. Now all they need is for a hide on bush to gank absolutely anyone, even get a kill onto Gennard. It's going to be huge. I feel like legit, with the start that they have winning the mid lane, hide on bush just needs 1 kill, and it will turn things around for them to put more pressure onto Zenith.
Joe also here just walking up, and maybe this is why they picked up the Esmeralda, to get a little bit more prio in lane, but he is going to have to sacrifice that lane because it seems for he has frozen that lane.
Here's the thing, even as an analyst, I am unsure about the real power spike of an Esmeralda. Like you just said, that early is strong, mid dips a bit, the late is strong.
XP is weird as well.
Yeah, XP in general is weird. Like I feel like with the new items, I don't know. Perhaps things have changed. If things are the same, then okay, fine, sure. The early he should be winning. But again, look at this. Marquinhos is losing against Hehe, but again, legit in side lanes, losing is subjective. Like, just not dying could be a big win.
And it does seem like, you know, at least for us, ladies and gentlemen, you have to understand that in the best of 1 round robin where they only meet once, 1 loss could be really bad for you, because then you're technically be forced to wait for the result, because even if you win all your other games, you have to wait for a possible 3-way tie, 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. But it already seems that in the bottom lane, Shocker unable to get level 4. Chan will be, though.
Yeah, hide on bush is straight on a turtle.
Penalty zone, locking hide on bush down. Wants to go for the red tree, but it's a bit too early. Nart is the one who picks it up now, and that's going to be hide on bush taken down. Marquinhos trying to look for the trade with the falling star. That's going to be Joe with the Tempest of Blaze onto the back line. Chen able to flicker out on the lockup, but now the Eternal Guard catches him, and it's going to be Marquinhos gets taken very, very low, but is still able to walk away. Gets that Purify out.
I would say, which I feel like you will agree, that's a big mistake coming in from hide on bush. He used his retribution way too early, and Gennard was able to take it. So Zenith getting the turtle and a kill.
Yeah, Fury a bit too early with that Purify as well. It seems for Entity 7, that's been the pattern. Hide on bush with an early retry. That was an early Purify from Fury. And it might be the jitters playing on stage, LaFell. This seemed like for Entity 7, aside from Erwin and Chan, I think Erwin and Chan have been great in the early game as well, pushing the tempo.
We gotta look at the replay here. Hide on bush, use the retribution early, and the fact that the revenge strike coming in from Hehehe was able to hit him made it so that he cannot deal enough damage. Now I'm looking at Joe. He had maximum stacks on the Warcry. It looks like it still wasn't enough.
Diversion up top. They spot Joe. They go straight onto him, and they burst him down before he can even go for the Tempest of Blades. Nart and Zippy safe up top.
Okay, so now I'm really looking at a team. The kill is insane. 1-to-1, hide on bush, gets on Shocker.
Oh, Miss Strike goes through it, even the Flicker Shocker. Flickers just doesn't go for the different angle. He walks straight into it, or blinks straight into it rather than the purple buff. This Ling might have to be a very patient Ling in the second minute of the game. Hide on bush already on it. Now Nart able to get the offenders. That's going to be the Luminous Fury knocking him up as well. Retribution battle is going to be Joel completely decimated. The HP very, very low, but he's still able to get the purple buff. Like compounds by Zippy as Hehe rotates as well. Doesn't have the flicker. Goes for the penalty zone. Onto the Natalia. I'm guessing Hehe will be taken down. A bit of overextension from him.
So we saw Entity 7 starting the game with a mistake. They quickly woke up after that and started to play a bit macroly, but in a way that you really enforce your own mechanics. Using the diversion onto the top lane, getting the kill onto the jungler, onto Joe, and after that starts snowballing everywhere. It's like Gennard finds Erwin as well as Marquinhos. So far, they're feeling fine. Joe is trying to find for an opportunity to go for the turtle. This time, hide on bush. He needs to make the call. If he's not confident with his retribution, might as well go for a fight. Bush
will be starting off with that turtle. This is turtle number 2 of the game, the 4th minute. Still has Retribution. Hehe will be able to take the aggro away from him. Both teams are setting up for it. Marquinhos will reveal himself, goes on to Joe, takes a bit of damage. Nart walking up, unoffended, not be able to connect right now. The Eternal Guard will be able to actually lock him down. Nart very low. Joe goes in, Retro battle, and it's going to be Joe. Steals it with a Temple of Blaze now, looking for the assassination of some of these members, but they are beefy boys. And it looks like for the Roger, Zippy was pinned down into the wall, goes over to Lycan, pounce out, chasing down, but Chan in the back line was able to find 3. Looking for that Maniac on the Zippy, the dispersion and the rotation. He needs to land a Zippy, gets out with the Lycan form, gets brought back though, very low again, is giving the chase down. Zippy still able to escape with just 1 HP. And Entity 7, they turn the tide of the game.
Dude, Chan is nothing short of amazing with the Lu Yi, having almost 100% kill participation, 8 kills in total. Chan is able to participate in 7 of them. Oh!
Good, I'm offended, getting him out of the diversion, but no follow-up, no pure damage here. Only just the Curse Blast and a Terrify. And for Xeno, Zenith, they'll have to make the game or force it to be a bit slower. Lycan pounds over to the gold buff, and he will be able to claim that gold crab.
I saw the first the item on Hide on Bush, and it looks like he's going for a tankier die-off here, where his first item is the Blade Armor. So he's really thinking that he has enough damage from the kit of a die-off, so he's going for full defense to make sure that he doesn't go down to Zippy, doesn't go down to Joe, even able to survive the damage from Hehehe. And now we're going to look at the replay here, where we got to figure out how did Joe manage to go in. It looks like he was able to just instantly burst it down. It looks like using the Retribution at the same time, Zippy was so low, and we know that Chan wants to go for that Maniac. But again, Chan, I feel like, is in danger at this point because he has 4 kills. So the moment he gets taken down, and I feel like Joe will go after Chan, that is going to be a big swing in terms of gold.
Okay, 3-man diversion at the bottom lane again. It's going to be Hehe who gets targeted down with the Abyssal Strike 2. Hide on Bush, taking that kill away. And look at the timing, perfectly timed for the Turtle. 3rd one to spawn in the game.
Yeah, 5 kills to Hide on Bush. That is amazing. Entity 7, they're moving as a unit, making sure that whenever they go for the kills, they have the majority number. Either 3 or 4 is completely fine. Zenith, they're playing for the objective.
Fury, but a 3-man Eternal Guard stops any attack. I'm going in. Erwin will actually be caught there as well. Takes a bit too many of the turret shots, but Hide on Bush will at least be able to secure their first neutral objective of the game. And that's an interesting fact, right? The fact that Entity 7, 9-3, but since the Turtle, Hide on Bush, jumping on the Nart. Is able to sustain a Mr. Strike, bring him down, Nart! Taking down Falling Star, going to take him out, as now it's going to be Zippy on the run. Back on the Lycan form, good. Penalty zone with the Flicker comboed in. Joe now jumps over to the Divine Blade, and that's a Curse Blast as well. Hide on Bush, taken out by Zippy with the Sky Piercer.
Fury, even though he wasn't big in that team fight, he has the Golden Staff now, and feeling he only needs the Demon Hunter storage. So Entity 7, they're about to hit their critical point where Fury has 3 items. Zippy, I'm unsure of the item build that he is building. I didn't catch the items that he has already completed. But either ways, Entity 7 has 10 kills over to Zenith's 4. It looks like they're going for Marquinhos.
Still able to survive. That's a diversion as well. Just going to get some backup here with Erwin and Chan. Even a Spear of Destruction landing. But I don't think he wants to take it. He does, actually. Rotates to the bottom lane. Erwin looking for the cut. Doesn't have the flicker, so no real engage here.
Chan, again, has been amazing at controlling the Xeno Zenith, as well as actually dealing quite a lot of damage. It enables Hide on Bush because, again, one of the weaknesses of using a fighter inside the jungle is straight up crowd control. But if your team is able to set it up so that you can go in cleanly, making it so that you don't take a lot of damage, you don't get crowd controlled, then your jungler is going to look amazing. And Hide on Bush has made some mistakes. With the KDA 5, 2, and 3, he looks amazing because of Chan as well as Erwin, where both of them have participated in 8 fights.
Diversion again, straight into Joe. Still able to pop the Temple of Blaze now with the knockup as well as I'm up and it connects, and that's going to be the penalty zone in the back line, but Zippy isn't able to go for the Lycan pounce. Now he does. Hide on Bush trying to get rid of the Nart, but he gets the Donald Wolf King, and in the back it's going to be Zippy, who is forced back again. Now with the dispersion and the Spear of Destruction, Fury connects it down, and in the mid lane they go, in between the base turret and the tier 2, taking the fight and taking a tier 2 turret.
Now I feel like your initial idea is to get the Lord. Hide on Bush is very, very low, so they gotta burst it down very fast. Don't let it stay longer than 8 seconds. Because 4, 5, 6. He'll be fine. He'll be fine.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. Just on timing.
I think, you know, we've been talking about how that's very, very important for some of these junglers to burst and to commit. As long as you look for a fight, that removes the threat of the Lord actually dealing damage to you. You can actually burst it down. And the Moscow, both games that we've seen it at least, has been more proactive than the Roger.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And the Roger's first pick, bro.
Maybe like after the nerf on the passive of the Roger, it's no longer a winning matchup. Now we're looking at the items here. Sky Piercer as well as Endless Battle. I feel like when he's down in gold, perhaps Sky Piercer into a Wind Talker might be a little bit better, having more movement speed, having more damage overall. The Roger has 3 completed items.
Oh, man.
And again, looking at the Direwolf, it's full defense.
Doesn't seem like there's a Sky Piercer for the Ling as well. So if he goes for Berserker's Fury, I think it's because early on he was struggling. So going for the Sky Piercer might not be a lot of value. He goes for the Haas Claws just for sustain.
And after this, probably going for the Endless Battle. Now the Lord, looking at the bottom, there's nothing going on.
Wanted to go for Zippy, but he's still able to just dash away. So, you know, Zenith doing a good job with the defense, by the way, clearing out all these waves. And Entity 7 won't really be able to look for a full Lord advantage with this one. They're still holding on to a big gold lead.
I feel like it's because in Entity 7, they don't really have a clear way to engage. The best way to engage is a Flicker Minimum Fury by Irwin, but as long as Shocker positions himself well, that he can actually counter with the Eternal Guard, then the engage coming in from Entity 7 might not be good. So if Entity 7 is able to force out the Eternal Guard early so that it doesn't disrupt their teamfight formation, then it's just going to be Gennard, which, again, Gennard can actually cause problems for Entity 7 whenever they do want to engage, but you got to take down options and you got to be proactive somehow. Looks like Entity 7, they're not going to force the situation. It is a best of 1. They don't want to make mistakes, so they're just going to wait for the Lord. So they're freezing the lanes, trying to prevent Xenozanin from getting more farm, and then perhaps forcing them to make a mistake. But I kind of feel like if you want to force them to make a mistake, someone's got to be the bait.
And it's going to be really tough right now for Xeno Zenith because looking at their composition, I'm thinking, all right, what are the ways that they can go and win this game and come back from this spot, 7,000 gold deficit? And it's still going to be tough. Obviously, Zippy and Joe will be able to deal a lot of damage in the late game, but I think even for NC7, their scaling is really good. They got Fury, they got Marquinhos on that Esmeralda. They have initiation while also having some reactive maneuvers with the Minotaur, and it's actually a very, very complete draft. Our curse might not work on NDD7. Now it's going to be concealed. Hey, with the penalty zone, catches Chan, even with the flicker. And now he's going to dive with Joe as well. The diversion not in time, but he's still trying his best to escape. Aaron falls as well. Now Joe jumps in a bit too aggressively, flickered by Nard, and right into the Lycan Pounce from Zippy to claim a triple kill. A team fight now as Heidenbush goes to the Visum Strike onto 4 members, but will be caught down by the Terrify. Zippy's still able to survive now as Marquinhos goes to look for a fight, but in the 1v4, I don't think he can win this.
Yeah, because in my head, honestly, before that fight, I had a question where can Joe potentially 1v5 Entity 7? Because that's one of the things that's great about Ling. You can 1v5. But Marquinhos, it looks like without the Ling, they might not have enough damage. The only way that I can see they will have enough damage is if his Zippy uses his human form, chunk him down low enough so that they can execute him. Let Joe use the lethality to get that stack. But again, Joe does not have the stack. He has 1 kill, but afterwards he died. So it's 4%. And at this stage of the game, 4% is not enough.
No, not nearly enough to take anyone down. Not yet, but at least for Zippy, it was working really well. He got 3 kills on the board with that skirmish, and now he should be back on track to the snowball, or at least some of those power items for him, right? And now that the purple or the orange buff is back up, will Zippy start to take it now? But another conceal. Nart walking up. It's kind of the Minute Fury. Popping the Eternal Guard as well. But Joe decides to go in. Nart can be very low. Marquinhos on the back line looking for some damage. Joe goes in for the Divine Blaze as well. And Zippy will be able to claim a killing spree. That's the Spirit of Destruction now falling on Zippy into the Wisdom Strike of Heidenbush as he jumps in deep as well. Gets terrified down. Chan very, very low. Still able to survive for a bit, but Hehe, that skill 1 taken down. Now the falling Star Moon will immobilize Hehe. And it seems for Fury, he's just going to throw a few more spears to take Hehe down. But Heidenbush, he wants that kill.
Yeah, and at this point, in 7, they got a question. Do they go for the Lord? Because Joe is still up. Even if he doesn't get the Lord, he can finish them down. And my mistake, I forgot the one with the Sky Piercer is actually Zippy. So Zippy got a lot of kills, but now the kills is, the moment he gets the death, the stack's only going to be as good. And look at that damage, man.
Man, it does seem like they will be able to commit onto the next Lord as well. It's going to be an enhanced lure now taken by Entity 7. Immortality for Erwin too.
Now we got to look at the replay here. The fact that Erwin was able to start things off and able to get the Eternal Guard quite early, which is pretty good. Zippy, this is where it's very crucial. He was able to get the kill, but he was immediately get onto by Hide on Bush. The Hide on Bush able to get a kill onto Zippy. That turns things around, because if Zippy was staying in the fight with the lethality proc, he could have potentially wiped out Entity 7. So Hide on Bush, very good targeting. Find Zippy, make him a non-factor. Once Zippy is not in the game anymore, even Joe does not have enough damage.
It seems now Hide on Bush already with a Rose Gold Meteor too. Let's see how they manage these waves, because early on their wave management wasn't the best. It doesn't seem like it's going to be a 3-wave setup as well. Joe able to hold out in that top side of the map as well from that wave to shove into his base. Red does a good Eternal Guard to knock Erwin up. The Lord does get a charge down into the mid lane, so works some damage. Now it's going to be base turret number 1 taken down in the mid lane as they look to work on the bottom side as well. Xeno Zenith still able to clear out that Lord up in the mid lane. And Entity 7 will be able to siege down another base turret down below. 11 minutes in. And Entity 7 here, level 15. So many. I think the timer might be wrong, by the way, right? Enhanced already?
Either ways, Mirko, you know what? This is not a podcast. I do have to say, Marquino has been showing up with this Esmeralda. We had our doubts, but the Esmeralda is working very, very well as someone that goes to the back line. It's more of a disruptor. As a front line, as a disruptor, making it so that Zenith, their teamfight formation is not clean.
Again, finding Zippy! Out of all members having to play, Zippy still able to flicker out with the volley. Someone catches him in the back into the knockup. Fury kills with Joe, and Narc won't really be able to go for time. Offended tries to go for it onto Erwin. Now with Joe down. In the mid lane, like Encounter going clear out the waves. Entity 7 can they actually go for the end here? The waves are still quite far away. Bottom lane will clash first, but Xeno Zenith can constantly go back and forth from the fountain. They get the resources back. Hide on Bush with the jump again. You can see that damage. Shaping with DHS, now falling Sarmu as well. We'll put the Purify out of that Terrify. No big resources. Ends up just yet, but look at Fury. Staying objective up top, taking this base turret down. That's another massive advantage for Entity 7. They look for it again. Marquinhos just in front, already going for some damage. Eternal Guard as well. That's going to be Zippy finding the shot down. Fury very low as well. Now give Zippy with the Lycan bounce again, but Fury gets the Flask of the Oasis from the Motivation Roar. Trying to run away, goes and throws out the Spirit of Destruction, dodges from another, but Joe continues the chase to find a Defiant Blade. 2 for 1 in favor of Xeno Zenith.
That was a very good defense coming in from Xeno Zenith, and again, it is all because of Zippy able to get that lethality. The last one, Joe was able to get a kill for himself. Now the orange buff is available. But looks like Hide on Bush has something to say about that, but he is 1 against 3. Does he want to go for it? Narc gets a lot of damage.
Good sidestep into the knockup, and now it's going to be Minus Fury from Erwin. Oh my god, able to completely turn the tide of the team fight. Hide on Bush with the chase, picks up the double. Shocker secures a purple buff, and right in the chat he goes! Dispersion rotation, one last shot to Shocker. He gets a Terrified down with a passive. Now Chan able to walk away from that penalty zone of Hehe. Chan still very low, looking to go for these waves though. Just super many waves pumping together. Erwin taking that knockup down the Hehe. The dispersion and the rotation doing a whole lot of damage, and Chan might be able to get rid of Hehe now, as that's the final rotation to take him down. Shocker, 1 man versus the world. It's Erwin who's recalling in front of him. 2 tanks, 1 mage, and now it seems for Shocker, he won't be able to go for the defense. All the mini waves stacked up together. Entity 7 take down Xeno Zenith.
You know what? We had the conversation whether the Luyi was still worth a ban. And again, even with the nerf for the diversion, the yin-yang reaction is still a big threat. A lot of damage, a lot of crowd control. So again, one of the mid lanes that you gotta respect. And we gotta look at the highlights here where Entity 7 actually didn't have a very good start. A lot of blunders in terms of using the spells prematurely. It looks like Xeno Zenith, they were a little bit too lax. Entity 7 was able to find weaknesses in their formation, and Hide on Bush was able to get a lot of free kills in this game.
So many free kills, and it was all because of diversion, but I think for Entity 7, right, they use a diversion in the way we expected before the draft. Now, with the Luyi, you can't just send 1 member. You have to commit onto that diversion, utilize it properly, and that was what they were able to do, constantly finding ambushes.
Yeah, and again, Shan has been absolutely amazing on the Luyi, demonstrating the prowess of controlling a team fight. And again, it's like you got the muscle memory or you got the instincts that you want to clump up as a team, but going up against a Lui as well as a Minotaur is generally not a very good idea. And we got to talk about Hide on Bush. The fact that this Dyrov went basically full defense. Sure, he has a Rose Gold Meteor, but again, for all intents and purposes, it is full defense. And the burst damage was still a lot. You would thought the Dyrov had like a Blade of Heptases.
For sure. You would definitely think that, man. You would definitely think maybe even more than the Blade of Heptases. Maybe even a Melphic Roar.
Yeah.
But I guess for that game, we can definitely see the value of utilizing the Dyroth here in the meta with someone like Moskov as well. So early game where you are going to be capped just with Moskov in the early game not doing so much damage, you can enhance that with the physical defense shred of the Dyroth. And even the Abyssum Strikes, man. Some of these Abyssum Strikes are timed so well and angled so well too, that it kind of was an insta-kill as well. So many different ways to utilize the Dyroth. I think the only blunder for him was, you know, that early retry with the first turtle. That's it. And he played it very well after that.
Yeah, because I kind of feel like, sure, he had a few deaths, but I feel like it's all about trading, right? If you die, but you're able to get 2 or 3, like you don't have to directly get the kill yourself. You could just set it up for Chan. You could have set it up for your Moskov. So if you die 1 death, and then you're able to get 3 kills, overall, that's a net positive. So again, the Dyrov was an amazing pick by Hide on Bush. But again, I really feel like Lui is the big impact winner, my personal MVP for the game.
I have to agree, man. With the diversions, you know, those creative angles just was a no-brainer, and they were always able to do so. So I think for Entity 7 especially, not only have they been able to make the Loi work, but they've adapted in a way where now with the big cooldown, they can still make it have a big impact. Usually it becomes super readable, and I think it's because they went for a full skirmish composition. Because even Esmeralda, it makes sense now, because all the way from the early game, utilizing those diversions, you want to try to force the pace on your opponents. And with these sustainable heroes that can still deal damage as well, you find so much value. On top of that, technically the Moskov can choose whether he wants to join just with his ultimate, right? Like, you have the diversion for the 4 members, then Moskov's like, all right, sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. I can just farm in the bottom lane if I don't.
Most Moskov players I know, they hit a Spear of Destruction. And then the question comes up, should I join the fight? If it looks good, I'll join the fight. If it looks bad, I'll join the fight.
Yeah, that's usually the Moskov Spear of Destruction syndrome, right? You always want to take it.
Either ways, right now, we actually had quite a lot to talk about. But now, we got content ready for you guys. So let's actually check it out.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نو ترى نو.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
And now we're back, and we're instantly going to jump on to the third game. My name is Ophel, and this is Miracle. You guys are watching the Wildcard English broadcast. We'll be looking at all the Group A stages for today. And again, this is going to be the match between S2G going up against Xeno Zenith, where they just played a game, and now they got to do it again.
They got to do it, man. At this point, right, for game number 3, we were talking about this already yesterday, just after seeing the schedule. And for Xeno Zenith, the fact that we were talking about how it could be a double-edged sword, playing back-to-back, it could be great if they win earlier, but they lost. So will it be a negative impact for them?
Well, now we got an interview ready with S2G, so let's check it out.
Hi, I'm Begin. I play mid lane for S2G Esports, and my name is Emir. Actually, we can say that FF always go to MSC or M Series, but to be a second team, or maybe we can say there are not a lot of teams in Turkey. I mean, they just disband their teams when they lose. They always want to be a champion, but when you just play for 2 months or 3 months, you can't be champion. So the wildcard means that you should stay together and you should practice, and maybe you can be a champion. So it feels really good. You can aim the forward, so it's really nice. Maybe I can say it can be the easiest group during all the MLBB history. So we are hoping to get to be the first from our group, and we will see if we can do the wildcards. I think all the teams are not prepared enough because there is a new patch. It's like only 1 week. So it will be hard for everyone, and it's really hard for us because our match is the first match. If we can say it's the easiest group, we just looked at our opponents and what do they play. For example, we saw the explainer of KPS Gaming plays Freya, his main champ, so we can see that if you can do something, not only banning his heroes, maybe we just watch and see what he does, then we can do something against him. So for our group, we didn't practice a lot, but for wildcards, we did good things, so we're gonna see. In Turkey, people think that the good things is always being the first team. So if you're second, they can like bully you or trash talk. So when we consider the Turkey, it doesn't feel really good. But when we consider the global, it feels really good because we have been to Russia before. It was our first international tournament. So the second one is this, and after that we're gonna see if we can do, if there is still a wildcard for M6, and we're gonna see if we can do it still, even we can't do anything really good here. I think the new patch is so bad for Philippines team because they are really good at Lord Dance, but to Turkey or to other countries, I don't consider the Indonesia or the other big countries, but you can't do really good Lord Dance. So as the new items and new hero changes, it can be good or bad. I mean, I'm a mid laner, and for example, Eve is good. I mean, the other champs is good. Xavier is good. So if I get to play them, I will be happy, and it will be good for me. But I mean, the new item is so broken. The Sky, I don't remember the full name, Sky blah blah. It can be good or bad for all the teams, but only for me, it's good for me, because mid champs are getting stronger. You don't have to play like a support anymore. So it's good for me, only for me. Actually, it's not been so long, it's just 1 week yet. So we couldn't practice a lot new strategies. So we just practice to do the groups and do the wildcards. If we can do the groups, I don't know who will win the B group, Group B, but I think it will be good if IHC or Homeboys, because in EECA we lost the Homeboys. So if Homeboys, we wanna win against them, but if IHC, they used to play in Turkey, so we know them. We also practiced with them before. So both of those teams can be good for me. I want to face them.
And there you go. That was the interview with Begin, the mid laner coming in from S2G, where, again, a lot of insights where even he feels like the Sky blah blah is actually a very good item. And going up against Homeboys, they want to win against them, but Homeboys was able to beat them before, but they want to go up against IHC because IHC played in Turkey before.
Well, if they want to do that, right, at this point, they're going to have to kind of bank that it'll be a 2-1, 2-1, 2-1 three-way tie, and they're also going to have to win their games fast, because in game 1, that was a fast game for KBG.
Exactly. 12 minutes.
13
minutes.
minutes.
Yeah. So for this one, if they lose, that's going to be a bad look.
Right. I mean, if
you got to prepare for everything. If they lose this one, then it's like, okay. Now it's like, how does it look like? Because at that point, I feel like you just don't qualify anymore. Again, a reminder, it's going to be S2G going against Xeno Zenith, where Xeno Zenith already played just now. They lost, so this is also a mental situation for them.
It might be an elimination match, right?
Huh?
It might be an elimination match at this point, right? 0-1, 0-1. So if any of these teams lose twice, then it'll be very, very hard. What, do they have to bank on like a... No. I think if you lose twice, you're done. Elimination match already super early on. We didn't expect it to happen this early, but technically, yeah, we can see it already in Group A. We will get the results of Group A just with the 6 matches that we have today. The first 3 matches, we expected to just, be a reader, the start of maybe seeing all these teams show their gameplay, and we technically did, at least now, S2G and Xeno Zenith. Maybe for their game number 1, it was more of a, like they were still trying to read things out, trying to get rid of the jitters.
Speaking of reading, we actually got a report coming up. So let's actually look at the team report video.
S2G is the first late game team that we get to talk about, and it's amazing to see how they play. I think hyper carry would be a good term to utilize for S2G because that's what we see from Sigibum. If he gets his hands on a Claude, on a Natan, it's all about getting him from the mid game into the late game to become a carry. But in the early game, expect them to be trading around the map, getting Sigibum to a good place. Even the roamer actually plays mostly to accompany Sigibum. They play in a very unique way that actually just, it's technically 4-1. It's technically protect Mr. President, and Mr. President is Sigibum. But even though Mr. President can carry sometimes, even though he gets denied, expect them to go for some assassins in the jungle to turn the tide and flip the table on their opponents.
And now we got to look at the lineup. It is going to be Lunar and Kazue, Begin, Sigiboom, as well as Karo, where again, personally for me, I feel like they need to be a little bit more proactive in the mid trio. Begin didn't have a very good game just because we saw Tracy constantly getting that weighted dragon onto him.
Looking at it, man. For Sigiboom, that guy earlier, the content guy, he was talking about how Sigiboom needs to get the hyper carries, but in game number 1, we didn't see that. He was kind of forced on a pick like the Roger, went for the early to mid, tried to adjust, and it didn't really do too well.
Before you bully our report guy, okay, I'm gonna back him up.
What is it saying, man?
Okay, the thing is, the report guy, he reported things before it happened, right? He doesn't know what's gonna happen. He had his predictions.
Was it based on S2G's performances in Turkey?
It's based on what you said.
Okay, so now that we're seeing it, maybe that's why they tried to adjust, right? They're like, all right, maybe we're good in late game, but what if we try early to mid? That didn't really work out for them.
You know what? I'm gonna stop you right there because I want to hear what that guy has to say for the other team. Let's hear their report video.
Xeno Zenith, they have 3 veteran Vietnamese players here with Nart, Joga, and Hehe, who've already been representing the region since MSC 2021 when they held the banner of Cyber X. But it just seems like they were missing something. And it seems Xeno Zenith, they were able to find what they were missing. They were missing someone in the gold lane that could carry the game, and someone in the mid lane also who could build that stability all the way from the start. Shocker and Zipix, both great additions to this team, but still, it's unfortunate we get to see such a high potential lineup play super safe. We did see in the regular season, for them at least, that they were trying to go for these crazy picks. They're trying to, improve in that weakness point of theirs, which is their flexibility and their versatility. But in the playoffs, they went back to their safe style. If they stay safe here with their team fights, with only going for prio picks, it's not really going to be good for them. So I'm expecting that versatility from the regular season to play into the wildcards.
So now we're looking at a lineup: Hehehe, Joe, Shocker, Zippy, as well as Gnart. Now, Mirko, you saw what the report guy said. Do you agree with what he said?
I think I have to agree there. You know,
you like what he said?
I like what he said for Xeno Zenith, yeah. Not so much for S2G, because it didn't play out, right? They didn't go for the late game picks. I don't know what he was talking about for S2G, but Xeno Zenith, I think got it spot on. They tried to go for the normal prio picks, and that's kind of what hurt them. They played super into the prio, super into the meta. Maybe they're not comfortable on that, and maybe we'll have to see that change for both, technically. For Xeno Zenith, it's about utilizing that regular season, how they've been able to find these new picks, creative picks, to become a bit more versatile. At this point, you've got nothing to lose, so go at it. And S2G, you've also got nothing to lose. You have to, well, you have a lot to lose, actually. Both of them are fighting for elimination.
You have a lot to lose.
At this point, it's an elimination match. Go all out is what I'm trying to say.
Exactly. I understand what you're trying to say. S2G is going to be first pick. Xeno Zenith is going to be second pick. Looks like the Matilda as well as Louis getting banned out. So what is going to be the priority pick coming in from S2G? Again, Faramis, Roger are on the table. The Chip as well as the Angela getting banned out. If Xeno Zenith doesn't ban the Harif, then perhaps S2G is going to get it. But I can't think of another prio ban that you want to take away.
For S2G, looking at the way that things have been...
Ban Moskov and then pick up the Roger.
That's the thing, right? Do they want to ban the Moskov and then pick up the Roger, or is the Roger still prio? Was it them that,
ban Roger and pick up Moskov. They banned the Roger.
They did. They banned the Roger. Maybe it's because they don't want to pick the Roger up, right?
So
maybe at this point they just want to go, I'm not even too sure about the Moskov. I don't know if Sigiboom wants to go for that, or does he want to just go back to what was working for him in the Turkey Championship, Natan, Claude, and then go for utility jungle.
Expect the unexpected.
Expect the
You
unexpected.
expect him not to pick up the Moskov. I mean, that's why he will pick up the Moskov. Think about that.
Never mind.
Moskov gets banned, but the Harif is open.
The Harith is up for grabs, but it's not what S2G are usually known for, right?
Yeah,
that
is
early to
true.
mid again. So what are they going to go for at this
But you
point?
can't let the Harif go because the Harif with the war cry,
I get it.
I will cry.
Yeah, the Warcry Harith makes people cry for sure, even grown men like LaFell, but
I can cry like a baby.
they're already hovering over it, so it should be the Harith pick, right? But they're also hovering over the Minotaur now, so a few different picks being talked about for sure by S2G. They decide to go for the Harith, and it should be the Harith into the hands of Sigiboom in the gold lane.
So now Xeno Zenith, how do they respond here? They still have prio picks like the Faramis, and they're going up against the Harif. It becomes the question that, do you want to go for a fight or gold lane? Because traditional gold lanes don't do well going up against the Harif. You will always get bullied out. So you can pick up something like the Claude where you're okay to get bullied out as long as you get your farm. But I don't know. I feel like that's a very big risk in a best of one. They're going to pick up the Terizla as well as the Fredrid. So you got your tanky, beefy boys in the front. All you need now is damage.
Yeah, I'm not too sure though, man. Terizla, at least in the first, or in the
I would say
second game that
he
we saw.
missed a lot of ults.
Exactly. He missed so many ults, and at least for S2G, they learned from their mistakes. Now they got the Harith, and they added the Nolan too, and that was one of the ways that KBG were able to shut down the Fredrid.
And the
It was
Grok.
the out level, and now the Grok as well. I believe in game 1, was it banned out? No, it was game number 2 that was banned out. Grok. I think it was banned out by Entity 7, actually, but the Tigreal gets left open, and this was a pick that was banned out as well. The Tigreal by Entity 7 for Xeno Zenith.
Can I say I like S2G's draft because we talked about how damage is so good. All the picks coming in from S2G has a lot of damage.
Picks.
Xeno Zenith, it's not damage. It's all about control. It's all about sustain. It's all about map pressure, which they can get. But again, without any damage, it makes it so that when they're trying to get priority anywhere across the map, they might get punished heavily. And now that the Faramis has been banned as well, they want to make sure that Xeno Zenith doesn't have an extreme sustained comp. Now, whoever their gold laner is has to be a hyper carry, so they might pick up the Claude.
The Claude.
Or the Natan, either or.
Yeah, but again though, like the Claude and the Natan up against the Harith, right?
It's
like,
not good.
Sure, Sigiboom, he's not known to play for the early to mid, but if you give him a lane that's as free as like a Claude Natan into a Harith in the first few minutes, especially considering, you know, S2G, they have played with Kazoo on the Assassins before, so it's not really that crazy to see Kazoo on the Assassins looking for that snowball, looking for the early invades too, with so much mid-prio. The Grok against the Tigreal, that mid-prio is instant, and S2G can build on that. Now with the Faramis ban, I'm thinking maybe just go for another mage ban, right? Because I think they should be comfortable with whatever matchup the Harith gets in lane.
You know what's crazy? STG can have this very good pick. Pick up the Aurora because there's a lot of people in the front line. You can freeze all of them. So it's potentially going to be good. And we talked about the Claude. I feel like the CC ban kind of showcased that they want to pick up a Claude, someone with attack speed. So banning out a Claude, forcing Xeno Zenith if they want a Ultra. Oh wait, we're missing one other marksman. But again, it's difficult going up against Nolan, which is the Beatrix. The Beatrix can carry a very late game, ultra late game, but you gotta get there, right? And how do you get there? Going up against a Harith, against a Grok, against a Nolan. At this point, any kind of hero you put in the gold lane, it's not going to have a good time.
Yeah, and we were talking about it already before, I think, game number 2 even, right? With the Moskov, the Claude, the Roger, even the carries sometimes. Why they get picked up more often than the Beatrix, the Brody, and even the Clint is because you are very flexible when it comes to the battle spell. You can go for multiple different ones, but usually it's Purify Flicker, those two, which grants you, you know, a defensive maneuver. But now with the Claude, Roger, Moskov all banned out, and the carry really not finding a lot of value here against damage dealers. Usually you would want to pick it up against tanks here, but with all these damage dealers, they go for the Valentina. They can't go for a big wild charge ultimate. They can take it away. Now with the Gourd and the Ruby, though, there we go. Even more damage to stack up against it. And the last pick coming in for the side of Xeno Zenith. Was it going to be gold lane? Place your predictions.
I feel like
below.
because they did take away the Ruby because there's a chance that they could pick up the Ruby, but if they do, they don't have enough damage. I feel like it's Natan, Beatrix, because otherwise, I guess a carry could work, but going up against a Gourd, going up against, like, either way, I don't see a gold laner. I might be missing something here. I gotta be frank. I might be missing something. No, they pick up the Natan. I don't know. I'm a fan of S2G's draft. It feels like it's easier to pilot.
For sure. I feel like, especially considering, you know, the meta has shifted to a way where the early to mid is super prio. I don't know about Xeno Zenith here. They're basically going to be forced to funnel over. This was, by the way, for Xeno Zenith, basically they're playing S2G's old style in Turkey Championships. They're playing to funnel for Zippy into gold lane and maybe expect him to carry later on, having the Valentina as cover. Technically, all 4 members, it's cover picks. These are all 4 heroes picked up to peel for the Natan. It's protect Mr. President.
I'm just worried about one thing.
What?
We like S2G's draft. Maybe Xeno Zenith has a chance.
Maybe they do. Entity 7 proved us wrong, though. So for the people who tried to, you know, pick the opposite of what we predict, we were very sorry. We thought, you know,
just
after
stop
game
listening
1,
to us.
Just stop listening to us. You know, make your own decisions. But even then, it might be wrong too.
And now we're jumping straight into game. It's going to be STG going up against Xeno Zenith, where again, we're looking at a comp that has a lot of damage. Going up against a comp that's trying to protect the president. I gotta say, this president is going to be hard to protect.
Very hard, man. There's so many ways, so many angles of attack as well coming in from S2G. Even in lane, I don't think Zippy will have a good time, but at least for Sigiboom, we do have data for game number 1. It did feel like Sigiboom was struggling to find the ways to basic attack and to bully the Moskov game 1.
2 things I want to shout out. First of all, Shocker is using the MSC skin. Very cool. Grab the MSC skin, guys. And Zippy is using the Purify. So this is very good for Nolan. This is very good for the Grok as well as Sigibum on the Harif, making it so that your HP is low. What are you gonna do? Flicker? Nice joke.
That's pretty
That's
true.
heh heh heh.
That's heh heh heh. And we have seen that for a lot of times. Sigibum doing a bit of damage there over to Zippy, punishing him for walking up to go for the gold cannon minion there. But it does look like he's also on the Impure Rage, not the Warcry, Lafell. And Zippy, very safe option, goes for the Quantum Charge, not the weakness finder that we know. Kazoo try to go for the retry there, but it's Joe who retries first, takes it away, and in the mid lane, as expected, the Prio, Kazoo walking up, goes in for the Fracture too. That's gonna be Nart taken very, very low. 17 seconds on the turtle and counting.
Something that we do have to say, usually we see the Nolan abusing his fast clear speed to get a very clear advantage against the opposing jungler. But in terms of the levels, it looks like there's no difference between Kazoo using the Nolan going up against Joe that's using the Fredrin. So he's not really achieving what the Nolan is supposed to achieve.
Still a level lead though, that Kazoo has gotten over here. Not gonna go for the neutral objective, actually gonna go and look for a trade over to the purple buff. Nart spots it out, Shocker instantly rotating towards the bottom side there as Nolan tries to go for the purple buff, but will not be able to do so, giving over a free turtle, and there are no trades on the board for S2G.
Very good map sense coming in from Denard, but again, this is the worry, right? S2G has a comp that can go very aggressive, but so far they're not being aggressive, and the fact that the Harv is not winning hard on the lane, if they don't pick up the pace, Xeno Zenith is going to be very comfortable. It's like, we want to scale up. If no one's going to stop us scaling up, then we're all good, man. This is the kind of game that we want.
Yeah, for S2G, this is not the game that they want. They want to force the pace, look for skirmishes around the map, but so far that hasn't happened at all. They're the ones to actually evade away from a skirmish earlier. Goes to the purple buff, and he wasn't even able to get it. Now not even going for the invade, Joe will be able to pick up the purple buff. And the fact that the Fredrin is the same level, that's an explosion right into the shove back, but it's going to be caught by the wild charge on that barrier. First blood to begin, and now it's going to be Sikiboom who gets caught and gets taken out by Shocker.
Can I say that's not what you want to see if you're an S2G fan? Because this is the kind of game that, before that hey goes in and he gets begin. So overall, perfect trade for Xeno Zenith.
And there's nothing that they can do on the other side of the map. Zippy just spaces out and now clears up the wave. Natan scaling, Lunar getting some gold, but on this Ruby, she does get a War Axe. That's a power spike.
That is a power spike, but we talked about this, how we really like S2G's draft, so Xeno Zenith has a chance, and they have a chance right now because Zippy is going to get his first item relatively uncontested. And again, this is the kind of game where you want to see the Grok flicker wild charge into two people and then having the Nolan following up with a Fracture gets a double kill instantly, but we're not seeing that. Sigibum, I feel like he's playing a little bit too passively as a
Way
Hive
too
here.
passive.
We gotta look at the replay here where, again, the engage, they use everything onto Gnarr, which is fine, but Shocker was actually the one using the Grok ult, using the wild charge to turn things around. The amount of damage is big, and Begin was too close to the mid lane bush, which is something that you really have to be careful of. You want to use your skills to find out, but before that, Gnarr gets taken down.
Not able to go for the implosion. That's a two-man I'm offended right into the wild charge, stolen away by Shocker. Now it's gonna be the penalty zone, locking him down. Lunar gonna be taken out. Joe walking forward, getting the taunt. Appraiser's right on the begin, very low. Shocker, one last shot is all he needs, but he will decide to play it safe. They have the prio over this mid lane and the bottom lane. We finally do see Sigibum utilizing this early lead. Kazoo walking up, going up, Joe getting knocked up, but not able to go for the taunt. Kazoo with the Fracture, Shocker flickering out of it, and Hehe will be able to chase him down, zoning him away from this turtle to go to Xeno Zenith.
Yeah, and now the turtle being there, Shocker as well is doing very well. He has the glowing wand, so a lot of damage is going to be held, and now he can actually deal with Sigibum because the shield is going to be lower, and the taunt is winning against the Harif.
Something you won't want to see. I'm offended right into the bat, but Begin gets a Mystic Gush as well. It's still going to be Joe surviving for a bit, but Kazoo gets him down, picks up the purple buff too. Xeno Zenith, it's 3-3, and interestingly enough, it's still S2G who hold on to the gold lead despite the two turtles.
We got to see where the lead is at, because I feel like it's on Lunar, and now Zippy is very, very low. They can get this kill.
No wild charge. Karo goes in, implosion to catch him down. Zippy able to escape the last turret shot, won't be able to take Karo down, and Begin looks for the kill under the turret, throws out the Mystic Projectile into the bush, doesn't find him. He's recalling all the way into tier 2. And it seems for S2G, they're trying to push the pace now in the bottom lane.
Looking at the items here, looks like the Freshman has not completed a single item yet. He just wants the second tier items. And the Nolan having the Hunt Strike as well as Sky Piercer. He should be doing well at this point. But again, in terms of the kills, he's not been getting a lot. He's getting 2, which is okay, but I feel like he really should pick up the pace.
Joe wasn't able to go for his orange buff, by the way. That was a good invade by Kazoo. 6 minutes in, now it's the first successful invade so far for S2G as they continue into this mid lane. But they're playing towards that mid game. Hehe. Look for an angle. It does seem like for Lunar, he will be able to find the offended right into the wall charge and the fracture, but it's onto a Terizla. Hehe. Going to be the one with the last laugh there. How do you do it? How do you do it? There you go.
It's unfortunate they use their engage tools to disengage. So S2G, they're utilizing this draft not the way that we thought it would be utilized, where you would use your tools to initiate a fight and then grabbing the kills, giving it over to your carries, the Nolan as well as the Harris, especially because you have the Sky Piercer now on the Nolan, but it looks like they have a different idea. They want some kind of power spike before they go in.
Damage placed down into Hehe, but still damage reduction with the passive there, able to escape. Meanwhile, no some on force there. I'm offended, able to bring Gnart in, but Implosion will be able to find it now. It's going to be Begin who finds the kill, but okay, Shocker jumps with the wall charge, and now it's going to be the Implosion again. Oh, Ready, doing so much damage onto the back Lunar, forcing going for the flicker onto Hehe, but will still be able to survive with the Body Smith. And that's another win for Xeno Zenith around the turtle. That makes it 3 neutral objectives.
3 neutral objectives, and now ZP has 2 items. Right? All he's waiting for is the Holy Crystal. Once the Holy Crystal is built, it's going to be difficult for S2G because it looks like Kazoo does not have a lot of opportunities to go on to Zippy because Gnard has his eyes on this Natan, making sure that Natan is able to survive any kind of engage. Same as Shocker. Shocker can go very aggressive and deal the damage, but every once in a while, he can dash back to his own carries. Because look at this, Kazoo is going to try to kill him.
Fracture as well, Zippy, whoa! Gets out with the entropy. Good reaction time to stop that from happening. And now they'll still be able to pick up a tier 1 down below while also scaling up.
Yeah, and again, he has 2 items. After this, he's going to have the Holy Crystal. And I kind of feel like with the threat of Kazoo, even though he was able to survive, perhaps having a Blood Wings would help him out a lot. Shocker, now having the Enchanted Talisman, is going to be able to spam his skills a little bit more. So a lot more Terrifies, a lot more damage, a lot more healing for himself, and trying to stop S2G Esports. Because at this point, S2G, their engagers are not engaging.
Caro, oh, that's a shove over, but he still has that power of nature to get out. Some anti-CC as Xeno Zenith pushes down in the bottom lane. Kazoo does get the Melfic Roar, by the way, so it's still pretty good for S2G. They are also technically scaling into the mid-game. And now Shocker going in, that's an Implosion Flicker combo by Nart, now shoving him back all the way for Zippy to take the kill with the Entropy. Kazoo up top trying to go for a trade and will be able to go for that trade, but it's only a tier 1 traded in for Lunar.
Yeah, like any kind of advantage, you would want to get it. It's just that S2G, I kind of feel like they missed their window. And now Joe is getting attacked, but it looks like he's going to be fine. Same as Gnart.
Shoves out, just dashes through, and Shocker steals away the Wild Charge too. Mystic Gush being used up in the mid lane to go and clear out the waves. And it does seem like for Xeno Zenith, they will utilize that resource being wasted in the mid lane by going for the Lord. You start that ticking time bomb now as the Lord gets stronger and stronger by the second. Joe still holding on to it. Nart getting chunked quite a bit as well. Karo looking for an angle to go in, but now Lunar gets shoved in. Nart going for the Implosion as well. Connected on to it. Karo did not have the power of nature. That's a good wild charge to disengage now as Demon Force gets popped in, but Shocker steals the wild charge, and Siggy Boom will still be able to purify out of that head. Force the flick around, and the Mystic Gush doesn't connect. Xeno Zenith back on the Lord, looking for this first Lord, and it should be an uncontested one unless Kazoo is able to go for the steal. He has the orange buff. He is 2 levels ahead. He's going to dash in forward. Nart able to knock him up and shove him back. Shocker dealing some damage back, and Nart will still be able to survive. Now Siggy Boom goes in for single vision, and there's a on force. Hehe going to be caught, but the Lord has been slain. Shocker dealing some damage. He goes in for the kite as well. Siggy Boom very, very low. Joe walking up, going for the stab, but Siggy Boom is still able to survive.
This is actually very dangerous. I feel like Xeno Zenith should have been punished there because they hold on to the Lord for such a long time. S2G could have forced a fight there, and allowing them to take as much damage as they can from the Lord. The additional damage is going to come true, and they should have gotten the kill. And looking at the goal difference here, 1.1k gold difference for the gold laners. Zippy now has the Holy Crystal, so it's not going to be a good time for Caro as well as Lunar, where I don't think they can tank the damage anymore. At this point, you don't want frontline Dantan. You want to engage straight onto Dantan, take him down as fast as possible. Now Begin has his additional item. He has more penetration at this point, the Divine Glaive, but I don't know. I'm not so sure how much it's going to help for the next team fight.
Yeah, for Xeno Zenith, they've scaled up already. That was a good timer, actually, for Zippy to pick up the Holy Crystal. 10 minutes, usually expected in the 11th minute, so able to beat the clock by 1 minute. Shocker, again, able to steal that wild charge with the IMU. And look at the way that Xeno Zenith are playing with the Lord. Slowly but surely building up waves, but it will be crashing down into that top lane. And Begin is actually able to keep it within the distance outside of the turret splash. And they will be able to get rid of it before it actually crashes in. So, good job by S2G to fend off for now in the 11th minute of the game. But still, a big problem for them is they're relying on a snowball.
We gotta look at the damage dealt here as well. Valentina has the highest 35,000 damage dealt. Harif only 31,000 damage dealt. So it looks like, at least in terms of damage, S2G, they're putting numbers on the board. The Gord as well, doing quite a lot of damage. But looks like the Grok is gonna frontline a lot of damage, and Xeno Zenith, they're just waiting for Gunnar to start things off.
Caro's just trying to open up the map here with the power of nature, trying to put those barriers down as well. But Zippy, you mentioned the Holy Crystal, and I gotta agree, man. At this point, it doesn't feel like any of the S2G front lines will be able to handle that damage, especially when
bursted down.
They'll get bursted down for sure, and especially when you have Hehe, they're pinning you down for those hits to come through. They're gonna have to somehow be able to go back and forth, finding the window. They gotta wait for the entropy to be used, wait for the entropy to be over, and then instantly engage again. It makes it super hard for S2G going back and forth, layering their CC, but they're already clumping up together.
Sigibum, before that, Caro uses the conceal, but looks like not gonna get anyone. So S2G Esports tried to go for an engage, caught no one. We gotta talk about the Holy Crystal on the Harif as well, but between both gold laners, it doesn't look like Sigibum is actually being more proactive in the fight. It looks like Zippy is gonna have the Divine Glaive, so he's not worried about getting bursted down. He wants pure damage at this point.
That's very scary, Natan, in the 13th minute of the game. Bloodwing Super Shocker, so should be able to actually play right in front of Zippy even better now. To do a lot of damage on Caro, actually forcing out the Athena shield. And it seems for Zippy, pops into Entropy, goes in for the rush, and Caro won't really be able to react to this. Appraiser's Wrath right into Retribution. S2G let that happen. Caro, even with the Athena shield, still took that much damage from Zippy. He's practically dealing true damage at this point of the game.
Yeah, at this point, Xeno Zenith, 8 kills over to 6. I just feel like S2G Esports, personally for me, they got a good draft. They just weren't able to execute. But props to Xeno Zenith, especially to Shocker. Shocker was able to push people away, making it so that they don't engage onto Xeno Zenith.
And man, this is rough for S2G, a team very reliant with this composition on an early game snowball. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is an elimination match. If you lose here, you're out of the wild card. These are the tournament, or actually the wild card favorites.
Oh yeah, everyone was going for S2G, and perhaps that put a little bit too much pressure. Speaking of pressure, Xeno Zenith is not letting down the pressure. They make sure that they get the tier 2s of the bottom as well as the mid. So now all they have left is the inhibitors, and Kazoo is taking a lot of damage.
Still able to escape though. That was a retribution used by Joe, so at least they can play around with that. But the Enhanced Lord now charges down onto that top side base turret. Hehe still has a penalty zone, can decide to go for it, just looking for the timing. They aren't really able to siege it down just yet. Even the minion there not able to go for the base turret in the mid lane. Does seem like with Begin, they have some solid wave clear to play with here, LaFell, but there's going to be another wave coming down on that top side. Still for Xeno Zenith, they'll play it very, very safe.
Yeah, it looks like they're not, because again, this is an elimination match. I feel like both teams are aware of the situation. Conceal being used by Caro. They see Joe, they go for it.
Wall charge flicker, Joe just gets out. It's a Fredrin. And now with him going out, it seems like he's going to be head with the penalty zone and the flicker to lock Lunar down. Still has a flicker as well to get out. No, it's an implosion. Akadu straight into the entropy, and they won't be able to really hold on to that damage. We mentioned it earlier. The frontliners, not even them could handle it, especially not Begin. And now Kazoo with a fracture desperately on the Joe and Nart. It's still the frontliners taking damage. Zippy is full HP, goes up to Entropy. A little bit of damage, no wild charge to play with. Goes straight for the base right now as Head tries to go for the angle, and now the shove will allow Zippy to go for the last few hits. That's a double kill as Xeno Zenith knock S2G out of the wild card.
And again, SG is one of the favorites. So again, if you guys are watching the wild card, you guys got to watch all the matches because you would assume a lot of things. It looks like assumptions is just that. They're just assumptions. It's not going to be solidified until the teams play. And it looks like, congratulations to Xeno Zenith, they still have their lives here in the wild card. But SDG, it's it for them. They still have another game to play. But again, just the third match of the day, one team is already eliminated.
Wow. We were expecting, you know, the first 3 games, 3 matches that we see to be just readers, but at this point, the favorites are already out, and now the power scaling turns completely 180.
Like I said, Group A, Group B is going to be homeboys, but, you know, that's just me. That's just me. I'm just saying, you guys had your favorites, I had mine. It's different, but we got to talk about how Xeno Zenith was willing to commit, and S2G was not.
Does seem like that was the case the entire game, right? I mean, for S2G, I think failing to understand their win conditions as well was a big problem for them because with this composition, you were expected to go for the early fights to bully your laner. And Sigiboom, we were putting so, you know, much of the praise towards him, how he was able to carry S2G in a lot of the matches for the Turkey Championships. But here, on the early to mid, it just feels like maybe he's not comfortable. Maybe he needs those heroes, the Natan, the Claudes. And
like you said, the Hive is not his kind of hero, and perhaps we gotta admit that even in scrims, Hive is constantly banned. So when it's open, maybe he's just not accustomed to using it because again, he used the Roger, he used the Harif, not able to do much with it. But either ways, that's the nature of a best of one. You can't regret anything. Once you've used something, once it's done, it's done. And with that being said, we gotta give Xeno Zenith again congratulations, but it's not gonna be easy because more is coming. Speaking more is coming, the MSC 2024 events preview is on now, so make sure that you guys actually participate because, again, up until the 16th of July, you guys can enjoy 20% the discount. This unlocks the new Valentina Dark Nexus skin, which you guys saw in the game just now. And if you guys get the MSC tokens, you guys can actually purchase the previous MSC skins that you guys missed out on.
It's so easy for you guys. You know, LaFell has actually already bought the skin, so he went for the other way. You guys can play, you know, access the skin later on, or you could buy it if you're as rich as LaFell, you know?
Here's the thing. I have something to confess.
Okay.
I'm not rich. I didn't buy it. Mirko bought it for me.
Yeah, I have to confess.
He lost his luggage, but he's like, you know what? It's fine. I can still buy you a skin.
You know what? I really wish I was, you know, in that kind of mood, you know, after losing my luggage. But unfortunately, you guys can decide if I was lying or if he was lying or if he was telling the truth. Expect the unexpected, though, when you're listening to whatever LaFell says.
Right. It could be a lie. It could be the truth. That's the coin flip. That's the nature of everything. And with that being said, I got to say, Mirko, it has been a pleasure working with you, my friend.
See you tomorrow.
But that's it from us. After this, we're going to be changing the talents. It's going to be Rose and Eterna casting for the next game. So we'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.
From shadows they emerge, unknown and unseen, forging their path from where they've been. From weakness to strength, they'll rise anew, transforming their fate, destined to pursue. See the world, their journey unfolds through trials and triumphs, their story is told. As the dark night falls, they'll defy. For in the depths of darkness, heroes will storm, they'll answer the call. Through fire, they'll roar. They're never gonna fall. See the world, their journey unfolds. Through trials and triumphs, their story is told. As the dark night falls, they'll defy. For in the depths of darkness, heroes win. Rise of the heroes, rise of the heroes, rise of the heroes. For in the darkest of nights, heroes will rise. Heroes will rise. Heroes will fight. Heroes will rise. Heroes fight like this in the night. Heroes will rise. Heroes will fight. Heroes will rise on the fears in the night. Heroes will rise on the heat of the fight. Heroes will rise shining fears in the night. Heroes will rise with fire in their eyes, breaking for barriers, reaching for the skies.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the MSC 2024 wildcard stage. It's day number 1. It's me, Eterna, and it's Rose.
Rose here.
How you doing, Rose?
I'm feeling great. You know, it was a great flight. It's a little bit hot outside, but it's messing with my skin, but we're doing great today.
Well, again, I'm Naisu, and this is Trex, and we're happy to bring you guys the second half of the matches from Group A for us. I would say, man, you know, I'm pretty surprised with how things kind of started. I don't know if you are, because I know you've had your own predictions out there. But what do you think? What do you think so far?
I'm liking it so far. Like I said, some of these calls I was able to make. KBG doing real well, looking much better than I think a lot of people thought they were going to look out there.
That's true.
And now with S2G losing that last match, they're out. We still have a big match, E7 versus KBG. We have some deciders coming up. We have possible tiebreakers. We got a lot of things coming up in these last 3 games.
I think if I had to say anything, Trex, we have the hard part. This is the hard part of the duty for Group A because, you know, Miracle and LaFell opened up with a lot of good discussions, honestly. Like, if you think about it, because this is probably the most change we've had in our current, like, meta game and the patches that have happened. I know we've had, like, a hot fix and everything as well, but so far I would say this is the most change we've had in our game in a long time. And you can, I mean, if you guys caught the first 3 games or you've been watching any competitive MLBB that's going on, which, mind you, there's a ton going on, it's quite different now, you know? And I think even when you look at those first 3 games, the teams that like to play, I feel like, a little more aggressive, at least for today, day 1, they're kind of profiting a little more. So, I don't know. You know, I know you come from a specific region that likes to fight too, North America.
What are you saying here? What are you saying?
Hey, obviously I'm from the Philippines, you know. So no. What do you think? What do you think of the meta currently right now?
Well, I think after playoffs with all the MPLs in our region, we started to see this rise of, you know, more damage, right? Damage can equal wins. And now with this recent patch and with the recent hot fix and everything, we're seeing it once again. And even though I think a lot of us were surprised with the hot fix and with such a big patch coming right before MSC, I'm kind of hype about it because what better place to decide on a meta? What better place to decide on what is worth picking and what is not worth picking than MSC?
It's a good point. But also, before we dive more, let's go ahead and take a look at video here to see how we're going to prep up for this matchup. Let's take a look at this.
Entity 7, it's all about early aggression as well. A lot of teams are like that here in the wild card. But for them, it's very specific. Hide on bush on the assassins. He needs to get these assassins. He needs to go for an early snowball. But even if it gets to the late game, he knows how to get there, even when he gets bullied in the early phase. Expect their drafts to be a bit unique, though. Coming in with their coach, you know, from multiple titles, he has that experience. he tends to draft in a very unique way, where he goes for one frontliner, but he overloads the opponent with more sustain, more CC all across the board. And Chan would be their secondary carry. Getting him on a hero like a Lunox, like a Xavier as well, though we don't see him a lot in this meta, I think we're still going to be seeing it from Chan. A lot of aggression, a lot of team fighting, and a lot of that damage output sustain CC combination for Entity 7.
That was a whole lot of just adjectives being thrown out there from Mirko, but
I didn't know he knew that many words.
Yeah, I know. We're going to take a look, though, at this lineup for Entity 7. Specifically in the XP lane, we have Marquino, Hydon, Bush, Chan, Fury, Irwin. And like I said, you guys have been watching them play already today, and they're off to a pretty good start because right now this is a very important match against their opponents. And I think one thing we also have to keep an eye on, like Mirko mentioned in the video too, and just watching the first 3 games was the effective of Chan, how effective can Chan be in this mid lane because of the dynamics of mid lane also have changed with the patch. But let's also take a look at the video here to get another look again at their opponents, KBG.
KBG is relatively still a very new team to the MLBB scene, and it'll be very interesting to see how they adapt later on in the wildcard stage, because for them, it's all about adapting. Even in the Chinese qualifiers, they were struggling real hard until Saksa and KillVJ joined in the lineup, and with those two, they were able to just amplify their game, level up and multiply some of their aggression, but mostly they play it in a very formulaic way. They play for neutral objectives, front-to-back compositions. It's really all about understanding the fundamentals, and I think for you guys can expect the drafts to also be very, very similar. They're a team that want to go for the same strategy, and if they lose, they will fix it little by little.
All right, and after that we have KBG, Keep Best Gaming coming out of China. We have CU in the XP lane, Saksa in the jungle, Limu in the mid lane, Wah in the gold lane, and Tracy as the roamer. Now, I think a lot of people had doubts about them coming into this series, and they performed amazingly, and they knew exactly what the objective was. You come into game 1, you get aggressive, you look for that snowball, because there's only one game to do this in, and Saksa performed amazing. The rest of the team performed amazing, and right now they're going up against a team that is also up a game, and this is going to be kind of a decider of who could probably end up standing on top of this group.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. And also, for some of you guys that might have missed what happened even way back, well, it's not that far back, but M5 wildcards, we had this where Marquino defeated KBG. So there's also some history here amongst the players, obviously, as well. But that was when he was under Imperio, and that was kind of the first time that a lot of people got to see some of these players from these regions that, of course, are rising up in ranks, I would say, because this is it right here. This is basically teams fighting for avoiding the elimination and trying to lock in that top spot to go to the possible chance to get that last chance to enter the group stage here. So we know exactly what's on the line. You guys have seen some of the performances so far today, like we mentioned. And I think you really have to see, I guess, one of the biggest questions that we've had as casters, and I know LaFell and Mirko talked about this too, is where does the meta set in? And if there's anything like we had in M5 Trex, I think we talked about this earlier. The meta changed from like wild cards. Group stage was a little bit different. And then by the time we got to knockouts, it was also different, So it's like a evolution, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, coin picks start happening. A player uses something and everyone else figures out what that means and how to use that as well. And out of nowhere, this is the new hero getting banned. I think right now we're in a place where, it's do you test out that strat, right? Do you pull everything out here in this best of one? How confident do you feel? How ready are you feel? And, something to point out is which evolved item has the biggest impact right now, and I think it's definitely, the Sky Piercer,
you
right?
think it is?
It's been monstrous, even after the nerf on it and everything.
Yeah?
I think because you have the opportunity to just not buy boots if you want, if you're on certain heroes, if you're on the Roger or something. I mean, it's just huge, I think, for every team, and I think it's going to continue to be huge.
Can't wait to see how huge it's going to be, for us. But of course, we have to go ahead and take a short break before we get ready for the draft for this matchup. So sit tight, guys. We'll be back after the short break. And so we have both of them heading into the draft straight from it. Interesting bands, of course. You know, Harley, I wouldn't expect that right away, but at the same time, we have seen some pretty good dynamics, I would say, so far with picks, and I think there's a lot of variety that obviously can pop up here.
I think there's definitely some possibilities, too, that some of these teams have been scrimming. Some of these, and like I said, it is best of one time, right? It is time to maybe, you know, pull something out of your pocket, pull something out, see if you can pull it off. And if there's a team that could catch any team off guard here, it could definitely be KBG. Not a lot of info on their team, right? It's we don't get to watch their league exactly. We don't get to see some of those things. We don't get to see some of those coin picks. So you're only really going to get to see that when we're scrimming against them. So E7, maybe they got something up their sleeve here with that ban.
You know, while we wait for some of these bans to come out, you know what I hope one day? You know how we have all these like official restreams going on for all these other regions? I hope eventually we get one of, you know, out there in China as well. We get a little English restream that can go on, you know,
I saw some of their, they've been posting content. I saw one of their
Yeah.
casters like, it was fun. It was a little fun poking, but they, you know, they believed that they had some of the best junglers in groups. They said their jungler for KBG was going to make good work of the rest of these teams, and so far, they're holding up. So far, they're holding up, man.
Well, I'll tell you a thing or two about Saksa, man. Like, he is, obviously, Saksa, I feel like when I looked at this lineup from KBG, I knew that he would actually play a pretty big part in, obviously, some of their success and the change of the dynamic, because with KBG specifically, like, I think last year's wild card, that was a big time for a lot of them, and I know we've heard a lot of, like, the online content going out, you know, their first time in the M5 wildcard was really exciting to see what they brought, but it was just unfortunate they couldn't get past it. So now I think the improvements that we're seeing from them and some of the new players obviously coming into this lineup and making it work better so far for them, I think we have to see if this test against E7 is it that proof in the pudding, you know, as they would say. Like, is this the one? Because Saksa, he's a very great jungler. He was a part of the huge success that we saw from, you know, his previous team even before. And so I think when you throw that into this dynamic from KBG, that also, if you guys checked out that official podcast from MLBB Esports, you know, you got to hear some more insights on exactly the playground that they have when they're training for events like this. So you also have to keep that in mind as these players get situated. So sometimes their draft, that's why it's interesting, you know, they're playing on a different field at some points.
Yeah, I think, you know, speaking of KBG, let's talk a little bit about E7 because, you know, fun fact, this is a team that was kind of thrown together before the Latam League started and everything, and it's kind of a Cinderella story that they make it this far. They do end up getting second place. They secure wildcard, and now they're showing up as well, man. Both of these teams, I think, you know, kind of unexpected to do so well, and just kind of, because those last games, they were kind of dominating. It wasn't like extremely close to say almost. Both teams really showed up. So I think we're in hopes here for a really good game between these two. It's sad almost that it's a best of one. But again, that just kind of adds the depth. And I think another big thing to point out for both of these teams is it being a best of one and them playing these games so much back to back. It's got to be a little wear and tear on your mental, right? Let's say you get into the first 5 minutes of this game and you're behind 3,000 gold. You know, it's very easy to fold under that pressure and just be like, oh, we're already out. You know, we're already out. But I think what's going to be huge for some of these teams is being able to keep themselves together, even if they fall behind a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's a whole dynamic, right? The best of one format. It is brutal. It is legendary, you know, as some people would say. And I think that's part of what makes it so exciting. I don't know. I guess it's so fitting, at least when I think about it, like in consideration that this is a wild card. Like, it has to be a little wild. What more than having some best of ones, you know what I mean? And coming down to the line here, I guess we're getting a glimpse at through the cameras here what they're going through, because we can't see all the picks just yet, but you know, that'll probably get us situated for the teams. And I think really when you talk about Entity 7, like you said, this is a team that I feel like when they're at their best, it's really when their jungler is able to pop off and get the farm they needs. And I think any of these junglers that can shine in this new jungle meta, where, you know, it's not all utility anymore, you know, and the utility it still works. I feel like Fredrin's, Barrett's, Martes, you know, all those are still a possible choice, but I think a lot of the teams are just happy and refreshed that if they really wanted to, I know we saw the Harley ban earlier, but you know, if you really want to, you can throw in the Lings, you can throw in the Nolans, you can throw in these Roger jungles, you know, these more hyper-focused junglers if you want.
Yeah, I think there's just a lot of room, and I think as we see, you know, back to the point of the meta evolving throughout MSC, as we get to it, I think there is going to be some balance between the utility and the assassin. I think some of the very good teams will still be able to use the utility to counter the assassin, but you have to be, if you're going to pick a utility against that, you know, against that Ling, you need to be willing to, you know, go for that invade early on. And I think when you're in this best of one stance, it's scary to take that risk, right? It's scary to be like, do we really go for the invade here, even though we have the winning comp in the first 2 minutes? So I think we're going to see some of those things, and like, I think as we move on, it's really going to lay down in stone is Assassin the new, is that it, right?
If it was, would you
are
be
there
happy?
still some possible? I think I would be happy if it's balanced. I want everyone to
want
have a kind of
one-sided.
counter, right? Like,
Yeah.
I don't want it just to be Assassins. I think there should be, I'm hoping, it looks almost like we're at a place where there's a few utility picks that are good. There's a few assassin picks that are good. There might even be a Roger jungle that's good. And that will evolve it to maybe a marksman jungle, you know, maybe this or that.
Ooh.
Who knows? Maybe a Claude jungle or something. Get crazy.
The only one I could actually see working like right now would maybe be a Natan being put in the jungle. Like, I know he's done that before. Like, Natan's actually fit in the jungle before, previous meta. But I'm just not sure like how he works now. And I think we'll see teams go ahead and experiment.
Maybe that was
so
a
it
ping
looks like,
check.
yeah, I was going to say. That Harley's gone.
The Harley was sus.
I was wondering, like, yeah, what's... Okay, so obviously
tried.
you're a Turner, by the way. You're
So
saying
everything I
sus.
said about it was just pointless.
Yeah, you know what? You can leave it at it because you
Can
never know,
happen.
Trex. We're in a new patch. If teams want to ban out Harley,
Let
them
them
ban
ban
out
out
Harley. You know? We're not going to count them out on it. That is the wild card. Wild bans.
Wild bans.
Wild
Brutal.
picks. Yeah, legendary.
Unexpected. Expect.
Expect the unexpected. Right now, though, these are the bans obviously coming out. So Lui Yi, Harith, we have the Nolan, the Chip. Lui Yi and Chip, I would say, I don't want to rejoice in anybody's downfall, but I'm glad they're being picked less, right? Because Lui Yi and Chip, man, they changed the course of games so much that's why, you know, just months ago when all the finals and everything else were going on to qualify here to MSC and also the wild card, you know, you saw them picked up so much. So interesting too, the Valentino is going to be the last ban for this first phase for KBG.
You know, speaking of the Louis and Chip, that was like the trade, right? That was like the trade. Then it was like Harith Roger or something like that, or Harith Moskov. But that was the trade, and I'm excited to see what the new trade is going to be, right?
Trade.
What's the new red for blue side trade, right? Like, what do we get first pick? And if we're going to do that, we leave this open to get this as our second pick. Like, what's going to be the new trades? And that's something that always, it's what makes the draft interesting for me, like this first 3 bans and the first 3 picks, because it's so huge to set the pace of the rest of the draft. Do you still pick up something flexible? We know that Edith has been a little bit possible in some other events and everything, but there we go. We're getting a little bit of sustain here, a little something.
A little bit of Heart Garden.
A little Angela.
Little waves of love right now.
Waves of
first
love.
pick. So I'm surprised, man, that this was actually picked first. Angela is actually pretty good. Angeling. They could be building for that. So it's like if they wanted to force E7 and picking up the Ling, otherwise it's not going to be picked up and then traded. You know, we'll have to see if that ends up actually happening here. So right now it looks like even with this, Angela being first pick, I think for KBG, like their plan is to go, oh, wow, they don't pick up, okay, E7 doesn't pick up the Ling. Is it in the repertoire?
I think we're going to see Angeling here. I think Angeling, and then maybe they pick up an EXP liner like the Terizla or something like that, maybe Yuzong, something to kind of get to that back line a little bit, something to hold down the front side. They need something bulky in that EXP lane here. So I think it's a big chance we could see Ling Riz, something along that nature. Maybe pick up their Roamer first, maybe something that can flex from Roam to EXP if they need to. But I like the possibilities. We've seen so many Assassins doing well. They could also go for like... they could pick up a different assassin if they want to. What else has been popping? We still have so many possibilities, right?
I feel like it's been a lot of Nolans, Lings, Rogers.
There's the Riz.
Trizla. Wow, okay. This is, I would say Claude, Angela is still a good combination, though. You know, it's like if it's not the Angeling, it's, I was going to say Angelad. Angelad, like that's another good combination for your you got your marksman locked in. Moskov has struggled a little bit. I would say, like, since, you know, this nerf he went through, which I feel like Mozkov needed.
Yeah.
I feel like for a while, he was way too strong. But he's way more balanced, I feel like, now than before. So also the last pick here for E7 for this first phase is going to be the Dairoth. So interesting. I see a lot of teams doing this now, right? Picking up the Dairoth instead, and then sometimes we see the Esmeralda pop up. But Dairoth is a choice for E7. Then we get to these second phases of these bands here. So you're gonna see some focus on the jungle. Of course, the Baksha is also another paired up jungler that goes well with the Angela. And Baksha's been pretty good right now after the patch.
Yeah, so this Dairoth, do we think it's EXP, Edith and Rome? Or maybe Dairoth could flex to jungle. It's always like a possibility. I don't know. We haven't really seen it yet, but definitely a possibility. There goes the Ling ban from the side of E7, though.
Good
So
choice.
KBG now, what do they really have left to pick? And I think, you know, do they go for something a bit more steady? Just pick up something like the Fred? Are they waiting for that last pick to really get spicy, you know?
Yeah.
If they don't pick up jungle, I think, or no, they have to pick their next 2 picks here. E7 gets next pick. So no matter what, E7 has some counter ability if KBG goes for some sort of spicy jungle pick, you know?
I think this is why I am a fan of the current forming meta. Again, I'm not going to say it's formed, like completely formed yet, because this is different for its MSC. And even wildcard. Wildcard meta, like I said, is also very unique in its way, but I love the fact that you have so much flexibility. Yeah, you don't know exactly where the Dairoth is going to go. He could actually go in the jungle. Edith as well has been a pick that's been placed in the XP lane, or it's been Rome. You could actually, you know, flex those two as well. Obviously the Mozkov, we know where it's going. So with those last bands, it's going to be the Barretts. Minotaurs picked up. We now have the Rome locked in for E7. I'll tell you what, man, this is a ton of crowd control available. And if they really wanted to round this out for E7, they pick up the Vexana. Vexana would allow just airtime for E7 to utilize against KBG's lineup. And there's so much, you know,
so then we
CC
confirm
already.
Dairoth jungle.
Yeah, it could be.
Dairoth jungle?
Dairoth jungle. I'm thinking if they wanted to go this way, you do that Dairoth.
Hey man, maybe they get real crazy and just do Mozkov jungle and Edith Dairoth off lanes.
That's too wild. I know we're on the wild card.
This is wild card, bro.
It's day one.
It's wild card.
You know? But I don't know about Mozkov jungle.
All right, KBG on the gun now. Need to decide on something. Last 2 picks. I'm still wondering, do we go assassin? Ooh!
All right, that's kind of wild.
That's
right?
wild, bro.
Yeah, that's wild.
That's wild. So
Alice.
Chow Rome.
Yeah,
like
I guess Angela mid, Cho Rome.
Yeah, Alice jungle.
Let me ask you this: where do you like the Angela more? This is usually a common question. I feel like casters ask each other: Angela mid or Rome?
I think I like her mid more.
All right, you are not us.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Well, here's the thing. No, she can do Rome, but it kind of depends on the comp because do you still have setup? If you lack setup in your EXP lane,
yeah.
Because for a while we saw some EXP laners that didn't have crazy like CC.
Yeah,
like
true.
Heroes like CC.
Yeah.
Like, so if you pick that and then you also lose your Rome, you lose all your crowd control. So I think it really depends. You need to have some crowd control if you're going to put the Angela in the Rome position for me.
Okay. Well, I think
Luna.
Yeah, Lunox.
Lunox jungle?
Lunox last pick here for E7. I don't know if they're going to do any swaps because I know we got the names here, but you know, of course, once we get in game, we'll see where this all falls into place because pretty sure Chan's not playing the Dairoth, like, you know, but this is interesting, man. Lunox.
Is it Lunox jungle? Little ode back to, what is that, M4 Kyrie? I'm having PTSD seeing that Lunox jungle.
Is that Lunox jungle?
Or it's Dairoth jungle, or it's Mozkov jungle.
I don't
mean,
know.
either way, it's wild.
Hey, we're going to find out as we jump here into game number 4 in this best of 1 for Group A in the wildcard stage. Let's go ahead and find out exactly where this falls in place. This is a very dire match for both teams, securing themselves up, and you can see it right there. So it is going to be Chan on that Lunox. And you have this typical Mozkov going to the gold lane like we thought it would, and of course the Dairoth jungle. So looking at this too, I always like to look. We do have a temporal rain on Saksa with this Alice jungle, right? I don't know. I feel like some people also like this temporal rain emblem, and a lot of people just don't like to use it just yet. This early aggression already. I like the new Cho, though. I like this, you get that extra 180% on the basic attack. Once that bar is full, you'll see them already being on this side.
A little bit of damage on Irwin there. He is going to get stunned up. Tracy able to get the kill. Irwin does go down there. Tracy able to just dodge out, hide on bush, looking for something. On the side of E7 here, they have some burst potential, right? They have the Lunox, they have the Dyroth, and then they have the setup with that as well. But they're going to need to be able to work together. I think I want to see Entity 7 kind of rotate a lot in this early game. Maybe bring four, maybe even all 5 towards that turtle pit to look for those big fights and capitalize on this type of composition.
Just a full rotation is what Trex wants. And really with KBG's lineup, oh man, hide on bush.
Ooh, Marquino looking for something. Tracy is able to dodge out of the way. CU holding down the front side in the tri-bush. In comes Saksa.
What a fight.
Looking for something as well, but Entity 7 able to disengage there. Turtle going to be up in about 12 seconds.
All right, 10 seconds away from that first objective. For KBG, honestly, they can't really pull the go signal just yet until Tracy, has this advantage, has that level 4. But the fact that they already did get that kill, it gives them this little room, I would say, to breathe on this Cho pick to kind of play around with. But once he gets that level 4, then Entity 7 really has to watch out for the setup potential. They have their own as well, though, especially with an Edith. So half health on the Turtle.
Yeah, Turtle's going to go to the side of Entity 7. Chan able to secure it. Marquino able to get the knock up. Down in the purple buff, though. Sasa does get knocked up. Irwin trying to get away, but the damage coming in. Hide and Bush will go down. Next up on the list, Marquino taking some shots from CU. He's going to have to get out of town, though. 3 members trying to collapse onto him. Picks up a heal from LMU, and both teams disengage, but keep Best Gaming walking away 2-0. Entity 7 gets the Turtle.
I'll tell you what the biggest difference I see in KBG this time around for the wild card. They're much more disciplined. In the rotations that they have, Tracy
able to get away the dragon onto Chan here. Chan able
Brilliance.
to use the Brilliance. Going to be safe, should be safe, will be safe.
Okay, going back to the point, KBG is much more disciplined this time around, I feel like, than what we saw in the M5 wildcard. You can definitely see kind of the impact that even bringing Saksa has had for them, and some of this shot calling as well. Tracy doing an amazing job on this Cho pick, very aggressive. Just hope that, he's able to kind of manage that and not get it too aggressive that it punishes him. But as we look at these items kind of fall into place, no first items locked in just yet, but well on the way here. Saksa now on this side of the jungle. Might want to put some pressure here. Way the dragon.
Nice way the dragon onto Irwin, though. Fury going to come in. Saksa.
Oh, Tracy.
Able to dash away there. Here comes Fury. Gets a couple shots off onto Tracy. E7 trying to collapse onto 1.
Oh.
They find 1. Saksa able to go down. Chan picks up the kill. That's 1-2, but the gold still at a standstill, Naisu. It's 10K, 10K. NE7 looking for more, though, in the purple buff. LMU trying to defend along with Tracy. The knockup comes in. The Minotan's Fury. Tracy goes down. CU trying to help out, but unable to connect onto anybody there. LMU now just defending the mid side. CU needs to try to get out of here. Marquino locks in, knocks him up, and takes him out. NE7 going to walk away with a lead there.
Oh, I don't know how much different that would have unfolded if CU was actually able to get the penalty zone in the right area, but he kind of did it a little bit too early, so wasn't able to join the fight and then just gets closed off from it entirely. So with that, Entity 7 really on this upswing will be able to get those kills. Now the objective, they got 2 turtles under their hands, and they're furthering this gold lead at this point. It was kind of a stalemate for a while, but now with everything falling into place, you can see it happening. Even looking at the gold difference here, gold lanes, gold lanes are doing okay, of course. Fury's farming up. Spirit Destruction has been landing. Wow, he actually follows up with it, but he's just going to go back to lane after that. I'm not sure if they were going to get the call. Irwin was there. They could have possibly set things up, but he doesn't have the Minoan Fury just yet. So now as we take a look at the items, first items are falling into place. You got the Clock of Destiny already on at Saksa, and we know that changed now. It just, those stacks are there. Then you have the Enchanted Talisman here, of course, for Chan. So, I think one of the big power spikes for this, while we take a little breather here between the teams, when we talk about power spikes, Trex, who's got the better mid-game power spike from these two lineups?
I think
who do you think?
Mid-game, I think Entity 7. I think they kind of have it early, and as long as they have the lead, they will have a nice mid-game power spike. They have the Dyroth. He's gonna pack more and more of a punch as this goes forward. And then the Lunox as well. Whether you like it or not, Lunox is late game, but also has a decent aggression in early and mid. She can still shred down. Also has the escapability with the Brilliance, can kind of work around some of these big skirmishes during these neutral objectives. I think when we take a look at KBG, they're kind of waiting, right?
Yeah.
They kind of want to get to that late game, but the problem is NE7 also has some late game possibilities with the Moskov, with the Lunox and everything. So it's kind of a toss-up. I do kind of feel like if it gets to very late game, KBG may have the advantage. What are your thoughts?
Oh, you know what? It's been so long since I've seen also an Alice utilized in the jungle that I'm just kind of wondering on how good this will play out later on as we jump back into the game here. Scaling-wise, obviously, for the lineup for KBG can be good, but it really relies on just letting Claude get to where you need to be. You know, you need those 3-4 items to really be able to shine on that Blazing Duet for Wah Wah Wah. And that's something that can happen here, where on the other side, you already know. Hold on, bottom.
A little bit of damage on a Wah Wah Wah. But the Heart Guard comes in. Fury now taking the damage himself. May go down here. LMU able to take that kill. Would have been better in Wah Wah Wah's hands. But it's okay. KBG just needs some pressure on the board.
Yeah, they at least get that kill down, you know, and they're going to actually put some pressure on the Tier 1 possibly here, unless it can be defended by Irwin. But that's what I was saying. You know, Claude really has to be able to farm up, get those multiple items that he needs, and then you can really shine. But even with that, like we already just saw, with a Heart Guard enough, if he's able to outplay or outmaneuver with the BMI, then you can make it. Oh, hold on.
Ooh,
Tracy.
The damage from Chan right now is just bonkers. And this is what I mean. Like, the Lunox is expected to be late game, but the mid-game damage right now coming from ND7 is definitely vicious.
It's, I mean, he's not even hiding on Bush. Like, he's just there, you know? And this Dyroth, the damage threat is really good paired up with this Moskov, and that's kind of what we're seeing here. And we haven't even talked that much about Marquino. You know, Marquino's damage with the Primal Wrath, the setup potential is all great, and that's why Edith has really risen in stock in a lot of these teams' lineups. He's going to go ahead and whittle down here. They have 3 turtles now already in the hands of Entity 7, so they're well on their way to having a really good first Lord take once that's up in a couple minutes.
Here's one of the big problems, though, from Entity 7 is they haven't really... Oh, wait a second. A little bit of damage. Oh, but the kick comes back. LMU does go down. Tracy tries to save the day, but unable to do it. I was just going to say Entity 7 needs to start taking towers, and they read my lips. They take the mid lane, which is a huge tower, because now the rotations are in. Marquino able to get the knock up onto CU.
Oh. They
just want that purple buff that ND7 might not give it to him. Sasa brings out the Blood Ode. Big hit in the backside. Lots of damage on ND7. In comes the Blazing Duet. Hide on Bush. Getting melted down. LMU able to put another kill into the pocket as E7 back off Marquino. Now in between 4 members. Taking shots. Shouldn't be able to escape this. Wah 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 picks up the kill. It's a 2-for-0 trade. Keep Best Gaming trying to get back that gold.
You see what I'm saying? Like, KBG's discipline is so much better now, I feel like, as we see. Look at this replay. They actually had a good initiation this time around. I feel like CU wanted to make up for the last penalty zone. Makes it up here. Great hard guard in the Blazing Duet. And just the follow-up that they have here is really good. And then the call-off to just go and get that kill from Marquino. So, you know, some of this shot calling that you're seeing happening in real time for KBG is a very different KBG than before. So, honestly, with this game, the best of one, and knowing what's at stake here for both these teams, Trex, it could go either way once we get to the Lord. Yes, Entity 7 got all 3 turtles, but KBG's got some good fight in them too. I mean, look at the items. He's only got a DHS and a Corrosive Scythe. He's working on that 3rd item. Probably going to pick up the Golden Staff. Might choose to take some defense, though, too. Could pick up an early Wind of Nature. But right now, KBG showing that they can actually contest and fight against Entity 7 despite them really controlling some of these objectives. So now the Lord's up. They're going to go ahead and just full-on start it. They'll keep LMU up top. Look at this pushing.
Saxa trying to find a way in as Fury just melted down. Penalty zone in the backside. Only finds Chan, but Saxa comes back and gets the stun onto 3 members. More damage coming out. A nice way of the Dragon. Marquino goes down, and Sasa able to take another one. Fury finds Tracy, but the Lord still don't know. Sasa takes it. It's 4 members down on the side of Entity 7. Nothing but Irwin left. KBG take the lead and start to bring the game into their hands.
What a fight from KBG, and they're going to get so much off this first Lord here. They might even knock on the shields of these base turrets of Entity 7. And as I was calling it, you know, it really depended. Where were they going to be able to fight on that first Lord? It looked like Entity 7 wanted to rush it, and they did. They brought it to a fourth of the health, and then they lost the fight. Now, CU has had 2 great setups with the penalty zone. You're going to find Entity 7 on this defense. Again, this is a best of 1 for them. Very crucial to get to that top spot right now on that journey, and it looks like they're going to have to do their best to defend this base. Half health on the Lord. They should be able to clear it. The Brilliance already being popped to Tracy. Look at him just standing here menacingly, but they'll go ahead and work on that. So they're fine, but Entity 7, it's looking, you know, the lead they had, it's now lost. They're down about 3,000 gold. You can see some of these spikes happening. The item spikes are happening. Those items of the, you know, the second, third, fourth items are being locked in here. Some defensive items as well. And I gotta say, man, CU has really stepped up after just that one minor mistake he had, you know, with the penalty zone. A lot of these penalty zones are the things that are setting this up for KBG to fight on.
Yeah, we're starting to see the Dairoth fall off a little bit, right? Hide on Bush, 0, 3, and 3. Yes, he packs a punch, but the defense just isn't quite there. He just locked it. He has the Radiance. Looks like maybe he's going for Anti-Cuirass, possibly?
Yeah.
He's got the Juggernaut in right now. Depends on which route he wants to take and what he wants to work on next, but still, it's just not enough, and nobody's really holding the front line for Entity 7, and even if they do, Sasa just hits that flicker into the backside and is able to get it, like we saw, 3-man stun right next to the turtle, able to put out the damage. I feel like Keep Best Gaming, their positioning so far in these small skirmishes, in these fights, has been key to their victory.
And like looking at this, even the damage dealt, Chan has been doing a ton of damage. It's great that he does that, but still, you know, it kind of falls off from there. So this is where Fury has to step up and land a lot of these fights for himself and get the positioning down on Pat. I mean, even Irwin, man. Irwin is a good key component to be able to win some of this fight. If they have to disengage using the Minoan Fury, if they can set up for it better, especially with the flicker. But right now, it just feels like Entity 7 doesn't have much of a choice. They're playing at the tune of KBG. And sometimes it's even just Tracy, the threat, I could say. Like, this is something that, you know, there was a time we didn't see Cho pop up too much. And now you kind of, even though he had this little bit of a I don't want to say rework, but he has this added benefit of some extra damage on his basic attack, 180%. With the concussive blast, you'd be surprised at how much damage that actually does if he finds a target, picks him off, and then follows through with it. And so right now, I think Entity 7, part of the struggle for them is utilizing Chan to get that damage off that we've seen him do, but then have a good follow-up from Fury based off, you know, Hide on Bush. Dairoth, like you said, might be falling off a little bit at this point in the game, but it's more so he's got to be very careful in the way he approaches these fights because, you know, Saksa on the Alice, she's finicky. She's kind of hard to catch, and you don't really know where she's going, you know, and that's part of the tough part about it.
She's unexpected.
She's unexpected. She is. You gotta expect the unexpected. It's a tongue twister at this point, man.
It is. It's getting hard. But I will say this, and the big thing about Saksa 2 on this pick is it is only going to continue to get stronger.
Have you seen his farm?
And stronger and stronger. And it, like I said, Entity 7, I think this was a time in the game when they were really supposed to kind of continue that power spike. And now that they've fallen behind, it feels tough for them. They do have the set potential with Irwin, but he's getting melted down. The stun comes in. Does give the no one spirit. No, it gets stopped, and he's unable to pop the penalty zone into the backside. And CU with the blazing duet finds John, and 3 members of Entity 7 are taken out. Saksa up against Fury. It's a 2v1 because Tracy jumps in. Nothing but Marquino left, all for the price of wah. Keep Best Game and looking to possibly end this. They're going to try to take this tower. They got a wave coming down the mid side. Tracy, CU, LMU, moving on to Marquino.
Okay, Marquino, it's just him by himself. He's just going to try to clear the wave, hold on to the base turret. Oh, LMU, okay, he's going to be fine. Oh, Tracy goes in even defensively. Look at Marquino's damage.
The trading between them, KBG is definitely a different team than what we saw before. Even that little exchange there, seeing them kind of back and forth. And wait, does he not go for
the Lord? Trex, they don't, off that whole exchange, they don't get the Lord.
I don't think so. Could he do it himself? Was the Lord was hitting too hard?
Well, the Lord does hurt.
Hit hard
it does hit hard. I mean, look at the replay. This is, again, a great initiation for KBG. CU gets a penalty zone on 2. Tracy gets the nice, good Way of the Dragon, and they follow up. From this, I'm kind of surprised. They get Fury. It's only Marquino. They could have actually just made a beeline for the Lord, got the Lord, but instead they tried to get that mid-turret. They didn't even get the mid-turret. So now they're back to square one here for the Lord dance. And yes, to answer your question, the Lord hurts quite a bit. I mean, even if it's the first Lord of the game, second Lord, they do quite a bit of damage to these junglers now with that change.
2 shots on Asasa and he's down to like 70%.
Yeah.
I don't think he could 1v1 Lord right now. He might not be
Marquino.
able to do it. Oh, wait a second. Wave the Dragon onto Marquino up in the top side. Wawa able to pick up the kill. And I think as long as Keep Best Gaming keeps on getting these pickoffs, ND7, they're not going to be able to compete for this. They can't even really find a way in exactly. I think Irwin, the only big possibility for ND7 is a big No One's Flicker, right? A big Fury Flicker, able to maybe just catch them off guard.
I think that's just in the base at this point, Trex. That's going to be the Lord already secured here for KBG. Tracy has been on point with his Cho, really able to pull the trigger and find the right targets, giving the advantage to KBG at this point in the game. 15 minutes in. Items nearly locked in, you know, especially for Wawawa. He has pretty much everything he needs, plus the Heart Guard. It's really difficult to get to him now that he also has that defensive Wind of Nature. So Entity 7 going to have to defend against this push from the Lord. It's going to charge in and take out this mid turret. Can they defend this?
Yeah, watch for Saksa. Look for the dash in. Lord able to take down the tower. Tracy able to get the way of the Dragon onto Marquino. Couple shots from Wawa. Nice Minoan's Fury. Is it going to be enough, though? So you taking a lot of damage. Marquino goes down, and they are unloading right now. Sasa on the front side. Sasa looking for more. Hide on Bush, taking some damage. Maybe goes down. Sasa looking for the re-engage, gets the stun. Hide on Bush still able to get away with the Lord, finally connecting onto the base now. See you looking for a couple free shots, tracing the backside. Able to get the knockup onto Fury. Sasa finally goes down, and Entity 7 is defending. They're not just defending, they're responding. They finally take down the Lord. Hide on Bush looking for another target. Sasa down, Marquino down. It's a 1-for-1, and Entity 7 able to defend.
What happened? KBG not able to end the game there, even with that Lord already knocking on the base. And it was probably a mix of, you know, they wanted to finish those kills up to make it a little more clean and then finish, but some were hitting on the base and then it just kind of fell apart for them. You got to give it up. It was a great initiation, a great response too. You know, it took a little while for that entry. Once the Heart Guard was used for Wawawa to go in, you're going to see that unfold here. You think they could push this one in, but it was a great defense from Entity 7, really clearing the best they could, pumped out a lot of damage, and then KBG kind of just, they didn't know what to do at that situation. So then they find themselves at least with 2 turrets down in Entity 7's base, but they're going to find themselves in a similar situation where it's like, all right, Tracy, we're counting on you. Go get a pickoff, and this is where, as you know, at this point in the game, 17 minutes in, it's been working great. Tracy's been on point, but it also could be an instance where it's one bad initiation from a Cho. That's always the gamble, if you will, in sense of how do we use this Way of the Dragon to find our pickoff, but what if it doesn't work? Because you also got Purifies. There it is.
There's one, a lot of damage on Irwin. Spear of Destruction comes out. He decides not to pull the trigger on that one. Entity 7 able to defend, able to get back, and Irwin will be able to recover that health. Still in the game.
Okay, they get a lot of ultimates out, you know, at least, but what it all comes down to, once again, Trex, is just resetting. You know, they're still, what, 14 seconds away from this Lord here. And the further that they wait, that Entity 7 waits for this, the better chance I do feel like that they have contesting a Lord. But the biggest thing they have to kind of counterplay into is what I just said with Tracy, if he gets the Way of the Dragon off. And that's why you have those Purifies. You have some of these defensive items now. You have the Crown picked up as well here to play around with to try to stall something out, because this is a crucial one. This could be a game-changing Lord here as both teams kind of get it situated. They got the information. Irwin's there. But notice, you know, nowadays, in this current meta, you don't just go and pull out the Lord and let it hit you. You know, you kind of got to approach this in a different manner. And so that's what you see Entity 7 even doing. They can just let KBG be the ones to start it up and kind of approach this Lord. But it looks like right now neither team really wants to do that. And I think Entity 7, if they can find their own somehow pickoff, it worked great. Look at Hide on Bush. He's literally hiding on the bush. He's doing what he's doing.
I mean, and he's got the position. He's going to try to look for the angle here, and I think that's why Entity 7, you mentioned it, let the other team start it up. I think Entity 7 is looking for that, but something to point out is Wawawa has been doing a great job of controlling that long lane. You look at that top lane right now, and it's just pushing in slowly onto Entity 7. Earlier, him and LMU cleared the wave. They had to send Marquino up there to kind of defend it a bit, but still, it's just going to continue pushing. Entity 7 has to do something about that. At some point, they have to pull the trigger. EU able to get away from there. The Heart Guard does almost come out there. They're able to hold it in. He's looking for it. Who's he going to put it on, Sasa or Wawawa?
Still goes.
Still not doing it.
Yeah, going to be, I I mean, very calculated here. There's the hard guard.
Ooh, big kick on Irwin. A lot of damage on Irwin. Sasa able to pop the immortality onto him. Spirit Destruction does come out. Sean looking for the getaway, but Sasa able to find him. Next might be Hide on Bush after he finds Wah Wah Wah. The Hide on Bush popping off right now. Looking for the damage. The Truncheon comes out. A lot of damage on Sasa. Might go down. Fury able to get no. Hide on Bush gets a kill. It's 2 for 1 right now. Entity 7 popping off, but minions are on the base. Do they go for this Lord or do they go back to defend and clear?
Oh, they have to defend. Look, they can't even actually commit to this Lord because CU and LMU are there. They might start it up, but this is still going to be a push and pull between both. The final turret in the base of Entity 7 will go down, and that might have been a long enough time for KBG to get back for this Lord fight. So Fury, the last fight, he just popped off in the back line. He was free hitting, so they have to solve that issue. He still has the Purify available. There they go. Once again.
Fury's coming online right now, and he is going to be a problem. Even though they took the nerf, Moskov in the late game is still an issue, as we can see. We saw with that last fight, he's up in the top side. He's able to use the Spirit. He's able to clear the lane, use Spirit Destruction to get in the midst of things, output enough damage. You have Hide on Bush who can kind of reap, clear things up. I mean, Entity 7 holding this game together well. They've taken back the lead.
Oh, man. Interesting. That last item locked in from Hide on Bush is going to be the Malefic Roar as well.
Yeah.
So a little more penetration to deal with. And that's what's blowing up KBG's defenses. If he's able to get the setup that he's looking for, and then Fury just pops off from the backside, shooting off these spears and everything else, it's tough for KBG to deal with on the front side. So now the tables have turned here. Entity 7 will be marching in with this Lord in the mid lane. They're going to want more. Champ.
Looking for the engage here. Lord down about half health. CU also looking for something, but taking a little bit too much. Sasa into the backside, though. Way the Dragon does connect onto Hide on Bush. Hide on Bush takes a heap of damage, but Tracy takes more, taken out from Marquino. Saxa, though, still holding down the backside, looking for LMU, looking for something. Wah 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 goes down. Saxa goes down. Entity 7, all 5 up against Keep Best Gaming. Keep Best Gaming tried their best, but Entity 7 should be able to clear this out. They still need some minions, though.
Not many minions yet.
Waiting for a wave to come. It's 40 seconds. That is going to be it for KBG.
Just some time will tell. Brilliance with the base. Last wave will be pushing in here. They're going to take that turret to clean it up. And here they go. They'll go ahead and take this game in the best of 1 against KBG. Further in their lead in Group A.
Sheesh. That's all I got to say. That was a good game. I mean, all the way down, we went to 23 minutes there.
Yeah.
22 minutes on that one. KBG back and forth. After we saw some of those first few games, those first 3 games, we felt like these were the 2 teams we needed to keep our eyes on. And Entity 7 holds their composure. Both teams held their composure until the very end there, but Entity 7 ends up coming out on top.
Very, you got to respect Entity 7, the way they, I mean, think about it. Early game, they had control of objectives. As we look here at the highlights, early game, Entity 7 had control of all the turtles. They got all 3 turtles, actually, in fact. They played with the lineup that they had, especially early on. There was a good response from KBG, I mean, throughout the entirety of the game. But the story here for Entity 7 really was, had control early game. They lost it mid to, early, late game. And then KBG knocking on the base of Entity 7 at one point. We're not able to cap out and finish the game. And some way, somehow, Entity 7, their team fighting around these Lords got way better the further they got into the game. At this point, again, look at Fury. He's just in the backside unleashing. And KBG used everything that they had to start the fight, or at least to respond to starting the fight, that they didn't have anything to finally get to Fury. And that was kind of the problem here. And even this last fight, it was a very tough fight to be in for KBG because they got split off. And Fury's just firing off again. No one was able to really touch Fury. And that is one of the strengths of a Moskov. But I feel like the same can be said when you have a Claude, especially with an Angela providing you that support. So really this was just, both lineups were working really well. But Entity 7 at the end of it was able to just kind of have that fortitude to turn things around. And then when they got that lore and they pushed in, they knew they had it.
Yeah, I think something huge we saw was KBG during the mid game. They were playing as a unit. They were playing very well as a unit. You know, you could see the teamwork, and then as that game went on, it felt like NT7 started playing a bit better as a team, and it felt like KBG was they were spreading out a bit too much in some of those fights. They were letting little members get picked off. Sasa was going for the engage, and we got CU way down here or something, you know?
Yeah.
And it felt like they weren't as cohesive when we got to the end of that game, and when you have two teams of kind of equal caliber, those are the decisions that make a team lose.
That's a good way to put it, because really it's those minor decisions, especially towards the late game. And honestly, this is, I would say, you know, a game that goes a little bit later than some that we've seen, but, you know, that's where you have to have that fortitude to be able to turn things around even when you're down and then cap out the game there. So great best of one that we just saw, and Entity 7 pulling through, but leading us into the next matchup. Let's go ahead and take a look at this quick video.
My name is Joe. I'm the jungler for Xeno Zenith.
I am Shocker. I'm a mid laner in Xeno Zenith.
Hello guys, it's me, Masaraf. I'm the explainer of T2K.
Hello everyone, I'm Bob from T2K. My role is Maze. Okay, so I'm gonna brief you guys on this game that we're playing. So basically you two have to compete against each other. So I will show you an icon later, and then you have to guess what it is. Okay. So basically who can guess, then you have 1 point.
Okay.
So I will show you in like 3, 2, 1, and then I'll show you. You don't have to raise your hand, you just have to quickly like answer. Okay, so for the first one, 3, 2, 1.
Phobius, right? Phobius. Is it Phobius?
Yeah, it's Phobius, bro.
Phobius second skill?
Yeah, second skill of Phobius.
Okay, I think Shocker got it first. But let me check if it's like correct. Yes. Actually, do you know like the
skill name?
Yes.
No.
Then you can like steal it from him.
I don't memorize the name.
Okay, but it is skill.
Oh, I thought it would be something I, because it looked like an
eye. It looked like a Phobius, bro, because it's the eye thing.
Phobius.
So do you know which skill is it?
Oh, it's second skill.
If you can guess the English name of this skill, you can steal the point away from him.
No, I don't.
Okay, so it's actually second skill of Phobius. It's called the Aster's Eye. So we have 1 point for Bob, 0 point for you. So the second one. Remember, you don't have to raise your hand. You just have to quickly
answer
it. 3, 2, 1.
Wait, what?
Guinevere Ultimate.
Do you want to try?
I think it's a...
Oh wait, no, it's not.
Yeah, I think it's also Guinevere because of the flowers, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh,
Yeah,
which skill is it?
Huh? I think it's his ulti.
The Ultimate.
Yeah.
Okay.
But no,
let me check.
We don't know the name.
Yeah.
It's actually not.
Wait,
it's
Camila?
Camila. Okay, so no one got the correct, so it's still 1-0.
I think it's Carmina's second skill.
Do you have any idea?
I think Farsa.
Farsa? Which skill Farsa?
Farsa first, I think.
Okay, I'll show you in 3, 2, 1. It's actually Camila's second skill. You're correct. So it's like 2-0 now. So we'll move on to the third prompt. 3, 2, 1.
Marty's ult.
Do you want to try?
Yeah, Marty's ult, I think.
Okay. It's Marty's ult, but if you know the name, you can steal the win.
It's something execution. I'm not sure.
Okay. It seems like it's a passive. Okay, so no one got this correct, so it's still 2-0.
Hey, Marty's, Marty's.
Do you happen to know the name of the skill?
The name of the skill? No.
Okay, so...
It's divide and conquer. Oh, no.
Azura's Wrath.
It's passive. So it's 2-0.
Yeah.
You still have a chance. We still have 2 more questions.
2 more questions.
So for the fourth one. 3, 2, 1.
Hey, Bruno.
First skill. Bruno's first skill.
Hey, you said it first, bro.
What skill is it, bro?
It's the first skill.
So, do you know the name of this skill? Then you can steal the point away.
Soccer ball.
It's so unique, bro. No, I don't know the name.
Okay, so you're correct. It's a skill 1 from Bruno. And it's called
Volley shot.
Okay, now it's like 2-1.
It's Bruno's ult.
Bruno's ult. Any?
Yeah, Bruno's ult.
It's actually Bruno's
first skill. Okay.
Okay. So move on to the last one. Last question. 3, 2, 1.
Link Ultimate. Link Ultimate. Link Ultimate.
I said first.
No. Check the cameras. Check the cameras.
Okay.
Link Alt.
Okay. Link Alt.
Do you know the name?
No, I don't.
Okay. It's actually called Tempest of Blades. So it's 2-1 now. Whoever can get the name will be the one win.
You
I played this hero. I should know it.
You played that hero, bro.
No, I don't know it.
It's called Blade.
No,
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know the name of the.
I think something like that. The name is like a Blade, something like that.
Tempest
Tempest of Blade. Yeah.
Tempest of Blade. So
he got it.
It's 3-1. Okay,
yes,
so
3-1.
now you won. So you can say anything, and then Joe will have to follow it. So basically, you have a punishment for Joe.
What will I? Anything?
Yeah,
like,
just
make
anything.
me say anything.
Bob, you won. So you can basically order Rajab to any punishment here. So he cannot deny anything. So let's start.
Say that in Tagalog. You can speak Tagalog, right?
No.
Just say this. Pogi mo shocker. Just say it, bro.
Do I say it to this camera?
Yeah.
Pogi mo shocker. Not true. Not true. I would like him to make funny face.
Okay.
Funny faces.
Okay. Let's do funny face. Okay, look to the camera.
3, 2, 1.
Okay.
There we go. Welcome back to joining us here on the caster desk. Again, I'm Nice Dude. This is Trex. And Trex, I don't know. I was following along. I don't know how many I've gotten right. The icons, the names, sure, of the skills, but I've actually never really looked at the icons.
If you showed us like how the skill looks with the hero doing it,
yeah,
I would know it immediately. But you show me the icon, then it's a little.
It's a little tough.
It's a little tough.
Hey.
Items, we could probably do items.
We could probably do items, yeah.
Probably do items.
Props to them, though. A good kind of introduction to the next match, of course, because it's going to be a back-to-back for KBG. You know, KBG has to go into another game here, and they have to go against Mekong's Pride. The Redemption Seekers versus Mekong's Pride. It's Xeno Zenith versus KBG. The battle of multinational squads. This is actually very interesting because, you know, from what we understand, I think you always have to kind of think about the dynamic of different players being imported from different teams. And I've always wondered about the communication, like how are the comms, you know? And from my understanding as well, you have, you know, teams over here on Zenith. I believe there is one of the guys speaks 3 languages. I'm trying to think of it. I think it's Joe. I think it might be Joe. He speaks like 3 languages. He's probably a part of that whole communication part of their success here. But I think for KBG, even with Soxa, like we heard, that they actually are learning, you know, a little bit of I think it's Mandarin to go ahead and talk with the other members, of course. So, but even when we looked at the previous game, KBG, like their synergy, I would say, is there. It's improved because, again, going back on the history that they had from the previous wildcard, man, KBG looks a lot better. It's just they weren't able to end the game. And honestly, we see some of the best teams in the world not being able to end games. But let's talk about Xeno Zenith here and their lineup once again for today. It's Hehehe, Joe, Shocker, Zippy, and Gnart.
You missed a couple of hehehes there.
Well, you know.
You didn't pronounce it right.
I can't do it that long, man. Because then I would actually have to count it.
I think it's 7. Pretty sure it's 7. And he's actually performed pretty well in the XPs, you know, Zenith.
Yeah.
I mean, we definitely need to see some more for them. I think this will be a good test for them going up against KBG here. KBG is a little warmed up, but also taking that loss, is that considered a true warm-up? And speaking of KBG, we've been saying it all day, these guys have come a long way, and in a best of 1, they did fall a little bit short. I think we still need to see a little bit of communication between them. I think we need to see a little bit of better teamwork, but there's definitely, I think there's a high ceiling for this team.
For KBG?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're definitely rising on that that ceiling as well. As we take a look at the lineup once more for KBG, we have CU, Soxa, LMU, Wawawa, and Tracy. And again, looking back at the previous best of 1 that they just went through, I think that's right. You know, they are warmed up. They're ready for this game. And honestly, if they replicated, I would say, the majority of the previous game, they could find success here too. It's just, I think they have to answer the question of why they weren't able to find the ending there with the Lord there. And maybe part of it too was just Entity 7's defense play was really good. It was on point, you know, but for KBG to be that close to securing that top spot for now for Group A, you
you know, that's gotta sting a little bit.
That's gotta sting a lot, man.
Yeah.
Like, a lot. And there's the threat of the best of one. That's the brutalness of it, right? That's what happens. And taking a look at the leaderboards right now, ND7 2-0, Keep Best 1-1, Xeno, Zenith 1-1. At this point, S2G pretty much out of there, right? We already said it. They're not going to be able to make it, but Xeno, Zenith still has some opportunity here. Keep Best Gaming still can try to get that 2-1. I think there's a lot of possibilities. ND7 also has another game at the end of this, and they have an opportunity to just kind of clear the board, right? If they can get their final win today, then it doesn't matter what happens in this game. So both of these teams need to pull something off here if they want to stay on the board.
And again, it's going back to the point of why these best of ones are so crucial, because with that, you see how, you mentioned it earlier, you know, how that one mistake or misplay might change the course of your chances to being that top spot and going forward, you know? So this is also an important matchup, of course. All of these have been, and it's really coming down to the wire because we only have 2 left. So before we get ready for this next matchup for KBG against Xeno Zenith, we're going to take another short break before we head into the draft. So sit tight with us. We'll be back after this.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
Alrighty, welcome back after the short break here. We're jumping shortly into the draft for this matchup. Again, it's match number 5 for today, day number 1 at the wildcards for MSC 2024. And it's coming down to the wire for some of these teams. With the previous win, though, that we saw from Entity 7, they are now at the top of Group A here. And, of course, you know, for both these teams, they still want to go ahead and secure themselves up further. They're both sitting at 1-1. And obviously, we could eventually find ourselves, depending on how these next 2 matches go, who knows if we end up finding ourselves in a tiebreaker situation as well as they try to kind of break through these possibilities. But we're going to jump, it looks like, into the draft. we'll see how things kind of play out here. It is going to be KBG on this blue side, and for Xeno Zenith, man, on the red, they're going to get those 2 picks that we've seen a lot of teams utilize so far in some of the strategies that they have with these games. I would be surprised, though. We did see KBG pick up the Angela first in the previous game. I wonder if they still want to go that route, like go with sustainability and healing as their game plan composition.
I mean, yeah, I think we've seen a couple different strats from KBG, right? We've seen a couple different ideas come from them, and I'm wondering, do they still have more? Do they have some more pocket picks? Do they go for something like an Alice jungle again, right? Or do they get back to basics? Do they want to put Satsa on the Noland or something? It kind of depends on how these bans fall out. But we've seen a lot from the side of KBG, I think, just in terms of draft and in terms of how far they're willing to push the envelope. Zenith, on the other hand, I still think we could see a bit more from them. Or is it smarter that they're just kind of, keeping things tight?
It's a good, kind of good thing to look out for. That is the Angela ban, though, so it is going to be taken out. And then KBG decides to take out the Harith. So Harith, Valentina, Louis, the chip is gone, like you mentioned. And this last ban from Xeno Zenith, what do they not want to deal with from KBG? So far, too, I would say if KBG wants to kind of lock in, maybe this is the time where we see Saksa play an assassin jungler, like as it comes down to this is their last match, at least for Group A. And I think if you're holding on to something, whether that's a niche strat, cheese strat, whatever you want to call it, something up your sleeve, this is the time to bring it out. In this situation between both teams in their current situations, Novaria is going to be the last ban from Xeno Zenith. So a lot's left on the table here. And I think really if you wanted to, you could just kind of play with the fact, pick up a Roger. You could flex that enough. Roger is flexible enough that he could fit that role of jungle assassin. Very snowball-y, could build up. You could also park him in the gold lane. So that's one of the picks that I would kind of think about contesting here for KBG if they want to go that route. And for Xeno Zenith on the flip side, I mean, even the same thing. It's really up to where do they want that carry to happen? Where do they want to get those power spikes in the composition here? Do they want to start early against KBG? Because KBG, they play a little more defensively now and a little more discipline that you see, but they're going to lock in the Faramis first pick here, who usually also has, I would say in recent competitions, has been banned out quite a bit as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's been banned out, it's been picked. I think it's a lot of possibilities. But here's the thing, what we've been seeing work is that big burst damage. LaFell said it earlier in the day. He likes damage. He likes compositions that are going to kind of bring the bang in right now. And I think Xeno Zenith, they're already picking up this Moskov. We saw the possibilities of that in the late game. There's still a Noland on the field. There's still a Ling on the field. There's still a lot of possibilities to get aggressive. And as you said, KBG, I think it would have been smart to picking up something a little bit more damaging. But Zen doesn't steal anything too crazy. KBG still has plenty of opportunities. They do still end up getting this Roger down to their third pick. Do they pick up an Assassin immediately, or do they go for an EXP lane, seeing as the Charizla's already been picked on the side of Zen? I think Edith could be a solid pick here for KBG.
Oh, yeah. Edith has been, I don't know, Edith is going to be a mainstay for a long time, I feel like, currently, at least throughout the course of MSC. Very good even in the of Rome, of course. Then you also have the Grox, the Tigreals. We saw some great implosions in the earlier games today, of course. And Rubies, these are all like very solid picks, but also an X-Borg does get picked up to round out that first phase for KBG. And I would say the biggest thing that we don't know is obviously where's the Roger going? Is that a gold lane Roger, or is it going to go in the jungle, possibly in the hands of Saksa here? And that's something that they could play around with depending on how these next bans and even this last pick for the first phase comes out from Xeno Zenith. There it is. Fredrin's actually going to be picked up. And this is just the situation where that Fredrin and these utility junglers are. We're so used to, for the longest time, seeing them picked up first pick, drafted in right away, but now I would say they're in a good like 50. I don't know if 50-50 is the right percentage to say where Fredrin is, but he definitely feels more balanced. Like you can't just pick him up and like deal with all these objectives the way you want and tank everything. But with those already, like having the Fredrin, having the Charizla, pretty good solid lineup in the front, can initiate quite a bit, can even peel if you need to, because really fancy footwork with a Moskov and then being able to peel for him is crucial here. And good ban from Xeno Zenith to take out that pick from Tracy that we actually was a really good component to them swinging things back in their favor towards that late game before it all fell apart for KBG.
And, you know, another thing, a good thing that Zen's doing with that Fredrin pick, with the Chorizo pick, they're finding some decent answers to kind of deal with the grouping up possibilities around this Faramis, right? They're finding some decent answers to kind of deal with that Cult Altar, deal with that Nether Realm, and be able to do something about it. KBG, on the other hand, they're going to take out this Matilda, which could definitely be vicious with a Fredrin behind it. Can definitely cause some problems. On the other side, Zen, do they continue to just nail into Roam here, right? Do they take out a Minotaur or Grok or something of that nature?
Yeah.
Something to kind of slow down KBG? Because right now, KBG, with this Faramis, with the X-Borg, and then a Roger that can kind of viciously jump down the mid side here, they're looking like they want to steamroll. I mean, not steamroll in terms of like early game vamp up, but in terms of team fights, just kind of group up and roll over you, right? So Zen needs something here to kind of slow that down a bit. I think with the Moskov, they could just go even more into CC here, right?
Yeah.
They could go even more into crowd control here. They already kind of have damage figured out. Round yourself off with a decent mid laner, and the draft is clean.
Man, for Xeno Zenith, I'm also wondering what they're going to put in the mid lane. You can see that last ban from KBG is going to be the Lilia, you know, focusing on that those options available for mid lane because, you know, at the I would say mid game especially, it's going to be crucial for them on where their damage is going to be because, you know, Moskov takes some time, obviously. Not as much as a Claude, I would say, but obviously you want to have some of that front-loaded magic damage to deal with this because Faramis, he's a little, like his damage is a little underrated, I feel like. Like it really builds up, it really scales up, especially depending. We've seen teams put him in the roam, like a roam Faramis. We've also seen teams obviously put him in the mid lane as well, mostly the mid lane. But the damage that Faramis actually pumps out is quite surprising for a lot of teams, I feel like. And then, of course, you know, Nether Realm. So interesting because the way Xeno Zenith wants to counter into the Nether Realm, like I was saying, was pick up the Odette. You get the Swan Song. You might as well just fight in it. Fight in the Nether Realm that way, locked in with the Odette pick.
Yeah, it's a good answer to the Faramis. It's also a decent answer to the Roger. It's good if KBG decides to go for a assassin jungler or something a bit more aggressive that wants to come in. The moment that Swan Song comes out, and you're lucky if you don't get stunned before that, it can definitely be a problem. It stops some. I remember with the Odette, when we first saw it kind of appearing back, it was a great answer to the Joy, a great answer to someone that wants to try to get around you, cause a bunch of damage. It was a beautiful answer to that. So I'm guessing that's kind of the idea here from Zen, but instead of going for a squishy burster, they're going to pick up the Martis, who can probably handle a Swan Song and can probably handle a way into that. And not only that, but they pick up the Grok to get that knockup to kind of just bust down the door onto Zen here.
Like literally, Trex, the way you got to see this Odette is you have one job this game, and it's to just burn through the Nether Realm. Like if that's what you do, that's it. That's all. You did your job because looking at the lineup from KBG, you know, they have a lot of durability too. Anytime you have an X-Borg, this is like 4 health bars, you know, you got to work through, especially when Mortality's online, you know, you got to go through all that. And even Amartis has not popped up as much lately. And interestingly enough, Xeno Zenith goes the Florin. They lock in the Florin for this lineup. So now they have the sustainability at least on their side because they can actually go ahead and fight these extended fights that typically happen with the Faramis.
I will say this, though. If KBG gets an early gold lead here, if that Martis starts to pop off, having the Florin, yes, you get some sustainability, but it takes a little bit of time, and they don't really have much of a front line. They have the Fredrin, yes, but he's taking the nerf, right? They have this Charizla, yes, but he's not going to really be able to hold them back if KBG wants to play this the aggressive route, and I think it's definitely a win con for the side of KBG. You know, use the Martis to your advantage. Try to get some early decimations off. Try to really just start flowing into this. Get your gold lane online. And if you're up 2-3K gold in the first 8 minutes or so, I think it could be a wrap for KBG.
Well, we're going to find out exactly what happens here for KBG or Xeno Zenith as we jump into this best of one, the 5th one for group number A, and also a possibly deciding game for both these teams, sitting at 1-1, going forth, looking to get that foot ahead as we look at things here falling into place. Again, Gnart, I like that he's got the focusing mark with this lineup. Nice good old extra % damage. Don't ask me how much, it's 6%, right?
6%?
Yeah. And you know what's funny is I'm yet to see the Warcry pop up because I love that combination, man. The focusing mark with the Warcry emblem, that's 8 plus 6.
How much is that? 14?
14, that's
14.
right. Good job.
I just winged that one, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, you're pretty good. I'm impressed.
All right, so Tracy doing a good job as well, speaking of good jobs. Just kind of keeping vision on this orange buff, keeping vision on Xeno Zenith. This is another thing. Keep Best Gaming doing a good job, and they're going to play the aggressive route here.
Wow.
Xeno Zenith going to have to withstand this, and if they continue to withstand this, Sasa might not want to let it happen. A lot of damage does land on a Tracy there, and now KBG on the run. LMU going to be the first to fall. Shocker hits him with the shocker, takes him down. Sasa now also needs to try to get out of this, but Xeno Zenith walks away with 1.
I'm surprised at how aggressive KBG was there for that buff. You know, they wanted that orange. They wanted to put the pressure, and unfortunately, they're the ones that go down to the first blood in the hands of Xeno Zenith. And not only that, but it went to Shocker. So Shocker, the guy with the one job of just pumping out the damage to deal with the Nether Realm, is now getting that first blood, a little bit of that lead on building this Odette on what he has to do. So, you know, I'm just surprised that KBG decided to go all out for that. Hold on.
A lot of damage on a Tracy. He can't move. Joe able to get the stun. The stun locks up as well from Shocker, and he is just shredded.
Yeah, I mean, I was not expecting Tracy to get shredded that much sitting here. So they might fight for this turtle still. Joe goes in.
Nice Thunder Zone in the backside. LMU taking a lot of damage. LMU going to go down. Able to get the kill.
You got all of them.
I got all of them?
I think so.
I think so.
That's why, you know, most people just say heh, because when you're doing the play-by-play, man, you know.
Is it ha or is it he?
It's he. Heh. No, I think heh.
Heh.
All right. Well, Xeno Zenith definitely feeling pretty good about that, and gets themselves a good lead. Turtle up, 3 kills on the dot too. So for Keep Best Gaming, I think really when you're kind of already falling behind at this point, you know, they've got good gold. At least kind of in this sense of with how things have gone, they got, you know, kind of shut down in the early on, trying to be really aggressive in the jungle here. But for Xeno Zenith to get the lead and then KBG to hold it together, but they still want to put pressure despite everything happening. It looks like they're going to have to fight.
Comes the Spear of Destruction. He's going to dash in. Shocker able to find Saxa. Tracy now on the run. Wawa looking to maybe help defend, but Xeno Zenith already got 1, and if they can keep on finding 1 after 1 after 1, it's going to equal a game for the side of Xeno Zenith. Keep Best Gaming against the ropes right now. Wawa getting pushed away from Joe. Xeno able to get some nice chip damage onto that gold plating. Zippy going to be able to stack up.
Okay, so they start, I mean, look at this. So, all right, Hehe's a little bit of trouble, but he's got that body of Smith, so he's going to be fine. Look at the bottom side.
A lot of damage on a Wawa. They finally got what they were aiming for. Zippy able to take the tower.
Okay. This is still surprising. I mean, KBG, for a lot of these exchanges, want to play up front, want to fight for it. Even looking at the items, you can already see, you know, Wawa picked up the Sky Piercer first item. He's also got the Warcry emblem, but he's going to have to just keep farming because he's getting just kind of beat out of this lane from Zippy. Zippy really showing kind of dominance on this Moskov, and that's the thing too. You saw this where you have this very heavy, durable lineup from Xeno Zenith in the front side. That's one thing that Fredrin's still great at. He's still, you know, he's still a tanky guy, you know, but he's not as good as he was before, but that doesn't mean he's not still like high on that tier list. Fredrin can tank a lot of this damage, and then you have a Terizla with you, plus the healing from a Florin is tough for KBG to deal with. Turtle
goes over to Zhao, but I was watching that Spear of Destruction. He was able to hit right onto Wawa, dashed up there, cleared the wave. And Xeno Zenith just playing so well on the map right now. Joe gonna hit the invade, take this camp away from KBG. And it feels like KBG just can't do anything against the presence of Xeno right now.
That's what I'm saying, man. Joe is literally just sliding into the shots because he knows that he's got the healing from Gnart. And, you know, look at this. Look at the zoning out they're doing on the tier 1, pushing KBG further back. You're wondering where can KBG find the farm they need, because at this point, like you mentioned, Xeno Zenith just really dominating the space around the map and taking these resources. Some of those first items falling into place too, and I love it, right? You see Shocker, he's got that glowing wand early on, has that for the first item. And that also has that built-in passive for the Necklace of Durance for those of you guys that don't know. So, you know, you have this added benefit of just having a Swan Song ultimate with that passive already from the Necklace of Durance into that glowing wand. So this is all part of that plan, you know, part of that lineup that Zenith brought to the table. And right now, KBG really kind of struggling to answer to this, to deal with it, even when it breaks down into team fights. So they could possibly just see themselves losing this next turtle even. Spirit Destruction.
God, Zippy is just so good at finding everyone right now.
Pretty on
Spirit
point.
Destruction. He's Tracy forced to use that ult as a getaway there. And honestly, the more I look at KBG's draft, it's feeling tough for them, man. It doesn't feel like they have many late game options here. They went for a composition that really relies on hitting a snowball, that really relies on getting aggressive early on, and they messed up. They whiffed a little bit in those first few minutes. And now that Zenith has this lead, but a 3K lead at only 6.5 minutes, it's a problem. Keep Best Gaming has to do something, I think, by this next turtle, maybe by Lord, or else it's just going to slowly. I mean, Zenith is. There's not going to be any catching up.
I don't think they can fight here, you know, for this turtle. I think they just have to give it up. They got to be watch out too, because could actually just set up like that.
Penalty zone does land on Sasa there. Sasa able to just get away. CU keeping vision, but also backs off. All of Keep Best Gaming back under the towers.
Okay, back under the towers. And for Zenith, they got all these turtles, all the objectives they wanted to. And Zippy is just having a time of his life. You know, he's farming up on this Moskov. He's hitting the Spirit of Destructions if he wants to. He's so confident in even the healing with this Florian that sometimes he'll just aggressively even follow up. You know, even if he doesn't actually continue onward trying to get the kills here. That's just Zenith really pulling through, getting themselves a nice little lead now to work with. So when you kind of look at this for KBG, you got to think, where's this possibility for them to kind of turn things around in their favor? And that really comes down to these team fights. Maybe it's the first Lord. I think that by the time the Lord comes up, you should look to KBG to contest it. They should be in a position that, okay, we'll try to win this fight. The biggest problem for them is playing against Shocker here, playing against that, just the Swan Song pumping out the damage and really dealing with even having the Netherrealm. I don't want to say it completely negates it, but it actually really helps dealing with the Netherrealm in a quick manner. And then you would just allow, you know, the follow-up to come through from Zippy as well, using that penalty zone.
Yeah, something else big to point out is Wah. You know, even when Roger was the gold lane pick for a little bit there, he had trouble going against things like the Fred Rin, going against things that are going to stop you in your tracks and not let you jump into the midst of the fight. And when we look at Zenith, it's a whole lot of pill. You got the Fred Rin, you got the stun coming from Shocker, you have the stun from Nart, you have Zippy who can push you back, and then you add that up with the penalty zone, and literally the whole composition has something to slow Wah down here. And even though he has 0 deaths, he also has 0 kills. He's behind 14, you know, about 1,400 in gold, I think I saw earlier. It's a problem, and with that being gone, and with Sasa down to death, unable to really unload either, Keep Best Gaming doesn't have any real damage.
Uh-oh.
But the damage, though, does go down onto Tracy there. Out comes Swan Song, the dash in, almost finds the kill onto Tracy, but Keep Best Gaming is able to get away, but Zenith still controlling the river, controlling the pressure.
Art using that flicker. Interesting use of the flicker there, but also that's a whole lot used. Tracy.
Whoa, a lot of damage. Shocker does finally go down there. Keep Best Gaming able to find an answer. Wah looking for more, but he's going to take a couple shots in the face. Penalty zone does come in. Wah just trying to escape. Not going to be able to do it. No, he dashes away. Now the battle does continue still by this purple buff. Nobody else going to go down. A lot of shots fired. Zippy looking for CU, but he's able to flicker away. I mean, everybody purifies, flickers, ultimates, but both teams do a great job at disengaging here. Shocker's the only one to fall. Zenith may be able to take this Lord, though. Will Keep Best Gaming try to contest.
Yo, look at this. I don't know if they're going to do it because it does so much damage. And it looks like KBG is going to pick it up and try to continue on. Zenith, do they fight for it? Spirit Destruction going to land? Do they fight? Do they reset?
It's hard. It's hard. You really have to know you're going to be able to take the Lord by yourself. And Zhao able to come in. Penalty zone does lock on with Shocker on that Swan Song. A lot of damage on Sasa. CU as well trying to run away will fall. Shocker able to pick up the kill. LMU backing off as well. Lord does it go to the side of Zenith there. Keep Best Gaming back on the defense.
Oh my goodness.
Look at Joe.
Look at Joe.
Look for the 1v1, the 1v2.
Come on, Joe.
Come on, Joe.
All right. Well, with that, Zenith, I mean, they're not doing anything crazy here. Wow, Sky Piercer, wah. Going for the execute.
Going for the self-execute. Oh, wait a second.
He wants to fight.
1v1. Oh, if he would have had a little more health.
Yep, just a little bit more health. Wah. You know, you were mentioning before all this broke out, Trex, this is why I still prefer, right now, currently, Roger in the jungle. Like, I feel like he struggles in the gold lane in comparison to some of these other picks that are possible, especially, you know, we see a lot of flex even for mage picks being put in the gold lane right now. And so it's definitely a struggle for him to kind of get back into this game. And it's twice now that they've had to deal with a Mozkov.
I think a composition like that, though, takes... Your team has to know what they're doing in unison, right? You need to be able to work together very well. And when we look at some of the teams in this group so far, they all have some of those micro skills. The skill is there, but I think one of the things we always see lacking here is the comms, right? Is the unison of how well the team is working together. So if they're going to pull something off like that, they got to be able to rock it right. And I think Keep Best Gaming maybe just not quite there yet playing. And it seems like most of their compositions have been on the safer side, picking things like the Fermis, you know? Picking things like the Alice Jungle. They want to try to take these fights the long way, take these games a little bit safer instead of just risking it all on one shot.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, you can see this real quick looking at the damage dealt. This is what we were talking about when that Odette was locked in and how it would really be a good counterplay into the lineup that KBG went with here. Tons of damage. You know, this is literally big damn for this Odette, and even the Fredrin still able to tank up quite a bit of damage, dealing with that front-loaded lineup and being that front lineup, and then allowing, you know, see like the Charizla just to shine with the setup potential from He. So really for Zenith, they've done a good job at just playing this lineup that they have, this composition to a T, and kind of punishing KBG. And KBG finds themselves, you know, 6,000 gold behind, but really, like we saw from their previous best of one, if they can somehow hold on through, they can be okay and turn things on its head.
Zenith doing such a great job at their positioning on the map, not trying to rush it. The big mistake we saw from Keep Best Gaming last time when they lost was kind of trying to rush those finishes. Zenith taking their time with this.
Yeah, taking their time. Real quick of the items too, kind of locking in here. Once again, you have Shocker already having just everything that he really needs. Even the Genius Wand to help with this, you know, kind of making that even more burst damage come through by lowering the magic resistance here of KBG. And that's why in a lot of the fights, they kind of have to wait. KBG's approach to some of these team fights, even these Lord fights, they got to wait for the Swan Song to be down. They can't get caught in a penalty zone. As long as they're able to avoid that, I think there's a possibility that they could win on through a fight. But look, mid lane.
Ooh, a lot of damage coming from Wawa there. Shocker able to go down. We saw them able to pull this off last time, but a cold altar. The other realm comes out. Zippy able to fall as well. 2 members down for Zenith. Keep Best Gaming looking for the response. Do they turn this into a Lord for themselves? Zenith now on the back foot and Keep Best Gaming back in it.
Holy moly. As I just said, I think they're going to take the... All right. They deal with this purple, but it looks like they're going to get the Lord here. KBG, I said, you know, they have to deal with the Swan Song. Whoa, look at the damage from Zaza.
That's a lot of damage. They didn't take that Lord quick.
Okay, they got it. KBG got the Lord, but man, look at the damage from the Lord. Put him on the damage meter.
Big damn.
Big damn right there. But going back to it, I was like, man, they just have to deal with the Swan Song, Trex. And how do you deal with the Swan Song? Sometimes you don't want to deal with it in a fight. Just take it out. They got
hit her in the face.
Yep. They got Shocker. They got rid of Shocker. That's what they did. Now she's gone. She's not singing any songs right now.
Take down Odette as fast as possible.
That's right.
Don't give her time to click the ultimate button.
Hey,
just boom.
Tracy was on point with the Guardian's Berry as well, able to get out Zippy. That was the Sky Piercer that procced for Wah to get that kill. So with that, I just said if they solve those things, it happened a little bit differently, but KBG now finds themselves on the offensive towards the base here of Zenith. So we'll see if all this work that Zenith has done in this game up to this point, nearly 15 minutes in, if it's enough to keep this defense up against this push.
I mean, they still have Zippy who is shredding things down. Keep Best Gaming, I think this is the time for them not to over push, not to make a big mistake here. They just got a small lead finally after a long haul. They could take this game slow, but look at Tracy. He doesn't want to take anything slow. He's in the midst under the tower, and they're able to find their first inhibitor. Keep Best Gaming take the lead of this game, not only in gold, but in towers now as well.
That is just what a turnaround for KBG. I mean, this happened to them in the previous game, so why can't they do it here? And it looks like Saksa, wow, just smoothly sidestepping it. He's going to sidestep that penalty zone, not going to land, and now mid lane still getting some pressure from KBG, but I think that might be all they can get, unless for some reason Zenith decides to fight at this portion of the map, you know, trying to get some of these resources, but it looks like they're not going to do that just yet. Zippy did pick up a Malefic Roar now, so he's got that little bit of extra shredding damage to deal with some of the tanky lineup that KBG does have. As we take a look at the items once again, fall into place. Some key defensive items also for Wawa being picked up. He needs that Athena shield. He needs that kind of defensiveness. But remember, there is a Genius 1 on the other side from Shocker to deal with. And you can see that they also got locked in the Winter's Crown now. So Shocker might be able to avoid some of that burst that he just felt from the previous fight. So these are some key item pickups that could change the course of some of the skirmishes and the team fights we saw previously. So with that, they're going to find themselves just kind of defense clearing up until this Lord does come up. And I feel like for Zenith, if they want to approach the next Lord dance, then part of the big success of them winning the Lord dance with now KBG having the momentum is really positioning. They have to get control of this side of the map again. They can't just let KBG continue to hold their jungle. And they might want to go ahead and just stay clumped up together for now, because defensively they should be okay with the healing that they have with this Florin. But it looks like they might force a fight even before the Lord comes up. It does come up. Wawa's going to start it out. And they're just trying to zone out Joe.
Yeah, they're just pushing these lanes in completely all around, knocking in Zenith a second to breathe, which sometimes isn't the greatest. Sometimes you want to freeze, but I think they're doing a good job at it right here. Wawa going to have to back off. Lord brings him down to half health, and they're not able to force it, man. Zenith now back in the Lord pit. Joe going to kind of hold down the front side. CU is going to keep vision on them and look at the positioning. And keep best holding down this mid lane bush, and that's exactly where they were able to find Shocker last time, and I think that's who they're looking for once again, right? Zippy or Shocker, either target is a great win.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That Winter's Crown could actually change the course of that, because earlier he didn't have it. They went in with an initiation. That's one of the powers of Grok 2. You really get a surprise setup that you can utilize. Even with the Guardian's Barrier, look at the movements they're making already, right? They might even make it and just try to surprise one member, but they can't find Zippy. Zippy's going to go ahead and clear that lane out for now. And still, neither team really wanting to commit to this Lord just yet. So still, they manage these waves. This is also time for Zenith to get the items they need. Divine Glaive now picked up for Shocker. He's pretty much fully built in. Still top of the damage department too. So part of this could be just a really good play from Zenith now that they have the defensive items they needed. KBG also doing a great job at just farming up, locking in the items defensively. That's also an immortality now picked up for Saksa. So still, neither jungler really want to commit to this, and this is the interesting part.
This is the new Lord dance.
This is the new Lord dance.
You dance around the
Lord. You dance around it. You don't pull it out like before. You just leave it there. You maybe juggle it around a little bit. Still, both junglers instead just want to put pressure on each other, trying to kind of whittle them down if they can, but really it's kind of up to the teams if they want to force the initiation. They both have possibilities to do that, whether that's the Grok for KBG, whether that's for Zenith.
So much on the line for these two teams. I mean, you can see it. You can see the pressure kind of coming into the game of both teams. Like, do we really try to force the Lord here, right? Or do we wait for the fight to happen? It's just whoever comes out on top. Both teams just taking it so slow. No one wants to even pull the Lord. We just kind of dance around. I think Keep Best Gaming, with the advantage they have in lanes right now, with the pressure they already have building on bot side, they need to continuously use Wawa here to run up to that top side, get a little more push, get a little more push, get a little more push. And just try to hold down that long lane, and eventually that's going to give them the advantage against Zeno.
See, that's the thing, though, too. Like, if you do that, if you're KBG and you do that, the power still of this Mozcov pick is, like, the global threat. I mean, you still got to land the Spirit Destruction. But obviously, if the team is doing Lord, your chances of hitting the Spirit Destruction are pretty good. Now, is it optimal where you hit it and land? That's depending. That depends where you land it. But right now, look at this. They're going to force them out of the jungle.
Crazy. Just misses it. In comes the Spirit Destruction. A little bit of damage. He down about half health. Look at the damage on a Keep Best Gaming. They're all falling. Tracy with the immortality. He able to hold down the front side. Shocker able to find the kill onto Tracy. Saksa. Both of them fall. And Xeno Zenith should be able to turn this into a Lord take. Keep Best Gaming take the engage, but fall in the fight.
I just said it. One of the powers of this Moskov is just throwing that Spear of Destruction on a fight, and you're going to be there just like that, and then you pump out the damage. KBG wanted that fight. They forced it. They used the Retribution to fight that fight, and then they got a reality check. Because Xeno Zenith, like I said, with Shocker on this Odette and fighting in those clumped up areas with, you know, those narrow gaps, it's tough to deal with when you're working against this Odette. Tons of AoE damage, and now they're going to find themselves defending in the base.
Oh my god, look at the damage from Shocker. LMU falls. Pentagon Zone into the backside. Wawa getting pushed under the tower. A lot of damage onto CU as well. Immortality does. No, not Immortality, but the Fraga armor pops. Xeno Zenith still there. Minions are creeping in on that boss side, but Xeno Zenith don't want to go back. They don't care. They're going to end this game first. The Lord marching down the mid side. Might need to send somebody soon. Mid inhibitor does fall. Tracing the backside, able to get the knockup on him, Shocker and Joe.
Oh no.
The Realm does come out from LMU there. Lord's still there, but the minions have finally connected onto the base, onto the top side. Just keep us gaming. Look for the engage, look for the stall. They did get some minions out, able to defend, but Keep S Gaming still in this game.
Well, for KBG, at least a successful defense. They only lose that mid turret. But even with the minions, now it's pretty much even. You know, they got one turret down in Xeno Zenith's base. They got one down for KBG. And so this goes back to it. You know, it's more so a 50-50 than anything. But really, when you look at these team fights unfolding, KBG is having a difficult time dealing with the backline of Xeno Zenith. How do they get there? You know, we look at the replay. Again, they wanted this fight, and look where they decide to fight in this very small space against a lineup from Xeno Zenith that is going to punish them. That, you know, that's questionable. It's like, why did you want to fight there? And, you know, and then you see this play around happen and kind of work from this. Obviously, they're feeling pretty hype about that play too, you know, for Xeno Zenith. But it makes me wonder, how fast can KBG adjust from what they just did, what they just initiated? Looking at some of the items here, I think that's going to be the last item locked in now for Wawa. It looks like you pick up the BOD, so he's got that. He's got a little bit of defense, but you're seeing also the effects of the Sky Piercers. Yeah, he sold his boots. I mean, he's fast enough. He is a wolf, you know?
He's footless. I mean, he's shoeless.
He's shoeless.
All right, so I think another big problem that we're seeing from KBG, Tracy has to land that wild charge, right? And that big fight that we saw happen down there, he only connected onto one member. He was looking for two. If he could have got both of them with the wild charge, that whole fight might have gone different. Tracy is going to be huge as these fights go on. He was one of the things that was able to help Wawa get the one-hit shot onto Shocker earlier off in these matches. If Tracy can't land those, Keep Best Gaming isn't going to be able to win out in these fights. So it's going to be huge on him whether he can pull this through.
It's insane to see this too, like 0 kills for Zippy. But Zippy's just like in the back line, just shredding. Like he's just shredding people. So he's doing it in a similar way what we saw from the you know, Monscom effect from the previous best of one against KBG. And I think they really have to solve that issue. Like, and I think this is where you also just need to utilize these flickers. Whether that's CU, whether that's Tracy, to go ahead and try to find their initiation. But this is once again Lord going to be started up. All the information here for Xeno Zenith to deal with. They'll clear the waves, so they don't have to deal with some of that pressure being put there. They already have to hold down that bottom side. Half health on this Lord. You're going to keep CU there to tank up most of it. You see how much damage he's doing even to this X-Borg. And still decides to go for a little bit of a reset. Meanwhile, Xeno Zenith will go ahead and collect everything they need. Resources-wise and everything else. KBG, this is what we were saying they might have to do. They might have to result in just putting pressure on the side lanes. Both teams can honestly do this to an extent, but it's better if KBG does it, and then Xeno Zenith, I think, just wants to respond to it with the lineup that they have. Because really, like I said, Zippy can show up at it, you know, on a whim. And so KBG still going for the same game plan they tried before. They're looking for that surprise factor. If they can go ahead, possibly use that conceal, find a knock-up, get the stun off, and then hopefully get a quick kill that gives them a numbers advantage. But right now, it seems like Xeno Zenith is not going to let that happen. Both teams, Lord, quite low now, 4th of the health. Do they actually just go for this?
Yeah, I think they do. Joe going to try to look for the re-engage. Pentagon Zone to the backside, and Joe takes the Lord. A lot of damage does come on Hehe. Shocker able to protect him with that Swan Song. The KBG forced to back off. Joe with the steal to possibly bring this game into their hands.
Big Joe.
Big Joe.
Joe's been on it all night, and I mean all night in this best of one. Like he's here in this best of one on this Fredrin. He's on point with the retributions. He let KBG just do everything, and then he just swooped in. That's one thing you can't take away from Fredrin.
He just walks in with his hand in his pocket.
Hand
like
in
it's
pocket.
Nothing.
Retribution. I don't know if that adds to the chances of getting the retri off, but man, Joe once again in mid lane.
Lord is going to be creeping down. Spear Destruction comes in once again. Zippy enters the phrase. He brings in the pounded zone, able to try to keep Wawa away. Out comes the Swan Song, and down goes LMU. Tracy low as well. Shocker looking for another one, able to find Tracy. Zippy picks up the kill. Sasa now on the run, trying to get back under the fountain, trying to get a little bit of help, maybe able to defend, but the Lord's already connected. It's 50%. Xeno Zenith gonna lock on and take the game.
And what a game from Xeno Zenith here to close this one out, the best of one against KBG. And unfortunately, yeah, that's going to be it for KBG. You know, that's what they were fighting for, of course, trying to get up into the standings here against N87, but that's tough, man. KBG, much more, I would say, much more improved gameplay than what we've seen in the past, but still, it seems like, you know, they need a little more time. They need a little more time to adjust some things here, to recalibrate some of the decisions. I mean, when you look at this, as we look at the highlights here for this game, you'll see it. They were so aggressive in the early game. Even when they were down 0-3, they were still aggressive. And maybe, you know, maybe that's part of the game plan. They really just kind of want to get that start going, get that momentum building. But when they get punished time and time again, they kind of had to find a check. You know, they kind of had to check themselves, I would say. But some of the team fights that they chose to fight, again, they started this fight with the Retribution and collapsed down. It's, you know, you're wondering, like, could they have won that fight, you know, against an Odette like this and scaling really high up there in those corridors that you really have a tough time fighting against AoE comps like this, because the whole time, you just keep an eye on Zippy, man. He's been in the back line nearly untouched. You know, by the end of the game, he died once, but for the majority of it, he was just in the back, untouched, and his Spear of Destructions were really on point to allow him to get to the fights when they needed to. And Joe was just great on this Fredrin this time around. You know, it's a kind of a classic matchup we used to see so much before, the Fredrin, the Martiz, but this time around, the Fredrin came out swinging, came out on top. Joe really kind of dominated his side of the jungle when he needed to. And I think it was just a decision. Trex of KBG wanted us to come out swinging, start with a strong start, a momentum builder, and it just did not happen for them there.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نو ترى نو.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد صدق.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to day number 1 here of the wildcard stage for MSC 2024. We have one match left for us. We just saw the match number 5. KBG, unfortunately, losing to Xeno Zenith ahead of them. And we'll see how this last match kind of plays out. But I think things are kind of already falling into place again. I'm Nice. This is Trex. And we're here to finish off group number A for the last match for you guys. Trex, how you feeling, man?
Group number A.
Group number A. That's a new one. Yeah, I know. I don't know why. I always do that.
Do you?
Yeah.
A, B, 1, 2.
Group number A.
It makes sense. It's the first group.
Yeah.
It's Group A, and right now it's been unexpected, right? I think a lot of people thought that S2G was going to come out on top. And speaking of S2G, looks like we're gonna have a little bit of interview with them.
I think we got an interview with S2G. Let's take a look at this video.
Hi, I'm Begin. I play mid lane for S2G Esports and my name is Emir. Actually, we can say that FF always go to MSC or M Series, but to be a second team, or maybe we can say there are not a lot of teams in Turkey. I mean, they just disband their teams when they lose. They always want to be a champion, but when you just play for 2 months or 3 months, you can't be champions. So the wildcard means that you should stay together and you should practice, and maybe you can be a champion. So it feels really good. You can aim the forward, so it's really nice. Maybe I can say it can be the easiest group during all the MLBB history. So we are hoping to get to be the first from our group, and we will see if we can do the wildcards. I think all the teams are not prepared enough because there is a new patch. It's like only 1 week. So it will be hard for everyone, and it's really hard for us because our match is the first match. If we can say it's the easiest group, we just looked at our opponents and what do they play. For example, we saw the explainer of KPS Gaming plays Freya, his main champ, so we can see that if you can do something, not only banning his heroes, maybe we just watch and see what he does, then we can do something against him. So for our group, we didn't practice a lot, but for wildcards, we did good things, so we're gonna see. In Turkey, people think that the good things is always being the first team. So if you're second, they can like bully you or trash talk. So when we consider the Turkey, it doesn't feel really good. But when we consider the global, it feels really good because we have been to Russia before. It was our first international tournament. So the second one is this, and after that we're gonna see if we can do, if there is still a wildcard for M6, and we're gonna see if we can do it still, even we can't do anything really good here. I think the new patch is so bad for Philippines team because they are really good at Lord Dance, but to Turkey or to other countries, I don't consider the Indonesia or the other big countries. But you can't do really good Lord Dance. So as the new items and new hero changes, it can be good or bad.
Welcome back again. Great video there. Some heavy words and heavy statements there, I'd say.
I've definitely had some comments that haven't aged that well either. I'm sure S2G's feeling it right now. Easiest group.
Is it fear?
Easiest. It's what is it? As it could be. I mean, he should be scared now. They're 0-2 right now, and the hopes for S2G, were pretty high, and right now they are sitting at the bottom.
They are. But you know, going to that video, I think. It's a good point, because I would say that some of the teams that were really used to these Lord dances, these Lord fights, it's definitely different now. You guys, if for some reason you have not been watching MLBB competitively after the patch, you know, and all the stuff going on here, and today, let's just say today you started watching, you're probably surprised, you know, because I know some people as well have been wondering about the picks. Some people that might not have been watching for a while might be like, whoa, the draft looks way different. You know, well, that's part of it. The patch is definitely there, and it has shaken things up quite a bit. But, you know, for these teams that now that come down to it, for just S2G Esports, they're going to go out with a bang here. So we got Lunar, Kazooie, Begin, Sigibum, and Karo. And, you know, we heard in the video, I think... really, when you look at these regions that are in the wild card, something that I always take from it is the experience gain that they get. You know, they might not have the results that they were looking for, but even if you look at the lineup that we saw from KBG, look at the experience they gained, you know, in the course of from M5 wild card to where they are now.
Man, but Entity 7, man.
Yeah.
The team that, like I said earlier, this team was thrown together before the Latam series, was able to get to second place, and now they are showing up on the wild card stage. It's Marquino in the XP lane, which I've been loving the way this guy plays.
Yep.
Hide on Bush in the jungle, Chan in the mid lane, Fury in the gold, and Irwin in the Roamer. And for me, the two-star players here, for like with everything I've seen, Fury and Marquino, man, these two guys have just been consistent.
You read my mind, Trex.
I do that.
I was going to ask you, who stood out to you the most in day one from Entity 7?
Fury and Marquino.
Fury and Marquino. Marquino stood out to me back in the first wildcard appearance that we got to see him in for M5. And I think here, yeah, he's still a big player for part of this. And it's kind of crazy when you think about how they were just kind of thrown together, you know, to deal with their whole journey up to this point, because Entity 7 is back to see the world. They're doing great. And I think if you really look at this match, this last one for Group A, Entity 7, this is their time to really show, maybe not everything, they don't have to show everything, but because it's a best of one, so far they've shown us that they're very good at just synergy plays. They can play aggressively, they can play on a defensive game too. Their lineups are interesting. And, you know, going back to it, I think the patch has really affected teams like this, and that's what we're seeing here unfold. I can't wait to see the draft. I know you guys can't wait as well. We're going to be taking a short break before the draft gets set up, so sit tight. We'll be back after this.
Hi, my name is Begin. I play mid lane for S2G.
I'm a player for S2G and I'm playing XP lane.
Hi, my name is El Gringo. I'm a sub player of the Brute Force.
My name is Black March. I am player of both Force.
Okay, so now I will brief you guys. So basically, I will show you a skill icon later, and then you guys will compete against each other. So you guys basically race to answer the question, and whoever answered the question correctly get 1 point. Okay, so we'll start with the first one.
Farsa first, follow Farsa.
Okay, if you know the real name, like the English name of this skill?
No. I don't even know the Turkish one.
No,
okay.
No name.
So 1 point for Begin?
Auto Farsa?
No.
Farsa? Passive skill Farsa.
So do you know the English name of the skill? Then you can steal the point away.
Name of the skill?
Yes.
No idea. No.
So I think both of you guys got it wrong. Okay, so we'll move on to the second one.
Alright.
So next question.
Link, W. Second skill.
Do you know the name of it?
No.
No.
No, so 1 point for you. So it's 1-1 now.
Sprint.
Sprint.
So
Second skill of Link.
So he said sprint.
Yeah.
And he
Second
said
skill of
second
Link.
skill of Link. Okay.
Второй Линка вроде.
So do you know the name? Do you want to steal away or like do you want to try?
Название скилла. Ну это второй Линга точно.
Yeah, I'm agree with him. That's a second skill of Link.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's the second skill of Link.
Defense ward.
Like must have 1 point.
That's
Then
right.
Algringo
Yeah.
is 0 point.
Yeah.
Easy.
Lapu Lapu ulti. Third
Hep de
skill.
senin mainler geliyor oğlum.
Third skill, Lapu Lapu. Bravest fighter.
Okay, you get 2 points for this. So it's 3-1.
Oh.
Lapu Lapu
Ult. Ulti Lapu Lapu.
Okay, I think Algringo got this first. But do you know the name of
Of
this
course.
skill?
Oh no.
No.
I don't know.
We just say it as a ulted. That's it.
Okay, so 1-1.
Bravest fighter.
So for the fourth one,
Joy W. Second skill.
do you know the name of it?
No.
No.
Okay, so it's 4-1 now. Basically, we have the winner now, but we'll try for the last question.
Joy's
Second skill Joy.
second skill.
I think I'm going to try to answer first, but Blackmarsh got it first. But
That's alright.
do you know the name of the skill?
Nah, I have no idea the name.
Also, yeah.
Okay, so I guess it'll be Blackmarsh 2
Meow.
points.
Rhythm of Joy.
Am I
and
really
1 point
hungry?
for
Yeah.
Algringo. So we're moving to the last question.
Bonbon first skill.
Okay, do you
Yeah.
want to try? Do you want to
No,
try the
no,
root
no.
name?
No.
So it's actually swallow.
Oh, it's
Passive.
passive.
So it's fault.
Yeah,
I'm
think
wrong.
Even if you're wrong, it's still like 4-1. So the winner here is
Great Luna.
okay.
First skill 1-1.
First skill 1-1. Do you want to try?
It is. It is what it is.
Okay, so it's actually passive.
Oh.
Okay, so you didn't try, but now we have like 2-1.
2-1.
So I think Algringo lost it. So you will have to
100%?
listen to
Okay.
you have to listen to whatever Blackmarsh says. So Blackmarsh can say anything you want Algringo to do, and then we'll have it here.
And you want me to do whatever he said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Типа,
Let's go.
ну я наоборот должен тебе еще
Ну давай.
Можно?
Давай. Да пей сильнее, что-то как
Да,
было.
все нормально.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome, guys.
Alrighty, welcome back. We're jumping right into the draft here. Again, for this last match of Group A, it's E7. Entity 7 on a roll so far, and like we said, they're at the top of the standings. And we got S2G looking to just close out here really in the best way possible. It would be, surprising and great to see S2G come out with a win for this, but Entity 7, man, I feel like they just, so far from what we've seen today, it's been really hard to see their weaknesses.
Yeah, they've just been clean. We've seen them do well in the early game. We've seen them hang on for dear life and pull it off in the end game. We've seen them kind of bring the whole package. And even when they fall short, they can make up for it later on. But one thing I will say is this, S2G, them being essentially out of this, right?
Yeah.
We've seen it before in group stages where teams that are already out, that's when their true power is.
We've seen
I know
it
who you're
speaking of, man.
We've seen it happen. We've seen once the nerves are eased.
No pressure on your shoulders.
Once there's no pressure, you're able to just kind of play.
Yeah.
Able to just have fun. Now you're just playing ML.
Yeah.
There's no more like. So either I think there's two options. I think ES2G either completely just has given up already and they don't care about this, or they're going to come in and let's just have some fun, boys, and they might surprise us.
I think they should have definitely have fun here. Maybe this is the time too if they really wanted to pick something up that's just kind of a comfort, or at the same time it could just they want to go through the motion of playing their best game here with the strategies that they want to play, even if it's their last game, of course, in this wildcard iteration. For Entity 7, it's more so of keep refining that, keep working on the strategies that you showed us today alone, as this is your last game here. But, obviously you have the opponent, whoever it may be, from Group B ahead of you, that you have to go against
because so far, like I said, for E7, they have done a phenomenal job at showing different playstyles from game to game, and I'm really wondering what they do this time around for their third game of the day, the last game here. Do they actually want to go priority for the jungler? Do they want to go with that? But it's not. They pick up the Valentina first pick here. So interesting that they do this. Again, we don't see too many teams do this. You know, it's still a good quality pick in the mid lane, but you'll see the response from S2G, man. They take the Moskov and the Angela.
You know, something interesting from E7 is they have picked a different first pick every series now. This is their first time on the blue side, so it is a little bit different. They have some different opportunities, but it's just interesting that they've consistently been able to kind of switch things up a little bit. Now, earlier when they went up against KBG, they went up against the Angela before. They were able to win out against the Angela, but this time they're not going to have Fury on that Moskov. They got to pick something else, so they lose some scaling potential. They do go for the Roger right here, but so far in today's matches, we've seen that Moskov pull out on top.
Yeah, it's weird. He's, I think he's undefeated right now, right? So he hasn't been defeated just yet, even with the, you know, what a lot of people say that nerf that for Moskov happened to him. He's still pretty dominant right now. So for Entity 7, they might be on the roll they've been on. They might be the first ones to give the Moskov the first loss in the record. But so far, Edith locked in, Roger too. Edith, like I said, is a mainstay right now. She's going to keep really being a focal point for a lot of these lineups. And there's the Terizla. You know, something's got to happen, man. Something has to change. I feel like as we go through the groups and then to knockouts where like XP lane needs a shake up. One of the teams is going to be out there to shake the XP lane up because it's so much, you know, there's so much Terizla there. The Yuzhong is there. There's just, I know, I would love to see an Arlot again. We haven't seen Arlot pop up too much. But, you know, there's the Yuzhong ban. They don't want to deal with it against the Terizla.
Yeah, I mean, the Arlot is definitely something I would love to see more, but I think teams are capitalizing a little bit better with something like the Edith, where it's a little more straightforward CC, right? It's not, towards Arlot's more of like displacement. Like the CC is there, and he can yoink people out of towers and things like that, or yoink people into towers. But I think the Edith too, being in that EXP, it's a little more pick pressure, and it pairs well, I think, with things like the Roger, with things like the Moskov. Now, we saw Marquino on this Edith earlier today against KPG, and he played wonderfully, and we were already talking about how well we like seeing him play right now. And so even though I feel like they don't get the Moskov for Fury, they still get a good, strong pick from Marquino, which is huge. Now, S2G, they're solid as well right now. They have the Angela, they have the Terizla, they have this Moskov, they have some CC, they have some damage, they have some sustain.
You know, for S2G, I think with this lineup, okay, I was going to say, yeah, you don't want to deal with an Esmeralda. They did ban it out, but I think with this lineup, it's more or less really utilizing the Angela. They picked it up to deal with having some of that sustainability, having the heals, having the heart guard, the way that you can play around with that with having this Moskov. But, you know, for the most part, S2G, how do they round the lineup up? You know, because we've already seen them before too use. I don't know if they'll do this in the mid lane, but I was happy to see the Gore. This is the first appearance for the wild card, but it ended up not working out the way they wanted to. Wow. Okay. They're going to get the Angeling combination. So S2G will lock that in. Mid lane, though, I'm wondering, what is this going to be? Could this be a mid lane Angela, or is this going to be the Rome Angela? You know, and I think even with that, you still have some good choices for the mid lane possibilities here.
Yeah, I mean, they could go either way, honestly, and it works even better that they have last pick here as their Rome, because they can still flex if they want. They can put Angela in the mid, they can put Angela in the Rome. They can kind of pull this off depending on what E7 picks here for their last two picks. Now, does E7 play it safe and go for something like the Fred again, or go for something like the Fred, go for something steady utility, or do they meet Assassin with Assassin? The Noland is not open, but they get the Kaja, a solid answer to the Ling here. What is going to be that jungle pick?
I want to see a Hayabusa.
Hayabusa.
Yeah, I want to see the Assassins versus Assassins.
Ooh,
oh, Julian. Okay, he's not Hayabusa, but he kind of fits the bill a little bit.
He's like another Noland almost, kind of similar, on your foot, on the ground. You dash in, you dash out, you have some answers, you have some dancing capabilities. So yeah, I think what's really going to be interesting in this matchup here is going to be those neutral objectives, how they both handle it. Not having a jungler who's going to hold the Lord.
Yeah.
You know, having two assassins who want to kind of dance around the side and come in last second.
Yeah, you rely on the Edith pretty much.
Yeah.
You know, but really just look at the changes here for the Lord fights that are happening. They're not really dances so much. You know, we haven't actually seen a full-on dance just yet, but that is going to be a Cho locked in for S2G to round up the lineup. They've got good pickoff potential because really they got to fight with pickoff potential from E7. They drafted the Kaja, and the job of the Kaja really is to go ahead and get that pickoff potential, follow through with it. And so with this lineup from E7, Julian, I feel like, is still in a little bit of a weird position when it comes to the jungle. Like, sometimes he really does shine, sometimes he kind of falls off. In comparison to a Ling now, especially paired up with an Angela, a very powerful combination that a lot of people are aware of. One thing I want to see is, does E7 play the aggressive route on trying to just, you know, make that pressure there so that Ling can't pop off, get the, you know, possibly steal the purple buffs here? That's my big question for E7. Are they able to pull it off like they have for the previous game so far in day number 1 for Group A, as we go and round out the day for day 1 here with E7 versus S2G.
It definitely could be risky for E7 to play the aggressive route, right? Because you have this Cho, who you don't always want to try to invade on Cho. You get knocked up, and then you pair that up with the stun coming from the Angela. It could be hard, but but with both sides being assassins, it's like, I think the big thing here is who's going to farm better, who's going to farm faster, and who's going to get the first real pop-off, right? Like, who's going to get those first few kills? And there's a big chance this game could be quick, right? This game could be pretty much whoever gets first turtle and maybe takes out a couple members of the others, goes in, and Irwin might be the first to fall. He's able to just get away, takes a little bit of damage. Chan now entering the scene as well, hide on bush, able to find the Litho Wander, and he's already going for the grab onto this enemy camp possibly. He knows Kazu's there, though. He's going to have to back off.
That's what I love to see. You know, this is why I think Cho is coming back into whatever more meta is forming right now, because of the fact that you have this little extra boost of damage, you know, with your auto attacks, and then you have the concussive blast. Oh, look at this mid lane.
Ooh, a lot of damage on to Begin. Begin forced to use the flicker. Irwin and Chan, I mean, both teams answering pressure with pressure. S2G tries to make a play, Entity tries to make a play, but nobody comes through just yet. In the mid side, though, more damage on to Begin. Irwin doesn't have level 4 yet, but he's able to slow him down a bit. Hide on bush, looking for an angle as well, but nobody connects.
Okay, no first blood just yet. Some of these first items, too, still being worked on. You see the rush coming through. I mean, even for Fury, he's already got the Fury Hammer. So he's got that. He does have some of this extra damage, but I don't think he's really going to be able to do much against, you know... All right. Well, hold on. I can hear things, but we got to wait for it. We're casting blind here.
A little bit of damage.
A little bit of damage.
I think we're going for a buff right now, possibly.
Let's go ahead and cast from cast blind here, man.
We have lost eyes on the...
Yeah. Check. Check.
Well done, team. Tabrak aja lah. Mega kill. Well done, team. Tabrak aja lah. Well done, team.
Okay. Are we
back,
back?
baby.
Are we back? Right at this point.
Oh, a lot of damage. Fury does go down. Let's take a second before any big fight breaks out. Let's look at this game. Entity 7 up 9-6. 4,000 gold lead. S2G against the wall. Lord is marching down the top side. Kazui looking for the defense as well. S2G Esports backed against the wall. It does seem like Entity 7 are looking to finish things off here.
Okay, so they're going to push into this. They're dealing with a Lord. They're going to clear it out fine. Meanwhile, they're going to go ahead and push also on the bottom side. So it looks like you find yourself S2G on the defensive, but I mean, they've been able to keep things together. I know we didn't get the full glimpse just yet on how we got here, but I will say this, S2G actually seemed like they were able to keep things together for a while, but they have to deal with this kind of push into the base, the siege for now, but they actually have pretty good clear.
And they've been able to clear that bottom lane, which could be helpful in the future if they can kind of hang out here. We're only 12 minutes in. What did I say when this all first started? Before, we got put in the Nether Realm. S2G.
We got Darkness Falls, man.
This could be a long game. Yeah, we got the ultimate. We got the Hell Curdle for sure. This could be a quick game. We're only just about 12 minutes in, and Entity 7 are looking for the closeout. What are the answers for S2G? I think split pushing is definitely a possibility. Using Kazui, using Siggy Boom. They need to try to relieve the pressure before this next Lord, but instead they're kind of backed into the base.
They're in the base for now, and I think if you really look at this, Entity 7, they got all the turtles, it looks like, so it seems like they controlled pretty much the majority of this early game, and they find themselves now just kind of getting what they can, and that's really off on Irwin. Irwin, every time he has this Divine Judgment available, the Flicker, they could actually make quite a good move or play even without waiting for the Lord. I mean, we're still 30 seconds away from it, but Entity 7 right now kind of obviously in the driver's seat, and then it comes down to the two roamers, If they're able to get the catch-offs they want to with the Way of Dragon or Divine Judgment, that's kind of the battle. And looking at the gold lane, I mean, it's pretty much even. Farm-wise, not anything too drastic between them, but the biggest disparity has to be also just, I got a glimpse of it, but the gold lane there, kind of things fall into place. Again, Karo does have that hard guard. Lord is out now up. Does S2G want to actually contest this, given how everything's going? Look how quick this is being taken out.
There's no way they're taking that. I think something that, all right, so we got to point out this as well. Siggy Boom. They got the Moskov. How many times have we seen the Moskov pull out in late game? It is still early. It's only 13 minutes. But if S2G can clear this Lord, maybe last another 5 minutes or so, there's possibilities for them just in the Moskov alone, just in Siggy Boom's hands. We know there are possibilities to just shred through teams. All he's got to really watch out for is Irwin. I mean, 7 assists for Irwin right now.
Yeah.
We know, whether we saw it or not, we know he's been doing his job.
He's been doing his job. I think at this point, too, you're going to find out if S2G is able to clear this out on the defensive. They do have good clear, but that's the Lord pushing in.
Yeah, Lord is going to break down onto the mid lane here. Malefic Roar does get purchased for Fury. A lot of damage on it begins.
It's going to get taken down, but with the opponent's zone, able to help him out, able to save the day there. Kazui with the Tempest of Blades, able to lock down onto Marhiko. More damage coming from S2G. They're able to defend very well. Nice way the Dragon locks onto Markino, takes him out. Lunar now down to about 25%. Begin looking for something else, but Hide on Bush able to get the kill. Lord down to about 20 as Siggy Boom continues to shred. Hide on base, looking for a target onto the base, but he's going to have to back off. Entity 7 look for the push, but S2G Esports able to survive out.
Wow. Okay, S2G somehow holds on to that bottom turret for now too. Top one's going to be taken out. Hide on Bush will get on out of there. So Entity 7 got what they wanted, I would say. Off that Lord, second one of the game, gets these objectives. They might still try to punch down this last turret. We're going to take a look at the replay here, really kind of pan out. Look at this. Good setup from Begin. Got Markino, and that was probably a crucial point in really allowing them to stay in this fight. And then they just clear things out. Like we said, their clear speed's going to be pretty good. They can keep it together. They can't actually stall this game out even further. If they can somehow get to the 20-plus minute mark, then things can really get interesting. Maybe even, I don't know if this is a little bit too much of a stretch, but 25 minutes, that's where we really see those Lords start to hurt.
I mean, so far, every game that we casted has gone over 20. It
has.
So maybe we go 3 for 3 here. Maybe we pull something off. Taking a look at the items, we are seeing Kazui start to get in some of that burst damage. He's got the Berserkers. He's got the Dragon Spear. He should be unloading some crit. And S2G has a team that scales, so there still are possibilities.
I think when you look at this, again, damage dealt here, we get a glimpse of just how everything has fallen apart. Yeah, like, in a way, Chan... just the lineup, too. Again, you see the Warcry really shining for this Julian pick as well. Damage taken. You can see this Terizla. This is why it's such a good pick for a lot of the teams. Very tanky, utilizing the body of Smith. That passive, letting him go. And, you know, this is what S2G has to do.
Lunar is going to get picked off there, knocked up. Marquino always looking for something. And even though they don't get a kill, they get a second, right? And they get position over another Lord here. We're 16 minutes in. S2G Esports, do they try to make the play here? Keep our eyes on Begin. He's making his way around. Maybe looking for a target.
Chan has the Way of the Dragon as well, so they could actually potentially get 2 follow-up on the pickoffs, but look at this. They have to still be very careful in this Lord approach. You see Kazui being exactly where he needs to do. This is the power of that Ling. You do have Carl on this Angela. Could help turn the tide of some of these fights. They still might put the pressure here on this bottom turret. Like I said, yeah, it looks like Fury's just going to go ahead, tank that up, gets that turret down. So a little bit of an advantage still to work around with now that the base is fully down.
Big kick onto Marquino. That should be able to get the finish. He's able to flicker back. Pop the Primal Wrath and able to just walk away from that one. That is a big whiff for SCG. And then Begin going to walk into Irwin there. Irwin decides not to use the ultimate there. Going to back off and save it for this Lord. Make sure the rest of his team is safe. Begin looking for an angle, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Hide on Bush, able to find it.
This is what I'm talking about, man. Entity 7 has shown us that they can play multifaceted.
Fury gets some nice damage on to Begin there. And E7 never forcing their hand.
Multifaceted in the sense of Entity 7 can be very disciplined. They got some key ultimates out. They could have followed up. Irwin could have gone in. You know, he could have flickered and Divine Judgment, but he chose not to. They chose to get the Lord instead and then get ready to march in here in the base. So now S2G gets a little bit tougher every time. You know, 3rd Lord at this moment. They do still have a couple immortalities to work around with. Clear the waves as well with this Mozkov. But we'll see exactly how they're able to do it.
Yeah, a lot of damage. Lord is coming in. Tempest of Blades comes down. Big knock up on Irwin. Followed up by the kick by Luna, but it's still not enough. Luna forced to go back. Kazui taking a lot of damage. And Fury finds the kill. Immortality does pop. A little bit of damage, but the tower goes down. And Entity 7 clears Group A 3-0. No one to stand against them.
Entity 7. Remember this team right here as they cleared out Group A. Very decisive fashion as well on top of it. Again, as they came and approached this Group A, I don't even know how many people really expect this outcome after day number 1. Definitely really a strong start. And I would say, man, they are a contender to go whoever wins Group B tomorrow. Entity 7 is in a good position here.
Yeah, I think they surprised all of us. And as you said, a lot of us came into this saying Group B and saying these are the teams that could possibly make it. And now after seeing Entity 7's performance, they're definitely going to put up a challenge. I don't care whether it's Homeboys, IHC, you know, whoever comes out of Group B, Entity 7 could have some answers for them.
Definitely could. Again, very decisive game here under that 20-minute mark. You know, just it didn't get past that 20-minute mark this time for us here at Trex, but. You know, it would have been great to just see really how all this came together for Entity 7 in their last game for this Group A. But at the end of the day, they came out swinging. They dominated Group A. There were some surprises here and there, and they look really good. So I think even as you look forward, you know, you have to really kind of think how all this played out. They started strong. You know, these are the first 3 matches that we saw unfold today. KBG even. I think when we started the day, KBG was looking really good. And some of their matches later on that we casted to open up the second half, they had their moments of really just shining. And then for some reason, something about KBG, they fell apart in some of the later portions of those games. And E7, though, man, like I said, very impressive game in and game out.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that you said, it multifaceted for E7, man. They really just showed that they can use several strategies and it works for them. KBG tried a couple things and they weren't able to pull it off, whereas E7, we've seen them play a more steady composition, a more tight composition. Now we've seen them play, even in Game 3, they pull out another thing, the Julian, they pick up the Assassin pick, even without having the Moskov. They've shown a lot of dimensions to their team so far, and I think they definitely rightfully earned their spot at the top of Group A.
Definitely did. We're looking at just how today kind of unfolded, how it ended. I know we'll also take a look at what's going to happen tomorrow for Group B ahead of us. That's also where a lot of people want to see who's going to pull on through from this Group B. And, it could, honestly, what I don't know how you did your predictions or if you had your predictions here, Trex, but I think a lot of people would lean towards Homeboys because maybe it's, the most interesting, well-known team for a lot of people, for a lot of fans out there. But I don't know, man. Brute Force, T2K, IHC, all of them are really competitive teams against Homeboys.
Yeah, now, a Group B is just, honestly, I think it'll be, today was pretty much a battlefield. It was unexpected. I think Group B could be even more unexpected.
Okay, I think we got situated here, Trex. Thank you for being patient with us, for all you guys, of course, watching online. Hey, we're back, and we're back.
We made it.
We made it
back
through
the Nether Realm.
the darkness, the Nether Realm, whichever you want to call it. But again, thank you guys for being patient with us as we get things ironed out here, of course. But yeah, to bring it back, we got our winners for Group A.
We got our winners, and it was Entity 7.
Entity 7.
They showed up today, man. It was literally a gauntlet for all these teams. You're just back to back to back playing best of ones at that. So there's no you can't play game one and make strategy for the team that you're about to. It's just you're just constantly switching things up. And Entity 7 was the best at rolling with the punches. I feel like just able to kind of run through Group A and 3-0, baby.
3-0, and also, while you guys get a chance, go grab the new Amon skin. The battles within, he's the Soul Vessel. This is the Soul Vessel skin series, I believe, that they can go ahead and grab. So make sure you guys check that out in game. There's a whole bunch of stuff for you guys to grab. Also, earlier we heard it's the start of the MSC event in game. So make sure you guys grab that as well. There's more.
The Beacon of Spirits. Zushin.
Zuixin? I leave it up to us to try to pronounce the name.
The two Americans. No? Whether you believe it or not, Naisu an American as well.
I think it's pretty obvious, man. You know what? Grab the new hero as well. We won't be, I believe, we won't be seeing her in competitive play for MSC just yet.
We're not going to get to see her at all in MSC, actually.
Yeah, I don't
just
think
to let everybody know.
Yeah, but definitely go grab that new hero for you guys. Again, guys, we want to give you guys a big shout out and thank you for being patient with us here as we got things situated. Tomorrow is Group B. We cannot wait to see exactly who's going to be topping Group B to face off against E7 by the third day of the wild cards. So on behalf of all of us, thank you guys so much. We're going to close it out here for day number 1. Again, this is Trex. I'm Naisu, and we'll be back tomorrow.
Thank you.